Well, hello and welcome to the Bannister Miles, everybody, an event which is due to celebrate 70 years since the impossible, since the 4-minute mile was broken by Sir Roger Bannister on this very track back in 1954. This track was the centre of the world, believe it or not. Comparisons to landing on the moon and ascending Everest for the first time were made, and it just marked a step forward for mankind's relationship with nature. It was what Bannister did, but this morning athletes have already had the chance to participate in the inaugural community mile down the streets of Oxford, where they finished alongside the Iffley road track amongst world record holders as well. El Garouge was present, Steve Cram, Noureddin Morselli as well. Many Oxford students, past and present. But alongside me today then to call the action, Rosie, talk about the atmosphere right now here. You've been around town at the World Athletics Museum as well.
I have indeed, and Oxford is such a lovely place to be. We've had a fantastic morning in and around the city. People are just absolutely buzzing. The vibe of this event is just one that's so exciting, and we can't wait for action to get underway. So we're at the Iffley road track where it all happened 70 years ago, and the first race will be up very soon.
Well, indeed, they are on the start line, but false start just going on behind me. But on screen at the moment, then the timetable we can look forward to, and we've got 25 races ahead of us, a mammoth program. Lots of miles. We've got para miles in there as well, junior miles in there. Vet miles are going to get the day started, or this afternoon started, and unfortunately, Rosie, they've got the worst of the weather as well.
Yeah, they have. We were driving up this morning, a little bit of rain coming our way, hoped that would be the worst of it. And it has dried up quite nicely until now. And the first race looks like it will have a slight breeze and a bit of a drizzle around, but potentially not as bad as it could be. And hopefully it will clear up nicely for the races this evening as they just get faster and faster towards that 4-minute barrier they'll be looking to break.
Oh, we sure hope so. More on that throughout the afternoon and give you a little bit of background and history of, well, this event, but the mile itself as well. It's almost a distance which is just fading out, but these men will be familiar with the mile. They would have done a fair few over their time. Who have we got then? Andrew Robinson in here, John Nibbs, Steve Reed, Martin Colwell, Rodney McCulloch. Robinson, by the way, Thames Hare and Hounds, Kingston and Polly, so look out for him. We've got Tom Guy, Mark Bell, Tony Roper, Kevin Oakes. It's a stacked field, I must say, and we'll identify a few of those as the race gets underway. Chris McCulkey there as well, Chris Daniels. It's good to see many of these athletes, Rosie, still competing at this age, and not just competing. I think it's easy to go to the roads, the 5Ks to 10Ks and marathon stuff, still competing at the harsh event of the mile. Yeah,
I think there's something that's really unspoken about track running that you perhaps won't experience unless you have been there yourself. There's a real intensity on the track, and the mile is such a short event in the grand scheme of things that actually it's a real burn-up and can be really harsh in the competition. So for some of these athletes to be still competing and still racing this distance is really impressive and just shows the legacy of the sport.
Well, absolutely. Talking of legacy, top left of picture then, we are here live and direct, Iffley Road 359.4. Roger Bannister ran on this track 70 years ago. It looked a lot different. Cinder track back then, which actually, Rosie, he helped laid, and about 5-6 years before his record attempt. And once he laid it, when he was OUAC president in 1949, he said, one thing I'm going to do, if I do have a record attempt in my future, I'm going to make sure it is on this very track.
And how impressive it was that it came full circle for him. I think we look back at that day, it's such a memorable day, and there are even people here that ran this morning that witnessed it 70 years ago at Iffley Road. And we're very lucky to be here yet again today for this event.
Absolutely so. We pick things up in this race as they're around the bottom bend, coming up to 500 metres of the race done as they head out onto the back straight. I'm sure a lot of these men will be sticking around throughout the afternoon as well, and that definitely looks like it's had a pool vest up front at the moment, so we'll try and identify his bib. But Nathy, I mentioned Chris Daniels, 166 Thames Hare and Hounds, 5:29 his lifetime best, V55, often present at those Oxford v Cambridge varsity matches down at Wimbledon Common as well, so great to see him here racing it out over the mile.
Absolutely. I think we have a pace on at the front at the moment. And the pace of this first race, I believe, is 77-second laps. That's a minute 17 per 400 they're heading out at the moment, which will be the pacer's job to keep that nice and even so the athletes behind can hit their target pace and hopefully facilitate some personal bests or season's bests for those in the race.
Yeah, forgive me, that may well be a Winchester vest up front who is just, sure, it's a pacemaker, in fact, so we'll try and identify. It's at 1:156 in second place, so he's leading the way. Rodney McCulloch from the Shape Shifters, the V35. 5:15 or 5:11 his lifetime best. 5:15 his season's best. He's one of the few men who's actually got a time under his belt already.
And sat on his shoulder, looked like it was Tom Guy.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom Guy. No club affiliated with him, but moving very, very well at the moment. We're going to see a lot of these races this afternoon pace. The only ones that won't be, in fact, will be those junior miles where we're going to see the under 15, under 17s. And that's the BMC making a conscious decision there to say, no, we don't want a pacemaker in there. We want to develop those athletes and let them experience some more championship racing, which is great to see.
Yeah, I think it's a really good move from the BMC, actually. When you look at the racing calendar, especially for juniors who are looking to move through into championship racing through the English schools, the Bucks Championships when they get to university, and then even further along when you look at things like the British Championships and even higher quality events. Championship racing is actually something so few and far between, with athletes chasing time so often, that it's a really good chance for athletes to get used to racing and racing hard on the track, not just looking at the clock.
Well, absolutely. Tom Guy moving through, then taking this race by the scruff of the neck. He's left behind Rodney McCulloch in second place. Those two are going to do battle over this final 400 metres. Ladies and gentlemen, to hear the sound of the bell, that's a sound these men will be familiar with throughout their career. And Chris Daniels also mentioned there, just at the rear of the field, Thames Enerhound's coming through for his final lap.
Looks like the conditions aren't hampering the athletes too much as they come round. We can see from our commentary booth the wind is blowing slightly, the flags are waving. It doesn't look too strong, and hopefully these athletes will be able to fight that quite nicely as they come down the home straight. I'm sure they'll have at least half an eye on the clock with less than 400 metres to go.
Well, this is where the wind is going to be on their backs down the home straight. Quite the opposite. Usually at Iffley Road, it is a headwind on this home straight. But today, and I can say that from experience, coaching here at this historic track, fortunate enough to head up the Oxford cross-country program. But now he's got a tailwind. He's moving very, very well with Tom Guy. He's going to take this one. There's no questions. Little battle for third there. That's Croydon Striders there. Steve Caulfield, a V60. Can he get second? That would be epic. And right across the line then, Tom Guy. What a run, and we'll keep an eye on his time. Live results on open track, so be sure to check out his result. And it looks like the man from Croydon, Steve Caulfield, had to settle for third there. But they're piling on through then. St Albans Striders vest as well, Rosie.
Yeah, what a fantastic way to open the track races today. The athletes are flooding through thick and fast from the very start of this timetable. And it is going to be an absolutely brilliant afternoon of athletics. That's really set the tone well with such a fantastic first race of the day.
Well, it's great to see these men just absolutely giving it their all. And at this age, to still be doing a mile, I know it's 70 years. I know there was a lot of motivation for them to get back here. They all got some connection to Roger Bannister, whether it was just he inspired them to take up running or whether they actually met the legend himself. It's great to see them all just out here giving it their all. So look at that then, Tom Guy. We're going to get a quick post-race interview with him, are we?
It's Mr. Guy, yeah. Have you got any in the crowd today?
I hope so.
Yeah.
And we took a group of children to do the mile earlier this morning, so yeah.
Oh, so you've already done a mile?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing, Okay. Do you want me to give you first name as well?
Yeah, Tom.
Okay. Are you right just to hold that? Yeah. Right.
So Rosie, I think the crowd here in the stadium heard from Tom Guy. Us at home we might not have, but we swiftly move on. Like I said, we've got 25 races ahead of us. Race 2 next on the track. That's going to be the J race. That kicks off at 1:50. Also is going to be a bit vet themed, if you like. I won't call it a vet race, but quite a few vets in there.
Yes, and it's going to be a brilliant race. Another one to tick off. Like you say, an action-packed schedule all the way through to tonight. The mile, of course, for the A race going off, I believe, at the exact same time that Roger Bannister's race went off 70 years ago, just to mark the anniversary really nicely and round off the timetable. So do stick around for that and make sure you're tuned in for the action later on.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, Reading up on Bannister's record attempt, they did delay the start a little bit because of that breeze here at Iffley Road. And we can see the flag up on the church just wavering a little bit, but it's due to settle. Things are due to calm down. And actually, if I'm sitting at home now and I'm an elite athlete, I'm thinking, you know what, a little bit of rain in the air, it's not necessarily a bad thing as long as it doesn't hammer down and you're running on a very, very wet track. But just a little bit more oxygen, and also it just calms everything down. Often if it's raining, it's not as windy.
Yeah, absolutely. I will take rain over wind any day when I'm out running, whether it's a steady run, a track session, or a race. Wind is definitely not the favourable option. But as long as the track isn't too slippery for the athletes and they can see easily enough, then it should be absolutely fine for them. I think as well, sometimes having some poor conditions with the rain can alleviate some pressure, and you often get some very good performances as well. So hopefully we'll see some of that today.
Well, one man we might see a good performances is Simon Muggleston. Well, Oxford University former student, 3:58 in the mile, and he's still running very, very strongly indeed. Vet 55 now, but always knocking around that 17-minute 5K. More impressively, his 10K time, Rosie, 33:46 recently enough. So he seems to have a bit of a resurgence after, no doubt, retiring and cracking on with life. But he's back, and it's great to see him run over the mile. He's one of the few men, I think there's 6 men competing today who have broken 4 minutes for the mile. 5 of them are in the elite race this evening. 1 man is in this race here. 3:58.9 is personal best. So Simon Muggleston, the favourite if we go on personal best, but he's been warming up a good chunk as well, Rosie. We've seen him do laps and laps of the track, so he's still running. So good volume by the looks.
Yeah, and how special it is to see him running today as well, to continue his career in this way. That 33:46 10K really is very impressive. We look at that was at Trafford back in March, so not too long ago. So hopefully some good form for him today, and he'll get a good performance down as well.
I'm sure he will, as they're just they've all been there before, these men, as they're just getting those starters orders, and I'm not quite sure what he can possibly telling them at this stage. And like I said, they've been there before. They know when to go on the sound of the gun. It's that simple. But so we haven't just got Muggleston in this one, obviously. We've got Peter Burnett, Rob Datno, Adrian Hemery. Look out for him, the Thames Valley. Mark Powell as well, Dan Robinson, Lockie Arthur, Oxford University, current postgrad student, actually researcher, Australian resident. So he's been over, a bit of a marathon man, but he gets stuck into everything, does Lockie, and it's great to see him here tackle the 4-lap dash. So 149 there as well. Aidan Williams wearing the rival colours. If you're not familiar with the Oxford and Cambridge varsity match and rivalry, then you will be by the end of this evening, I promise you that. Cambridge in the lighter blue, Oxford in the dark blue. That's all you need to know from now. But yeah, 2 universities who are very close, but when it comes to sport, very, very far apart.
It's always good to have such a healthy rivalry, and hopefully we get some cracking runs out of that rivalry today.
Yes, I'm sure we will. So Ruben Carvajal there in the Queen's Park vest as well. A lot of these athletes residing in London now, so we see a big London club contingent. In fact, that was where Bannister, when he travelled up, he was working in London at the time, down in, used to do his training in Paddington in the day of the mile. Probably travelled up sort of similar time now in the afternoon on the 6th of May. Caught the train up, hours train, and yeah, once he was in Oxford, he meant business, and well, the rest is history, shall we say. So just a little bit of nervousness, Rosie. I mean, these men are eager to get going, aren't they?
They are. We can see a bit of jittering around, lots of kind of walking on the spot, and the athletes being called forward to the line and asked to retreat slightly, potentially moving forward just a little bit too soon. But those nerves will soon be settled, and we are underway.
We are indeed, and we got a Whitney Harriott there who's going to do the pacing in the cap, so ignore that white vest up at the front. We expect him to do a good job and bring them through in around about 74 seconds a lap, which is on the swift side. It's that would be inside that 5-minute mile.
Yeah, it's definitely not hanging around 74s. It's a very respectable pace indeed. I'm sure a target for a lot of these men looking at to go under the 5 minutes in this race. Just a shade over the 4 laps, remember. 1,609 metres the mile. That 9 metres definitely not something to be forgotten when you come back round. Certainly adds a couple of seconds.
Well, that's it. You know, we know Steve Cram's in the building, and he's been a big supporter of this meeting over the many months leading up into it. And one of the questions I asked him, you know, are there differences between the 1,500 and mile? And it's not so much the way you train, but it is a lot further. I believe that the pacing is slightly different for the mile. I think psychologically, it's a little bit more of a barrier there, and we'll talk about that barrier. That was something that Bannister just obliterated. You know, that psychological barrier beat the physical barrier. But certainly for an athlete to sort of come round and have 4 laps in your head versus a 1,500 where you get a lap done and you almost think, you know, you're starting to get ready for that run for home, aren't you?
Absolutely. I think from personal experience, at least in a 1,500 metres, you get 400 down, and yeah, it's an 800 metre race really. That extra 300 metres is almost a bit of bonus time that you're not so much worried about. Whereas obviously just the extra 109 metres to take it up to a mile makes that around 4 laps, and that can be really challenging to negotiate. And I think there is definitely a change in tactics and a change in the way that you approach it psychologically to get the most out of the mile.
Yeah, absolutely. And one man up there at the moment, Will Ford, in that green vest, looking very, very smooth from Guildford and Godingham. He's one of the athletes who's actually a senior man in this, so we can expect him to attack that 5-minute barrier, no problem. We'll keep an eye on Muggleson. I gave him a bit of airtime beforehand, hyped him up, but can't seem to see him at the moment in that lead group, so perhaps a little bit further back. Perhaps we're looking at more of a 5:10, 5:15 mile for Muggleson. Looks like he might be in that chase group, the man wearing the Bidford colours.
So our leader is happily sat on the back of the pacemaker at the minute, looking to go through in 74s like we said. And that would, if it comes to fruition for our leader, be a new personal best. 5:01 he's currently got on his CV, Will Ford.
Definitely operating around that territory, aren't they? As he looks at, that pacemaker's going to drop out of the K. In every race, they're going to try and get to a kilometre. And that's crucial, really, especially when we talk about 1,500 running versus the mile. That extra 100 metres to do solo, that crunch point, if you like, 500 metres to go. That's when you're really looking for that pacemaker. So if any of them, and he's carried on, actually, so we're going to see him go to 1,200. That's, well, I think Will Ford's going to enjoy that, and he's just going to stretch away. Can he just stretch away from those 2 men behind him going into the last lap?
It'll be interesting to see this play out. Definitely, Will Ford sat nicely on the shoulder of the pacemaker currently, who is moving slightly wide. I'm sure we'll be looking to see that pacemaker drop out at 1,200. A lap to go now, give or take. We hear the sound of the bell.
Oh, and this is interesting. So Will Ford is going to take the lead as a pacemaker drops out, and Aidan Williams, London City runners and former Cambridge University student, looking to just move himself up into 2nd place. Can he challenge Ford? Can he spoil the party here at Iffley Road? It is rival track.
There's still Ford at the front, and we can see the pacemaker has hung on there still, dropping out down the back straight, it looks like.
And Muggleson's just gone by with a lap to go as well, hanging on to one of the many chase groups in this race. Lockie Arthur in there. Mugglesson doesn't look to be having as much fun as perhaps he had when he ran 3:58 back in his heyday.
What a time that is to have on your CV, though. A huge achievement that is to go under the 4 minutes.
Yeah, I've got to just check those track records, but I believe it is well up there on the track records here at Iffley Road. But there's no doubt about Will Ford. He's dominated this race. Pacemaker was kind to him, took him to 1,200, and the man from Guildford and Godalming is going to cruise down the home straight. And Rosie, things are moving here because he's going to be well inside 5 minutes. What's that on the clock? 4:38 was it? Or 4:37? Quite hard to see the finish line. We need that piece of string that Bannister had in 1954.
Never underestimate the use of a piece of string, but what a fantastic run that was. A huge, huge chunk off of his personal best. 20-odd seconds, give or take, for Will Ford. And looking remarkably fresh as he wanders around, shakes the hands of his competitors. What a dominant run that was.
Yeah, it was. And look at them stream across the line. There goes Muggleston there in the light blue of Bidford. Looks pretty exhausted, but yeah, good run there as well from Aidan Williams. I know I gave the Cambridge man a bit of stick, but yeah, strong effort from him, dipping below that 5 minutes. Lockie Arthur, and this is what it's all about, isn't it? This camaraderie.
Absolutely. You can't beat a bit of camaraderie, a bit of rivalry in sport. It's what makes it so good to be a part of and so good to watch.
I've got to shout out Julian Richardson as well, Oxford City man. And 152, good run from him. I'm sure he enjoyed himself. He's been doing a few 10Ks as well, so this was a bit of a shock to the system, no doubt.
Yeah, talk about dropping down the distances and getting those legs turning. Nothing better for that than a slightly shorter race. We see athletes do it often. Drop down for the 5 or 10K distance to the 1500, maybe the 3K, or even from some of the higher distances, marathon down to 10K perhaps.
Well, indeed, and Rosie, here we are then, start this up for that next race, the men's mile I race. We got off in 3 minutes time. They're going to be looking for 72 per lap. So that's going to bring them inside 450. And again, judging on that previous race, we might see someone inside, well, we hope to see this race inside 440 because I said that previous race was. But yeah, there's a few men in here, Jordan Barrett, Finley Cullen, Matt Eardley, and well, fastest man in the field on paper. Not many have run that mile time. Is Will Knuckle of Taunton and Loughborough University students. He's got a 450 lifetime best, and so has Gavin McCarty from Western Tempo, the V40.
Yeah, brilliant to see these races starting to tick down in time now. Just ramping up the excitement, getting faster and faster as we make our way towards the A races at the end of the evening.
I can tell you now, if you're sitting at home watching, this afternoon will absolutely fly by. It always does for me in the commentary box. I don't know about you, Rosie, but before you know it, it's going to be 5:45. We'll be watching those elite women with those elite men to follow. And we haven't seen a sub-4 on this track for a very, very long time. I think since 2016, Andy Badley came down here and just sneaked inside 4 minutes. Mottram on the 50th anniversary 20 years ago. 2004, he ran a 3:56. He's got the track record, but like I say, we haven't seen, I think, less than 10 sub-4 clockings at Iffley Road. So will we see more tonight? That's what this event's about. But it's also a chance for these men to experience the mile and bring back the mile. A lot of people will ask, oh, how fast are you? What's your mile time?
Absolutely, it's such an iconic distance and one that we really should keep alive. It is a really traditional distance. And people talk about moving the sport forwards, but also preserving that tradition is so important. And what better way to do it than an event like the Bannister Miles here today?
Absolutely, bang on with that. So on the inside in Jordan Barrett, Cannock and Stafford. Good to see that club representing down here as well. On his inside, Finley Cullen, just an under-20 athlete. He's one of the youngest in the field, alongside Stanley Parkinson of Winchester Running Club on the outside. So the pacemaker from Paul AC is going to go back to the front in the black and yellow, and just looking to calm things down a little bit. A few of these men eager to get going, aren't they? And it looks like Finley Cullen from Maldwyn, 4:52 lifetime best, and he's ahead of the pacemaker at the moment. Rosie, he's the man in the blue to left the pitch up.
He really is. He's taken that out very, very fast in the opening, 150 metres or so. Pacemaker's looking to be about 72, remember, for this per 400 metres. And we really do have some athletes chomping at the bit in these opening stages.
Oh, yep, he's off. He's got an idea in mind, and this is the thing. He may well have looked at the start list and seen 72s and gone, do you know what? I'm better than that. I've already virtually run that before. His 1500 meter time equates to a lot quicker as well. So he's taking it by the scruff of the neck, and he's pushing on. And, there's a few others out there doing the same at the moment. Is that the older shot lad as well, Marshall Milton Keynes? So a few others in this race are looking to go round the pacer, and it's a difficult position for the pacemaker to be in now, but he's sticking to his guns.
Yeah, pacemaker doing a good job sticking to his role, but who can blame these athletes for really going with it? Sometimes you've just got to throw down the gauntlet and see what happens on race day. You never know what might come out of the event if you just go for it.
Well, and if that clock is right, they were all well inside 70. I think towards the rear of the field, it was more like 72. So some of the pacemaking in the seat and perhaps a little off at the moment. And if you're wondering what that white gazebo is, in fact, Rosie, interestingly enough, I mean, I was in there earlier on. It's just fantastic that people can come down here and experience it. It's World Athletics Heritage Museum. So all the memorabilia from Bannister's breaking records, you know, breaking sub 4 minutes, and you've got spikes in there. I think Jake Whiteman's spikes are in there as well. You've seen those over at the museum from his World Championship victory. So it's great to see the kind of how technology has moved on.
Yeah, it's a brilliant event to have that and showcase it here today is just fantastic. You can see the spikes move through the ages and how the technology has developed into what we're racing in now. I think it had Jake Whiteman, potentially Faith Kipyegon's, I believe, were in there as well from their respective world titles in 2022, and you can compare them back to spikes through the ages and look at them in comparison to one similar to that Roger Bannister would have worn on the cinder track 70 years ago.
Quite different. Bannister used to talk about sharpening his spikes, and they used to be, I don't know, if you run on cross country, probably similar length to your cross country spike, 12 mil or so, compared to just 6 on the tartan surface these days. But these lads then approaching that kilometre, and unfortunately the pacemaker been no use at all because they have been way off the front. It looks like we've had a slight change in lead. Jordan Barrett now drifting to the front, overtaking Finley Cullen. Also in this lead 3, Stanley Parkinson. So those 3 are broken away. There's the pacemaker. I mean, 72s would be 3 minutes at the K, and look at that, almost half the field through at that point.
Yeah, fantastic to see the field really stretching themselves and going for it in this event. Less than 600 metres to go now, and that is almost long enough to just hang on if you want it enough. It won't be long till it really starts to bite, I'm sure, and these athletes might start to dwindle on pace, but let's hope they can stay on it, and we could be in for a fantastic clocking in this.
Well, contrast to the race prior to this, there's 3 of them going for top prize, and I think that's going to make a big, big difference. But look at that move from Stanley Parkinson in second place. He looks very, very fluent. He's going to come up onto the shoulder of Jordan Barrett. Is he trying to overtake on a bend? No, he's not even going to wait to the back straight. That's a big surge. That's Jake Whiteman-esque with 300 metres to go.
Oh, it really is, and he just looks fantastic to Stanley Parkinson, striding for home. He's moving down that back straight like nothing can stop him. He'll be going into the wind as we go down there, and he'll be very grateful, I'm sure, for the tailwind as we come up the home straight very, very shortly. But he's put daylight between himself and Jordan Barrett now.
Well, the only thing is, Barrett, he is a senior athlete. He's got that experience. He may well have judged his effort a little bit better than Parkinson at this stage in the race. But we'll see, because that gap, to be fair, is just growing. That's the 1,500 metre split, that tape on the floor there. So what were they, 4:15 or so? This is a mega time. We're going to see something just outside 4:30. So here he comes in, Stanley Parkinson, Winchester AC, the under 20 man, getting things moving here at the Bannister Miles, and what a victory. Time to perfection, 4:34. Unofficially, of course, live results on open track. Barrett holds on. Oh, Rosie, all change there for 3rd.
What a fantastic race that was, and if that doesn't get you excited for what else is to come this afternoon, then I don't know what will, because that was absolutely brilliant. What a fantastic finish from Stanley Parkinson, and those performances just kept coming through the entire field. Athletes streaming across the line now, still in fantastic clockings, looking so, so strong. That race way ahead of the predicted pace.
Well, what an experience for those men down there to experience 4 laps of track. Like I say, they don't get, it's not often they get the chance to really compete over that distance and get that mile time by their name. But hopefully now, this meeting, I mean, it was kind of, last year it was called just something slightly different. It's called the Iffley Festival of Miles. It's been around for a couple of years now, and it has made a resurgence. Tom Barrett, Tom Renshaw doing a terrific job on bringing back the mile. And it was all, you know, a few years ago, it was with the visions going, you know, we got that 70th anniversary coming up. You can't just produce a meeting out of nowhere. You need to kind of lay the foundations, get the excitement. So the past few years, it's been terrific down here. We've seen the Lane 3 beer and cheer that we so often see at Highgate as well. And now we've got, Rosie, a spectacle where we're going to have 2,500 spectators in this stadium this afternoon and throughout the evening.
And that's going to be absolutely fantastic. It's exactly what our sport needs as well. I mentioned earlier about bringing the sport to life and holding on to tradition, but still growing the sport at the same time. And it is events like this that do it so well. Events like Highgate as well. Obviously, that's coming up as well in just a couple of weeks' time down in London, the night of the 10,000 metre PBs. It's so exciting. And if we can bring that sort of atmosphere to Iffley Road and continue to grow this event over the coming years, that would be just fantastic.
Well, here we go, then things are getting moving. So we've got 70 seconds per lap as the pace in this one. That would give them around about a 4:40 mile, but of course we've we can almost throw this out the window. I feel sorry for the pacemakers at this stage. Everyone seems to want to run faster, and rightly so. I think they're inspired to what happened 70 years ago, as if they need any more inspiration. But Sam Hollins in this one, a man from West Cheshire, still an under 20 Oxford University student as well. So he knows what this means here today. And he wears 109 on his bib. He's got a 4:43 lifetime best. As someone who watches over him closely in training, I can say he's better than that, and he's knocking on the door of 2 minutes. So look forward to seeing what he can do this summer. But he's not the only one in this race, Rosie. We've got a few others as well.
We do, most definitely. Dean Savory, one I've just picked out off the start list. Brentwood and Eagles athlete, 4:44 mile best, 9:20, 3,000 metres, and even dabbled in the steeplechase as well with a 6:35 over the 2K. So definitely one to watch. Be interesting to see if he can go under that 4:40 time. And we have been truly spoiled already this afternoon, looking to dip under the predicted pace already, and we're only at the start of the timetable.
Well, we are, and also Nick Pugh, Thames Hare and Hounds athletes, and V50 as well. So he might be someone who's starting to look at the the Masters World Championships goes to is in Gothenburg this year. He's probably got one eye on that, because if he can operate around that tempo, sort of 4:30, that's a very, very strong running. You start talking about getting down to low 4:10 over 1,500 at that age.
Definitely nothing to be sniffed at. What a fantastic achievement that would be.
Well, there you are then. Hollins, mentioned him before, straight in on the pacemaker, and behind him another under 20 athlete, Ollie Sherratt from Abingdon AC, local club. So he's someone who's been here before as well. He knows this arena. And those two, so it's two youngsters who slot in behind the pacemaker at this stage.
Athletes happy to sit behind the pacemaker early on in this race, unlike the one we've just seen. And so far, the race stringing together quite nicely. No major breakaways just yet. Everyone looking relatively calm and happy to sit in for now.
Well, that's what you want in this stage in the mile. It's almost, my advice to anyone doing a 1,500 miles, just kind of get that first lap done as relaxed as possible. Avoid any sort of, pushing, shoving, any surges at that stage. It needs to be even. And look at this as they approach that first lap. What we got? 67, 68 on the clock. They're looking very, very smooth. And we got a nice lead pack at this stage as well. Alex Betts a little bit further back. He's sort of heading up that chase pack. Also a marathon man. So it's great to see people who have run marathons in the spring and last autumn to come here running over a mile.
Oh, definitely. And it's something that people often say isn't necessarily doable to have range as dramatic as that. When you've got a marathon, obviously it takes up so much of your time, so much training is dedicated to that distance. But to see athletes drop down and use that endurance, use that aerobic capacity, and then really get some speed in their legs is something that's becoming more and more common, I believe, as we move through. Of course, we saw Safan Hassan do it on a huge stage very recently with her range from the track all the way up to the marathon.
Oh, we did indeed. And I think just in general, I think the marathon distance, people are open to doing 3, 4, even a year now as well. They're not quite respecting it as much as they used to. I think the fueling and the shoe tech is down to that. But look at this then. Ben Claridge, by the way, is the pacemaker. He's going to be there late on this evening. So this is he's in the tights. He's keeping warm. This is a bit of a warm up for him, if you like. But great that he's taking Sam Hollins round. I hope Claridge is open to the idea of going to 1,200, because the 2 under 20 athletes, Hollins and Sherratt from Abingdon, they're going to have an interesting battle over that final 600 metres.
They are indeed, and I can't wait to see how that does unfold. But I think they're both very relieved that the pacemaker's still taking the wind for them, helping keep them nice and preserved with their energy levels. And we might just see the pacemaker drop out here, potentially.
Well, he's going to drift around the bend a little bit, and that's nice to see, just to kind of encourage and wave Sam through at this stage. This is the kind of nits and gritty. This is where you need to go. This is the lap that everyone slows, isn't it, on the splits? I think when we make reference to Bannister as well, what was he, sort of 57, 60, and this was the 60 lap, the 61 lap, and then he needed to bring it back on that last lap and run 59 low, or whatever he ran to break that 4 minutes. But touch and go at this point, but Hollins just needs to keep pushing, because Sherratt's not going anywhere, and that's a dangerous position to have someone behind you, a metre or two come up onto your shoulder going into last lap. They've got that momentum, Rosie.
Yeah, absolutely, and Sherratt is looking very strong, very dangerous, almost poised to pounce on the shoulder so far of Sam Hollins, who looks to potentially be just tying up a little bit. And Sharratt looks to start moving around him on the top bend now. We're coming down back straight and into that headwind.
They are into a headwind. Let's not underestimate that this is Hollins' home turf. This is his university track, his hallowed ground. He's put many miles, many reps on this surface as well. He's an 800-meter runner by trade, and he's showing that in this final 250. Is he going to hold on, or is Sharratt going to come here and spoil the party? Let's have a look what this 1500-meter split is going to show at, because it's right around PB territory for both of these men. We're looking at something well inside 440. Hard to see with this head on cam, Rosie, but it looks like Hollins has opened up a convincing lead now.
He has. He's really powering down that home straight. A fantastic bend ran, and that move of Sharratt to come onto his shoulders, spurring him on and bringing him through.
Oh, look at that. Takes the tape. Oh, just a nick outside 430. What a finish from that young man. Credit to Sharratt as well. And they rallied in behind. So I think we've got a Brentwood Beagles athlete coming across the line too. A Barnet Harrier, Oxford City. Here comes Alex Betts, the marathon man. Oh, inside 450. Great range, as we mentioned before.
Absolutely, definitely a very impressive run. To be able to drop down from the marathon to a 450 mile is something that not many could say they've done.
Not at all. Well, there's the man of the moment. He'll enjoy that. That will go down in the memory book for sure. And well, as an Oxford University student, I'm sure he'll have one eye over the next few years. How close can he get to that magical 4-minute barrier? We've got a few going later on as well. So, well, he'll be grabbed, he'll be whisked away for an interview here, and rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely a fantastic run, and timed so well tactically in that last lap to stop his compatriot Oliver Sharratt coming around and taking it as he tried to on that top bend. And what a finish.
Super finish. Well, we're rattling through these races, Rosie. The next one off in just 2 minutes time. You can see them walking down the home straight. That's going to be the men's mile G race. We've got a couple more senior races now, and they do really get moving. Even race 8 is going to be being paced at around about 64 seconds. And so we could see inside 4:15 on that one, and then we sort of turn our attention to the junior races a little bit later on in about an hour's time. Actually, we got the Peter Coe mile, Frank Horwill mile, Pat Fitzgerald mile as well, and the Andy Green mile. So 2 under 15 races, 2 under 17 races before then the couple paras, and then the elites as well. So, well, Rosie, this is good news. The rain seems to have stopped.
Yeah, it's getting to the point now, I think, not too much more, if you don't mind. And I'm sure the athletes will be very grateful. It looks like that wind is starting to die down a little bit as well, so hopefully some better weather on the way that will stick around for the rest of the event. This race going off 68s. It's being paced at. This is the men's G race up next.
It is indeed. Let's familiarise ourselves with a few of the athletes in here. To those of you watching at home, we got Alberto Simado Correa, Oxford University student. And from Spain, David Moyes as well, the Herne Hill, former Oxford University student. Les Newell, shout out to him. Abingdon just works pretty locally as well. I can see him in the Oxford City football training vest. Well, that's a bit of a throwback there at 1:03, and just pacing there. Just gonna try and identify that pacemaker for you. I'm getting distracted. I apologise.
Wow, this race I'm sure promises to be just as good as the ones before it. Looking a little bit nervous as they line up on the line. Plenty of bouncing around, a few jitters, but hopefully they will soon be put to rest as the race gets underway.
So away they go then, and false start, Rosie, and not quite sure what happened there, but someone's a little bit nervous out there. A lot of confusion.
Yeah, definitely not something we often see in endurance races. False starts. We've had 2 already today. Hopefully no more. But yeah, these nerves just making people a little bit jittery and a bit anxious, eager to get going, maybe a little bit too much so. And hopefully that'll soon disappear. Although a false start, of course, not going to be helping those nerves for the athletes.
No, they weren't. It's almost the last thing you want, really. That happening in a mile event. You just want to get going, though. You just want to settle into your rhythm. But, well, they're all laughing about it now, so that's good to see.
Definitely. Hopefully they'll be nice and settled very shortly. Speaking from experience, of course, that gun goes, and the first thing that you feel in your legs, that jelly feeling starting to disappear. I bet they can't wait for that over the next 100 metres or so once they are underway.
Yeah, absolutely. So to give you a bit of context, some of the lifetime bests in this race, well, seeded with a time of 4:35, but personal best, quickest in the field, 4:26.9. That's John Horns, as from the Walton AC. So he's kind of 3 in on the right-hand side. That Walton vest, black with the yellow hoops and red hoop in the middle there. As the man from Bexley AC paces them round. And it's good to see them just filing behind, trusting him to do his job here. Slightly smaller field than what we've seen, so I hope as the afternoon goes on, these races, they're going to be a little bit more compact. They're going to be a bit deeper, aren't they? And when you look at the lifetime bests in this race, they're all very close, all around that 4:25 to 4:35 mark. So it should be a bit of a contest.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is what we need to see, some absolutely class racing. We speak of the difference between running a time trial and running a race, and to see the racing coming out when the athletes are seeded in a way that they are so close in ability is just fantastic. It makes it so exciting and brings a really new dimension for spectators especially.
Yes, and I don't want to speak too soon, but I am seeing pacing lights laid out on the track, so when they'll come into action, I do not know. Presumably for those elite races a little bit later on, they're the rumours, but I hope they're working and tested and ready to go. So look at this stint. It's good to see the youngster from Abingdon moving very, very well.
That's Conor Morgan moving very smoothly indeed round the top bend. Early stages still, of course. Plenty of running left to be done, but Morgan looking really strong and setting himself up nicely for this event.
Well, this is it with these under-20 athletes. You just never know what you're going to get, because one year they can be struggling to break 5 minutes for the mile, 4:45, 4:40 for 1500. The next year, get a winter behind them, because not often they have a full winter's training. But he's getting to the age now, Morgan, where actually he's committing to his craft. He's got a full cross-country season in his legs, and now he can step on the track for virtually the first time this season. He looks very smooth, and at the moment, we're predicting a big lifetime best.
Yeah, absolutely. And people say consistency is key, and of course it is, but that is such an underestimated statement, I believe. Like, so many athletes that have that interrupted training, and you don't realise just how much of an impact it can have. You get a good winter block behind you, and suddenly the strength that these juniors can show is just phenomenal.
Well, this is a tough position to be in, though. 2 laps down in a mile racing, completely on your own, and the pacemaker pull off to one side after 2 laps. Couldn't quite get them to a kilometre. So what was that? 2:13 at 800 metres. So still well inside that 4:30 mile pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And Morgan's still looking very strong. He really has got work to do out on his own. Now, daylight between him and the rest of the pack. But if he can use that as motivation, often being chased is something that athletes talk about. Not necessarily enjoying, but being a really motivating position to be in. He can use it to spur him on and keep an eye on that clock.
Well, that's Dave Moyes into the front of that chase pack. He's going to move things along and ask the questions of those in behind him. Try and bridge that gap. He's an experienced character. Dave Moyes trains down in London, Battersea Park regularly as well. The Herne Hill Harrier looking very good at this stage and just reeling in Morgan. And it's going to be an interesting last lap. Not where you want to be if you're Morgan, but right where you want to be if you're Moyes.
Yeah, most definitely. Like I said, athletes talk about being chased, but giving chase can be such a powerful position to be in, and that gap is looking like it's closing slightly between Moyes and Morgan. And Moyes on the shoulder of him as well. Adam Barnes, I'm sure Moyes will be using that as motivation, as fuel to help close the gap.
Well, there's your 1, 2, 3. Then Morgan, Moyes and Barnes, and they're just closing right up on the back straight, aren't they? You can see Alberto Carrera just trying to get involved, get onto that 3. Can he latch himself? Can he make contact? Because if you do have that contact going into that final 150, 120 meters, anything can happen at that stage. It's more of a mental game than a physical.
Absolutely, and we are getting to those stages now where the mental side comes in so strongly. And Moyes looking like if he's got it, he'll be coming round. He moved wide a second ago and decided not yet to go over the Tipton Harrier now coming out round on the outside. That's Adam Barnes, the senior man, coming through to try and take this race from Conor Morgan. Morgan not willing to give it up initially, but it looks like Barnes is going to have the strength as he comes down the home straight.
Don't ride him off. Yeah, can Conor Morgan fight back? Adam Barnes with a massive surge with 150, 120 metres to go. He looks like he's just going to run out of the road, Conor Morgan, just outside 4:31. Almost identical race to that before. Won by Sam Hollins and all the Oxford University of Alberta coming across as well inside 4:40. Great racing from all those men. What a perfectly timed kick from Barnes. Hats off to him there.
Absolutely. Tactical perfection in that last lap, you could say. And we spoke about how often in those last 200 metres it is such a psychological game. And knowing that you have that kick coming into the last 200 can be such a powerful tool and such a powerful bit of knowledge. And it really did Adam Barnes the world of good in that race.
Do you know what is interesting though, wasn't it? Because Barnes kind of blazed by, but then I think Morgan woke up and said, hold on a minute, I've got another gear here. I can live with this pace. And if that race was another 5 metres, 10 metres further, I think Morgan's come back and sneaked it. But it's not. It's 1,609 metres, and so perfectly timed from Barnes.
Yeah, absolutely. We often say that if there was just a little bit more, I'd have had him. The Ryan came a little bit too soon. But of course, the race is only as long as it is. And Conor Morgan had a fantastic run nonetheless, leading it out from the front. Pacemaker dropping out at 800, not an easy feat.
No, not at all. So we move our attention now. You can see that men's mile F race warming up just down at the top of the home straight. Couple Headington men in this one, so look out for them. Got Matthew Marshall, one of the swifter men in the field, 4:30 lifetime best, and also Dougie Moffat, both of those from Headington, 4:29 lifetime best for him. So I expect to see them two at the fore of the field. They wear the yellow and blue colours of Headington Roadrunners. So a few men worth mentioning. Will Shardlow, Bristol and West AC. He's been training well at this stage, and this is a season opener for him. Like so many people at this stage of the season, Rosie, just opening up their seasons, and what a way to do it than at a special event like this.
Absolutely. It really does set the tone for the season ahead, whether that's in your personal performance or just excitement for what is still to come. To be able to have an event like this to spark that love for the sport really can carry you through what is a very tough summer season at times. But what a way to open it. And often you see athletes talk about wanting to come out and get a strong season opener in. Almost a rust buster for some of them, but to have so many personal bests on the clock already is inspiring to see.
It is. As we pan across this start, things are going to get rolling now. 66 the pace wants, and I expect we're going to see that. All these men can live with that, I think. Man on the inside there to the right, a pitcher, Jabbers, Magomir, Oxford University student as well. In that white vest he wore at the Varsity Cross Country Championships. He comes into this in good form as well, confident, full of running, but has had a bit of a hampered winter. So what he can do over the 4-lap dash, we will find out. But a full field, Rosie. I mean, that stack, they've got to be... well, look at this. What do we got? Not quite lane 3 beer and cheer, but lane 4 or 5 beer and cheer. That's good enough, is it not?
Absolutely is, especially when you have fields like this. It's going to be so exciting, I'm sure. A race that could be as spectacular as this one is really going to get the atmosphere going for the spectators, and that's only going to improve and carry on through, take momentum with it into the later afternoon and early evening tonight.
Well, it is 85 there. Andrew Short, former Oxford student as well. Man from Brighton and Phoenix lines up next to him. Harry Swindles, what a rich history and a club they have. Would have taken inspiration for the likes of Steve Oved, more recently even Charlie Grice, 3:30, 1500 metre. I think he's fifth or sixth Brit all time. So as they file in around that bottom bend, and things are getting moving here. Goodness gracious, this looks a little bit aggressive early on. Andrew Short in third place, just looking a little bit reluctant to go with this as they swiftly move through that opening 100 metres, Rosie, onto the back straight, where typically the wind is at the moment. But do you know what? That flag is completely dropped and it looks still. I don't want to jinx it, but conditions, bar a wet track, looking very, very good at the moment.
Yeah, they look almost ideal. As you say, aside from a slightly slippery track, of course, which the spikes will be helping with, conditions are only getting better, and hopefully they stay that way for the remainder of the timetable. But this race really getting out very fast as we come round. They'll be coming into the home straight. Now, as you see on your picture, they're coming down that home straight, apologies, and looking very strong, very comfortable. That race has bunched up again slightly after a very, very quick start.
Well, it has, but they all look smooth at this stage, and that's Marcus Chantry of Durham University at Headington sitting in second place. He was the man who wanted to get after things early. We've got Matthew Marshall in here, also of Headington, just drifting his way up. He's a sensible run. He's a very good 5,000 metre runner as well, so expect him to be patient. A few in this race coming at it from a different angle, and that's why the mile is so special. Coming at it from that strength background, that 5,000 metre running background, and you use this to sharpen your tools, ready to attack a 5,000 personal best a little bit later on in the season. But then you've got those who will move down a distance, Rosie, who will then go on and do 800s, and this is a strength exercise. And perhaps the likes of Shaw, you see, and Dantry up at the front there, they're just a little bit eager at this stage.
Absolutely. It's so interesting to see how these different runners will attack it from different angles. Like you say, those 5,000 metre runners really feeling that they've got the strength and often early to go with it, go with the pace, and eager to get on the back of the pacemakers. Those 800 metre runners potentially thinking a little bit more conservatively and ones to watch as the races come to a close. And it is fantastic to see the reasons as well behind why athletes may be choosing to use the mile.
Well, and it's just stringing out now. This is the crucial lap. I've said time and time again, anyone who knows a thing or two about miling knows that that third lap is where the race is won or lost. So Chantry, the pacemaker, is going to pull to the side. Chantry's going to find himself at the head of the field, and if he doesn't move things along, he's going to have people bunching up behind him and getting ready to unleash their finishing kick. Let's have a look at this K split, because this race, they wanted 66s. Be about 2:45, and they're pretty much bang on. Let's factor in a bit of a kick, but look at this. You can see the field now. They're all closing up, aren't they? They're getting on terms with Chantry. They're just waiting.
They are. It's a cue to see who goes first, and it won't be long now until that does start to reveal itself. They're all bunching up like a spring, ready to be sprung, and it won't be long till we see the athletes start to make their move. They're going to be coming down now into the home straight once again. You can see the time ticking away as the race starts to come to a close.
Well, someone we haven't really mentioned is Harry Harvey as he moves to the front for the very first time. Alongside him, Nathan Bunting, two at the Peterborough Nene Valley Club. Those men debuting at the mile distance. Jabbers Magomere as well, just drifting his way up quietly. He's got a good kick on him as well. Worked on a bit of speed last year. Oh, here we go then. Things hotting up. 300 metres remaining, Rosie.
Absolutely, and things are really starting to get moving now. We can see those athletes just starting to be strung out by the pace as we come down. 250 metres to go. That's Joshua Cromwell as he comes down. The Wirral athlete looking really strong with 200 metres left. He's starting to put daylight between himself and the rest of the field. And I'm sure that's something that once you get the momentum behind, you only want to build on. And he's powering down, looking very smooth. You can see just his heels flicking up, that knee lift staying nice and high.
Well, that's a swift 1500 split as well. I had him at 4.3, 4.4 at the 1500. Look at Andrew Shaw swinging wide on the home straight. He's going to go all the way to the line. He's had a great kick in the past. He's done it at varsity matches over the years. He's going to spoil the party on the line. It's going to be a dead heat. Crumbleham dives. Oh, it looks like Shaw takes it. For me, hard to tell with that head on camera, Rosie, but wow, what a last 100 finish there.
So hard to tell, but I think I've got to agree. Andrew Shaw looking fantastic to come through. What a run, almost from nowhere to have such a finish like that, almost a dead heat. So keep an eye on Open Track, of course, for the results. Once they have been sorted out, photo finish, we'll be getting on that, I'm sure. But what a fantastic, exciting finish. And we can see the spectators lining that home straight. They were loving it. The excitement is just huge here at Iffley Road.
Well, I've seen Shaw do that before. I can tell you that. Almost Kelly Holmes there, swinging wide from the back of the field down the home straight. And when we seen the likes of Ben Patterson at the World Championships last year do similar moves. And I always say, you know, to athletes, so much can change in that last 50. And I think Crumblehome will know that now, because I think 150 to go. He looked like he had it, the 400 metre specialist. I think we're waiting for the results there. We still don't quite know. Unofficially, I'm going to give it to Shaw, but Crumbleham actually being sent away by the officials, so you would presume that Shaw took that one in what would be a big lifetime best for him as well.
Yeah, you think so. Shaw is the one that stuck around. He'll be pulled over for an interview very shortly, I think. So what a fantastic race. Really does whet your appetite for later on this evening, with the races getting faster and faster as we move through the timetable. It is the mile E-race up next, 65s. This will be paced at.
Yeah, it will be. So those lap splits getting less and less, as you'd expect throughout the afternoon. Harry Richards goes in this one, Abingdon under 20 athlete. Also got Cameron Dockerell, Lewis Starr, James Rennie as well, Cambridge University student, and born and raised in Reading AC athlete. Luke Oliver, Alex Reed, Simon Bossy then, Children Harrier. What can he do here? Over from France, studying at Oxford University as well. It's been in some heavy training, some training camps, and Rosie, that's something that we should probably mention. People talk about the increase in depth, how everyone, you know, in this sub-elite level is running so fast, but I think athletes, they're just taking it a little bit more seriously, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's so fantastic for the sport to see this sub-elite culture growing and growing the way it is. Going on training camps, going abroad, whether it's to altitude or warm weather training, is something that's becoming so much more accessible, along with the technology, the new vests, new training kit that athletes are wearing, down to the shoes, whether it's carbon plated, road shoes, spikes, whatever it is that athletes are using, really is all just becoming more and more accessible for them. And to see that bleeding down into the sport and bringing the sport forward in the leaps and bounds that it is just fantastic. I think training camps especially is one of those that we've got to mention, we've got to talk about a little bit. Obviously, a lot of universities going away using the Easter break as one to set them up nicely for the summer season ahead. Athletes, of course, obviously going out with their teams to places like Font-Romeu, Portugal, others. I know Birmingham University even went over to the States this year for a nice bit of pre-season fine-tuning.
Well, we couldn't be further from the States here. Is Iffley Road in Oxford. Things get underway then in this men's E-race. And Pace is just going to swing right, drift himself round to the front. If he can get there at this stage, a little bit push and barge. We've got a few non-starters actually, but Harry Richardson looks like he wants to just slot right in behind the Bexley man who's pacing and just stay out of trouble. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in the mile, but I think after a lap or two, you've got to start thinking about what you're going to do when that pacemaker drops out and the field's kind of on your shoulder. Do you purposely let it settle, or do you just continue, look at the clock and race against the clock? That's something we saw Bannister do 70 years ago, but perhaps these men won't be as familiar with racing against the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about racing being an art at times, and that's something that really has to be learned. It's very unusual for an athlete to come in and instantly be a good racer. Learning to race against yourself and the clock is a really important skill, and learning how to use tactics, when to deploy them, is something else entirely.
Well, Lewis Starr, then we'll mention him, the man from Rugby in Northampton, sitting in about fourth place, third in the race at this stage. He's been well through in 65 seconds, more like 63, 64. So this is swift, early running for a lot of them. A lot of them haven't broken 4 minutes yet over 1500, so they're PB territory for that 1500 meter split. And that's something which is very important down here, Rosie, that they wanted to make sure they had, so that athletes, it's a little bit more attractive, I guess, when the 1500 is so popular. We look at Harry Richards, someone who wants to potentially qualify for the English Schools Championships on the track and stuff like that, England Athletics Championships, potentially a little bit more appealing when they can get that 1500 split and bank their qualification marks later on in the season.
Oh, absolutely. And if we can give athletes that opportunity so early on, it really makes it a desirable festival of running for these athletes to come to, especially if you're chasing qualification times for the youngsters. It really is so important. To get a qualification time nailed down in May is just ideal, so they can focus on getting a good block of 6 weeks in before the English Schools Track and Field Champs, and that is just what they would want.
Well, they are absolutely motoring at this stage, 2:08, so they're bang on that kind of 4:16, 4:17, 4:18 mile tempo. So it looks like we've got Richards and Starr, the two under 20, so we're just in that front three, shall I say. I was going to say 1-2, but Starr can't quite get on the inside at the moment. Richards looking to force things along, keep it moving as well. And that chase group, we've got Simon Bossy, Matt Kunov in there as well. Those two know this track very well. Kunov stretching things on. That's some terrific mileage, that man. He's a bit of a groundbreaker himself, the amount he can run. So, a K run inside, just outside 240, so 242 on the clock. So they're slowing a little bit. You'd expect that, but look at Starr, powerful, tall, rangy athlete. This is his time to shine at Iffley Road.
It absolutely is. Hopefully that middle lap not slowing too much, but he looks so strong and something he can really pull back as he comes down the home straight now. He's looking so smooth, and the other two athletes just stringing out behind him now.
Well, it's Alex Reid in second place. He's played a fantastic game, has he? His racing tactics for me have been on point. He's just gone by us in the gantry. He looks very relaxed in the face. It's one of the biggest things to look for, those facial expressions. Where are they at? Are they straining? Are they kind of just content, relaxed in the shoulders, in the jaw, and everything like that? And for me, at the moment, Reid is that man. He hasn't stepped into lead at any point. Can he do it over this final 300 meters? He's going to need to.
He's been able to go with the pace, and he definitely looks as though he could have that in him. He's sat in a really good position, tucking himself in nicely behind Louis Starr at the moment. Starr looking so strong though, but now as we come round that bottom bend, Reid looks to move slightly wide and potentially start to swing around, and he's gone now, and is attempting to take the lead as he comes down in the final 150 metres.
Oh, and they're ever so close to that 4-minute barrier for that 1500 split. Had them as sort of 4:01, but that was Starr. Tell you what, Reid is going to be well inside that. What a fantastic last 200 he's produced. I told you he paced it to perfection. He looked relaxed all race long, and his fastest 200 is definitely going to be his final 200. 4:15 on the clock. Little fist pump there as well as Starr, and Richards holds on for third. Oh, and it's a dust up a little bit further down in the field for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Look at that, it's come across the line. Oh, all inside 4:30.
A fantastic performance there from Alex Reid. Really timing that kick so well. That last 200 metres, he really was poised to strike, and he did so. 150 metres to go, and he was absolutely flying, putting daylight between himself and Louis Starr. Starr looking so strong as well as he comes around. Fantastic run from him.
They'll be chuffed with that, and we hope to see them back here next year as well, as we look ahead to that D race coming up. Rosie, do you want to run us through a few of the athletes in that D race?
Yeah, absolutely. So the D race will be going off approximately 64-second laps. A nice stacked field we've got coming up. So if I look through the start list now, Archie Pinder, Will Bootwood, Elliot Richards, Sam Brown Arojo, Joe English, Patois Cuis, Noah Bennett, Charlie Everest, Jamie Walsh, Isaac Jessup Tranter, Luke Jolly, Jack Crenard, Navalti Moulton, Ewan Pinder, and Leon Duran. So some fantastic names in their nice range of clubs as well, and they'll be lining laps. A really impressive time potentially ahead of them as we move forward. So this race will be going off in about a minute or so's time, and after that we move to the age groups, where we look to get a BMC event underway in which they've asked for the athletes to be racing within themselves rather than against the clock with a pacemaker, which is a really good move, like we mentioned earlier on today, for the athletes.
All right then, that nervous walk to the line for these men. Get things underway in this D race. Got a visually impaired race coming up after this. And then before we turn our attention to a few junior races, under 13s, under 15s, and under 17. So BMC, obviously partners of the Bannister Miles here, alongside Sports Shoes as well. And Morton, also the race sponsor. God, they're changing the game when it comes to fueling, aren't they? So these men, away they go in this D race. Like you said before, Rosie, looking at that 64 seconds per lap. If they could get inside 4:16 like we've just seen from that previous race, that would be fantastic. Pacemaker getting out very hard indeed. And, well, it looks like the Chiltern boys happy to follow. This is a training day for them. Look at them, 1, 2, 3, Chiltern Harriers. What a sight.
Absolutely, and that can make all the difference, having your teammates there in an event such as this, to be able to form that train like you do in sessions week in, week out. Can really provide almost a comfort blanket for these athletes. They know what they're doing when they're in that train, and it becomes metronomic for them as they tick through the splits, and that can produce some really special performances.
Talking of special performances, Chiltern Harriers are a club who their talent development through those junior ranks, under 15s, under 17s, and into under 20s is just fantastic to see. They're a club that don't even have a track, so they do a lot of their training on grass tracks and roads as well, but it doesn't hold them back one bit at all. And, well, funny enough, speaking to Steve Crown before this event, a lot of the messages he was echoing was just look at your environment. What have you got around you that you can use? Have you got hills that you can develop your speed on? You know, grass track, not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps they're a lot more consistent. They're not injured as much. But boy, oh boy, they've got a good few athletes in this one. 5 Chiltern Harriers are there in the green vest and just looking to move things along, get on the coattails of the pacemaker.
Absolutely. And you mentioned the grass tracks that so many grassroots clubs have as access to you. And I think it's absolutely brilliant to be able to train on those and to be able to use them in a way that so many clubs do. It does really help reduce the risk of injury. Tracks can be quite harsh on the physiology of athletes, especially when they are growing and moving through the age groups. But as well, doesn't hold you back. You can keep that extra strength from cross country. Running on grass isn't always as easy, but gives you the speed of track running as well.
Oh yeah, you talk about that development as well. It's often so hard to pick, isn't it? The how under 20s, under 17s are going to fare on the track, because, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on in the program, when they've had a full winter behind them, not often these under 17s, under 20 athletes get that. They might be playing football, doing other sports during the winter. Maybe they have slight injuries, a lot of time out from growing pains and problems like that. And the minute they get a full winter, they just fly. This is the fun time of the sport for them. They'll chop 10, 20 seconds off their lifetime best, potentially in this race or over the course of a season as well. It is Liam Durando who is up at the front from Chiltern Harriers, pushing things along at the moment. A lot of these lads from Chiltern, by the way, debuting here over the mile distance. So this is going to be unfamiliar territory.
Absolutely, and the unfamiliar territory can be such an interesting one to test yourself over. It can often reduce some of those pressures, those expectations that you have surrounding the 1500 metre running, for example. Almost unknown barriers are lifted when you've never had a go before, and it gives the athletes the freedom to really push on and see what can be done. And it is Elliot Richards now leading us through.
Well, it is Richards indeed from the Les Croups Club out in Wales. He is a man who has run this distance before. Inside 4:20, 4:19 is lifetime best. Look out for the 2 Oxford men on the outside. Naftali Moulton starting to move very well, motoring through the field at the moment. Lap to go, just under in this men's D-race mile.
Still all very close together, and it is Richards that's pumping his arms away as he comes down that top bend and into the back straight. But these athletes, no one out of contention just yet in that lead group. Very bunched together, and anyone could strike with a good surge as they come down into that bottom bend for the final time.
Talking of surges, 200 metres remaining. Charlie Everest, the man from Newham, the 4-minute mile, and the, I guess, summiting Everest, often compared, aren't they? As we know, more people have climbed Everest than run the sub 4-minute mile. Can Charlie Everest do something special here? Is he going to hold on? Look at this, 100 metres to go, but it's a Chiltern Harrier who's going to swing wide, Rosie, into the finish. This is a fantastic sprint, and he timed it to perfection, and it looks like that is Archie Pinder. Oh, pumps the air across the line as well.
What a fantastically timed run from Archie Pinder, the Chiltern Harrier, looking so strong as he comes down. And we said that so many athletes had the opportunity to strike there during that race, with the pack being so bunched together, and it really was a fantastically exciting finish where we saw that happen.
Oh, it was, and it just shows you, doesn't it? You don't need a track to be a good track runner. I mentioned before the Chiltern Harriers training on grass tracks and hills and surrounding areas, but it doesn't limit their speed one bit. Huge run from Pinder. And he was able to enjoy that moment with his mates as well. And running, for me, it should be a social sport. That's what gets you through the miles in a crucial time in his career now as he develops into a senior. He needs that company. He needs that enjoyment. He's going to have decisions to make when we talk about sociably, Rosie. You know, those sacrifices you might have to make over the next few years. But when you go into training with your mates, that's not a sacrifice. That's a bit of fun.
Absolutely. I think it's so important to have these environments that do get developed by such strong training groups. You have them at universities, at clubs all around the country, where athletes go down to training often to get away from stresses of other parts of their lives, whether it's academic stress, work stress, whatever it might be. To be able to go down to your club or go down to your university group and train in the way that these athletes often do can be so alleviating and can be just fantastic. Some of the best friendships these athletes will ever make will be a part of, due to the environment incited by those groups.
Well, we've got the visually impaired races about to line up on the track now. And 301 Hilary Scanlon, all the way over from Canada. So great to see her here. And Stuart Francis, vet 55 from Usk. So just these two going in this one. And what can they do? The Canadian Oxford University student as well. We haven't really got a time in mind for these athletes, more just completing the distance, getting a good hard effort out as well. They'll both be accompanied by guide runners out there. You can see they'll hang on to that black elastic band as they lap the track. But what an opportunity, Rosie, for them to experience a race of this stature with this crowd as well. Like I said, we've got almost 2,500 people in the building.
It's absolutely fantastic to have this atmosphere throughout the day. Is just brilliant. Often you find in these sorts of timetabled events the crowds grow, and I'm sure we will see the crowds grow as we head towards the faster races this evening. But to have such a crowd here already today is just brilliant, and something that athletes often don't get to experience at all. So it is a really good event, and one that's fantastic. That includes some para races a bit later on in the timetable and the visually impaired today. So we can see the athletes now lining up with their guides, that band tied between their hands, between the guide and the athlete. And that'll help them as they come through, run the right line, run the race line throughout this mile distance. 1,609 metres, remember, which is why we see them start just set back off slightly from the finish line. So 4 full laps plus a little bit. And as we said earlier on, important not to forget the impact those 9 metres can have. A couple of seconds added on to the time, so something really important to consider when planning splits for our pacemakers. We can see the excitement on the line there for these athletes and their guide runners as they're announced to the stadium, waving to the spectators. And a very excited atmosphere it is here at Iffley Road. So the athletes have been called to their marks and they are underway. So it's fantastic to see this timetabled into the event. And as we say later on, we've got some other races as well. We've got a mixed para event as well as the steeplechase mile. So really broadening the horizons of the mile races here today in this festival. So important. We've mentioned it a few times to preserve the tradition of the mile as well as to move the sport forward, make it desirable for spectators. And events like this doing such a fantastic job of doing that. We've got events, of course, throughout the summer. We look to the European Championships, the Olympics as well, to inspire a generation. But you come to events like this on the domestic circuit, which are just as important for that reason. So the athletes moving down the back straight for the first time in this event. And we can see them 2 by 2 with our guides helping the athletes run the race line as they come round. So the front, Stuart Francis with his guide. And moving slightly wide now is Hilary Scanlon and her guide as they come through.
Well, both these athletes moving very, very well at the moment. It's good to see them together, actually. That's one of the biggest things for me, to see the pair together. So there is a little bit of a race going on here, Rosie, at this stage. So they can work off each other, key off one another, and it looks like Hilary Scanlon is gonna make a bit of a move. She sort of swings wide at this stage as well, but perhaps Rosie, as they come round for that first lap, to talk about what is going on here as well on the infield in that tent. The World Athletics Heritage Museum. We're going to receive a heritage plaque here at Iffley Road for their support of athletics over the years.
Yeah, and that is just so brilliant to see. Lots of spectators will be moving in and out of that pop-up museum through the day, I'm sure. And it really adds another dimension to the event. Something for spectators to do if they've got loved ones that are racing a little bit later on or have raced already. Something extra to have a look at and keep you in at the venue to draw you into the excitement later on this evening.
Well, yeah, and I must shout out Donald. He's here announcing on the infield, but he is a man who can sculpt anything out of clay, and basically there's a big chunk of clay in there, and past world record holders, you've got current world record holders, El Garouge, Morcelli, Cram. These people have been putting a little finger of clay on a painting. At the moment it just looks like a bit of a mess. It just looks like a load of muddy fingerprints on a blank canvas, but what he'll do at the end of the day, once anyone who's anyone has put a bit of clay on that canvas, he'll sculpt that into something quite special, and it will be unveiled somewhere. Where it will be kept, we don't quite know yet. It's early days. I think he got in touch with the organising committee and the race directors here sort of during the week, and he's done something similar with previous clay models where he's got celebrities and movie stars to do the same, and he really is a bit of a master, so do check out his work if you're interested in that sort of thing.
And it's these sorts of unique little additions to these events that do make them so special as we put them on, and help the sport grow in a way that it couldn't have done without organisers and volunteers that help and contribute to events like this.
Great to see.
Yep, and we're warming up here throughout the afternoon. We know what's coming, those elite races, and well, it was a sellout on the crowds. I think 1,500 tickets purchased, another 1,200 on the door. I think we got just over 2,500 people at in Iffley Road this afternoon, or due to be in Iffley Road this afternoon. We had the Bannister Community Mile on the road, the first ever road mile here in Oxford. It ran from the High Street, the town centre, and finished parallel with Iffley Road, and they kind of funneled everyone in who participated in that. Over 1,000 runners, about 1,500 runners participated in that, into down onto the track so they could experience the museum here, get some food and drink. And it was just a fantastic atmosphere this morning, to be honest with you. Hicham El Garouge ran in that wave one alongside Steve Cram, who also went back and started a few of the races. So yeah, just getting in touch with the community, not just the elite running community, but also the masses out there who put the work in, day out.
And that is just absolutely brilliant. To be able to have that heritage in this sport and in that way is just so special, and it's something that these athletes, a lot of them would have been young athletes in the community mile, that they will just never forget, and something that they could well look back on in a few years' time and say, that's what got me into the sport, and that's why I'm still here now.
Well, absolutely. I think if you're a 12, 13-year-old kid and you woke up and you saw that this morning, or you come down here this evening and you witness something special, I think you are going to be motivated. And talk about that legacy of Roger Bannister. He was many people's hero, and he had heroes himself. You know, Wooderson, Lovelock, they were his heroes once upon a time. You know, athletes who starred in that kind of pre-war running era, and when he met them, it motivated him to go on to attack such a feat of that 4-minute mile. And likewise, I mean, we talk about Craig Masbach down here today, and he again was due to virtually quit the sport, but it was the fact that Roger Bannister was going to be present at Iffley Road for an inter-college matchup, and it made him start training again and want to show off almost in front of Bannister and show what he can do.
Yeah, and the impact of that sort of rivalry and that sort of passion in the sport can just be endless. The impact can just be so important, and who knows what that could produce. It could be the next Roger Bannister, you could say, hidden in the crowd somewhere that got to experience it, and they might go on to break some form of record, some sort of barrier in athletics in the future, or in another sport, of course.
Yeah, we talk about those barriers, don't we? And that current mile world record holder sitting at 3:43, 3:26.00 to 1,500. They seem to be locked in for the last 25 years. El Garouge in his heyday. Could we see? I mean, the women are knocking on the door. Well, not quite knocking on the door, are they? But they're right around that 4:05, 4:07 mark for the mile. So could we see the first woman to break 4 minutes in our lifetime, Rosie? I mean, that would be something special if it went full circle. And imagine in 30 years' time, the 100-year anniversary of Roger Bannister breaking it for the first time, we see a woman do that. I don't know, it's possible.
It is possible. Who knows what we could see? And it would be so fantastic if that was something that did occur in the somewhat foreseeable future. It could be absolutely fantastic for the sport. Of course, they often say the last milestone in athletics was the sub-2-hour marathon, and we're yet to see that in a competitive situation, of course. But we know it's possible, and hopefully soon we'll see that come to fruition.
Yeah, we talk about that Breaking 2 project. The very first Breaking 2 project back in 2017 was on the 6th of May. So they too chose this date as a little bit of a milestone. We know they didn't break it. It took another sort of 2.5 years in the making for Kipchoge to run that special time and break that barrier. And we're not far off someone doing that in a normal race, if you like. But these athletes then into their final lap. Stuart Francis lead the way, 3:17. Hilary Scanlon, the Canadian, 3:01. She's around about at the 300-meter mark, just approaching at the moment, as Francis get a bit of encouragement from his guide at this stage in the race and just hugging that lane one nicely, Rosie, as he comes into that final 200. Vet 55 as well, doing a phenomenal job out here.
Absolutely, it's been a fantastic race to watch as we come into the closing stages now. The guides also doing a brilliant job in facilitating this for the visually impaired athletes as they come through. And Stuart Francis moving really, really well around the bottom bend and into the home straight very shortly.
Well, hats off to Francis. He's run very, very evenly as well out there. And we'll keep an eye on his 1500 split. I'm sure he's got one eye on that as well. They do have a slight advantage, I guess, with their guide in their rear, just kind of can encourage them along as well. And it's about breaking barriers as well, dealing with what you got. And Francis doing just that. He's a credit to the sport. He's a credit to himself. And the crowd know that as they get behind him into this final sort of 80 meters or so, and he's going to raise it as well. He's going to lift it. He's going to put on a show out there.
The crowd really getting behind him now as he does come down towards the line. Spectators very excited, and a fantastic performance. He crosses the line 9:20 unofficially, and a fantastic run. And brilliant to see so many spectators getting behind the event.
I think his guide's in more bother than him, to be honest. It looked like that as well. His guide sort of clutching his hamstring at the end of that race. So Stuart Francis, you've pushed him to the wire. Here comes Hilary Scanlon in. What a great race for her. Can she dip inside 10 minutes? That's the question we're asking ourselves. She's going to be ever so close to it. She's going to need a bit of a dip, bit of a sprint finish. She comes across the line. Oh, there's no doubt about it, actually, Rosie. 9:52. Superb.
Absolutely fantastic. To cross the line in such a fashion, looking really, really strong, actually. Not until she crosses the line does she let her fatigue show. But what fantastic runs from both Hilary Scanlon and Stuart Francis.
Well, next up on the track will be these under-13 races, and as you'd expect, as keen as ever, stripped down, vest and shorts, spikes on, and they line up on that start line. It's just a few of them, actually, and again, for many of them, this will be a big debut for most. They wouldn't have done a mile before, not in a race environment like this on the track. Often under-13s will run over the 1,000, over the 1,200 as well. They will do the 1,500, don't get me wrong. But we've got Sam Cousins goes in this, Emery Aldridge as well, Wolf May of Reading, Ivan Pavois of Reading as well, Harry Smith, Brody Knipe, and Noah Spruce from Abingdon on the outside. Although I can't see, just looking to see Spruce on the start line at the moment, can't see him, so it might just be the Brody Knipe, City of Portsmouth man, who lines up in what would be kind of lane 6, or with leg number 6 on him. Oh, there is the Abingdon man, actually, Noah Spruce. He just seems to be not on the outside.
Hidden by the starter, by the official, I think, but I'm sure these athletes eager to get going. We can see them stripped down very early in that race, eagerly anticipating the start of theirs. So this is the first of our junior races. We move through, we've got the under-13 girls race after this one, followed by some under-15s and under-17s before we resume with the mile action for the seniors. We move to the women's C race a bit later on. But the junior races promise to be just as exciting as the ones that have come before it. I'm sure this marks the start of some very, very illustrious careers for some of these young athletes.
Well, it will indeed, and the challenge they're going to face is can they stay involved in the sport? But it's moments like this that are going to stick with them over the next few years that are going to keep them coming back. And it's races like this as well. You know, athletes, they want to have fun, they want to experience, share that feeling of an elite. And, you know, you speak to an elite, you know, talk about all the world record holders we got in town today. And one of the questions everyone asks them, what's it like to go run a world record? And in fact, it's very similar to going out there and running a personal best like these young lads will do. Just the context is different. Their personal best happens to be very close, if not a world record. But the principle's the same. They're there, they're attacking the race. They've still got to go run 1,609 meters as well.
Absolutely, and I think that's something so special about athletics and about running is we often get to share these moments with the elite athletes themselves. These events are becoming more and more popular in which they move towards, the graded races move towards elites in the evening, and it makes it such an exciting experience to be able to share the stage with athletes at the top of their game. There's not something that's particularly common in sport, athletics being quite unique in that sense. It's not often you get to stand on the start line of a cross challenge, for example, and share it with an Olympian and being put on exactly the same playing field.
Very true, Rosie. Understarters orders in. These young men, 2 men from Reading, 1 from Aberdeen. Got a Radley AC athlete in there, St Albans, City of Portsmouth. So away they go. Then Wolf May on the outside. Interestingly, he's one of the few under 13s who have actually run a 5K in his lifetime so far, which is a big step up in distance. So he's probably looking at this mile distance thinking, God, it's you know, third of the way of a 5,000, 17:47. I picked out that he ran there. But look at this then, in true under 13 fashion, we got Sam Cousins in there, Emery Aldrich of Blackheath and Bromley looking to get to the front, but it is the man Noah Spruce from Abingdon as well, tearing along this opening 200. They'd be good company in that in some of the later races at this pace.
They absolutely would, really going out strong in the opening lap or so, and hopefully they'll be hoping to keep this pace going. Inevitably it will slow down, I'm sure, as we move through the distance, but these athletes looking like they're full of running for now and really enjoying the atmosphere. It's an addicting feeling being out there, the adrenaline rush of racing. I'm sure that's what will keep these athletes coming back for more.
They are absolutely sprinting, and it's, you know what, it's quite admirable. Somewhere along the line we kind of lose that. We put our sensible hat on, don't we, and we just think, oh no, do you know what, I'm going to hold this back a little bit. I'm not going to go too hard over that first lap. I'm going to make life a little bit easier for myself. But no, they are fearless at this age, and it's good to see, and the longer they kind of keep that mentality, the better. We talk about, you know, one of the reasons why the East Africans are so good. They have that same approach, don't they? They have that approach where it's like all or nothing. And if they ever slip outside that top 3, then for them, they don't want to know. They are there to win and to win only.
Exactly that. And it's almost a lack of pain receptors, perhaps. They are not scared of making it hurt. It doesn't even cross their mind. They will just run and run and run. I think that is something so special about being a junior, and something so important that you have to almost reteach yourself as a senior athlete, that it's okay to make it hurt and it's okay to push yourself into the ground until your legs can't go anymore, and make it your legs' decision, not your mind's.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me at this age, though, how they're running, what's their form like. There's no excuses for kind of poor form at this age. When you're a youngster, it's easy to correct, isn't it? As long as you just don't overtrain and you just keep them fluent, keep them relaxed. And these lads are absolutely motoring. It looks like Aldridge of Blackheath and Bromley is going to finally let that lead slip to Sam Cousins, who's been working tirelessly to kind of get in front. Look at that, as I say, Cousins comes in front, takes to the inside, and Aldridge says, I don't know about that. I'm going to get right up on your shoulder and keep you honest at this stage. Wolf May, the Reading AC man, just going through the picture as well.
Absolutely, it's brilliant to see these athletes battling it out, so stubborn at the front of the race. Neither of the two wanting to give up an inch. I think the race will be decided almost by force, in a sense of these athletes will just run themselves to the ground. No, neither of them will want to concede. The Blackheath and Bromley man does retake the lead down that back straight.
Well, he does. They're chopping and changing at this stage. Like I said, there's not much thought, but they just want to be at the head of this race. They know if they're there at the finish, they're going to win, obviously, and that's all that matters to them at this stage. Look at this thing. Wolf May just getting back on terms with the man from Aberdeen, Spruce there. Kilometre run. just a shade outside. What, about 3:15, 3:10 were they? So, operating ever so close to that 5-minute mark. If they get inside that, that would be something. That would be a huge feat. We talk about running sub 4 minutes, sub 5 minutes at this age would be mega. So, if they break, it looks like they're on for about 5:10 at this stage, and this is good to see because we've got 2 battles, one for first and second, and one for third and fourth. So Aldridge and Cousins, where they've been all race so far, 3:48 at the bell.
Absolutely fantastic to see them, and as you say, that would be a huge feat to see them go even close to that 5-minute barrier. The athletes running so well, and brilliant to see the 2 pairs have split in the way that they have, both battling just as hard as the other.
Well, they really are, and you look at the kind of rankings at this age as well. Anything around about 4:45 for 1500 would put you right up there. Cousins, the UK lead, I was about to say the world lead, he's probably not far off, but the UK lead just being asked a question from Aldridge at this stage in the race, and these two probably the best youngsters in the country right now, as Aldridge just looks to gap Cousins with 200 metres remaining. Watch out for this 1500 metre split, Rosie, because we could see a new UK lead here as well. 4:40 on the clock, 4:41, 4:42 around about 1500 in wet conditions here as well. So Emery Aldridge of Blackheath and Bromley Harriers streaks clear. He had competition all race long from Cousins. He kept him honest, but Aldridge just has more in the tank. And he prevails here at Iffley Road in that junior. Oh, and look at the barrier of 5 minutes. I think they just missed it. But hey, they got their whole career ahead of them, and there'll be a time where that 5 minutes becomes a mere tempo run.
Absolutely. I'm sure they will break it easily in the coming years. These athletes, they won't even be thinking about it. But today, to go so close to that barrier is absolutely phenomenal. Some fantastic runs from these under 13 boys. Most definitely.
Let's keep it going and show the grit, the determination, the endurance, the power.
Well, there we are, congratulating each other. That's the biggest part as well. They enjoy it, fist pump, they're making friends, and they don't know it yet, but they're making friends for life. I can tell you that, Rosie. I mean, how many of your good friends will be in this sport? And I just think sharing that pain is something that you, I don't know, you just don't get with your schoolmates. They just don't quite understand, do they?
It just becomes an unbreakable bond, an unspoken truth between the two of you, or the group that you train with. A love for a sport that you can't quite explain, that no one else can truly understand. And these boys will be competing against each other for years to come, I'm sure, and that bond will become so strong as they move through the age groups.
Well, indeed, and well, what the men can do, the women can do better as they line up. There's under 13 girls race about to take centre stage here. 2 minutes remaining until they get underway. But we got B. Rawcliffe from Liverpool Harriers. Great to see her making the journey down. Florence Williams as well. Madison Kindler, Emma Turnbull, Tacita Kentish, Emmeline Fowler, Lydia Jones, Hannah Lucas, Bracknell AC, brother as well, Ben Lucas here. He's going to contest a few of the miles later on. And Millie Hamilton Martin, Stella Gamby, and Freya Patska of City of Portsmouth on the outside. So a stacked field, more girls in this than men. That's always a good sight to see. And a little word on Madison Kindler, Brentwood Beagles club, in fact, relatively new club, but they are sending shockwaves through the distance running world in the junior ranks at least, and until these athletes, I guess, develop into seniors. But that club doing fantastic things for under 13s and under 15s across the board.
Absolutely, of course, the Brentford Beagles. The most high-profile and instant name that comes to mind is Olivia Forrest. We'll see her run later on, hopefully, in some more of the elite races that are coming up in a little bit.
But you want to know the crazy thing? Madison Kindler, who goes in this race, you can see her 2:64 in the long socks, in the red and blue arm warmers as well. She's UK #1, and with a time of 4:41, which is the same as we just saw Cousins and Aldridge in that boys race, but a very similar time. So it just shows you the level she is operating at right now is quite special. But as we know, what they can do at this age is exciting, but it's all about what can they do later on in their careers.
Absolutely, and I think the development of these young athletes can be so interesting. So many times we've seen promising youngsters decide to leave the sport for one reason or another. And often you see the athletes that are thereabouts as their juniors, maybe nothing too spectacular, but kind of competing, knocking on the door, are the ones that often come through and win the medals in the senior age groups and look to earn the GB vests and the England vests. And
oh, look at this thing. Kindler straight out and at it at this stage early on. A few of the women just running very, very wide. They can break to the inside. I hope they know that. I hope their coaches and parents have told them that. They all know that, look, as they file in. They're just giving each other a little bit of room. But this is an electric start. So what, that's 16, 17 seconds through that first 100? To put that into context, that would be company in the elite women's mile race later on.
an absolutely blistering start from Madison Kindler at the front. It'll be very interesting to see how she fares as this race does unfold. But the girls looking to go with it for the vast majority. No one's quite stuck with her, but the pace definitely is fast for the most part.
Well, it is fast, and this is where she's used to being. I mean, she's got, what, 15 seconds on the next best ranked runner in the country right now. She dominated the cross-country circuit as well. So she's used to being out here, out front. And sometimes, I mean, we see the likes of Fitzgerald, don't we? And I do find that the question marks will be asked when the race doesn't quite go to plan, when you've got company late on. At the moment, you know, so used to just not having company at all and just being inside her own head, her own thoughts, and having that comfort of being out front, which is a good thing for now, and she's learning to push herself and to squeeze it. Look at this, rain pouring down on her. Talk about being fearless, but she will have to prepare for that stage in her career, because she won't always be in this position.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, actually, when you look at athletes that have been similar to herself. You look, one of the most glaringly obvious examples is Fitzgerald, of course, that can run and run and run from the front, and it'd be really interesting. We saw her, of course, in the World Cross Country Champs in Belgrade this year, in which she was put into a pack, and suddenly she wasn't able to go and run the style in which she often would on a domestic or a European circuit. And suddenly her British compatriots were much, much closer to her in that race, just a couple of seconds behind, as opposed to 20, 30, even 60 seconds off her pace. So it'll be really interesting to see how these athletes develop and start to learn to use their experiences, but also learn to use tactics other than just front running.
The psychology of the sport is absolutely key, isn't it? And that's what the 4-minute barrier is all about. Roger Bannister said it was much more a psychological achievement than a physical achievement, and it was a barrier that needed breaking to pave the way for those. And I mean, as soon as Bannister did it, 46 days later, others were doing it as well. And now, you know, we're at a stage where we've got over 2,000 people who have broken, 2,000 runners in history who have broken 4 minutes for the mile.
Exactly. There is so much to be said for the psychological aspect of the sport. It is one that is so important, whether it's from breaking barriers to enjoying it. Motivation, of course, is huge, and that's something that, as the sport grows and develops the way it is doing at the moment, it only seems to be improving and increasing, and people are learning more and more about the importance of psychology. I know of a lot of athletes now studying it at university level as well, and the awareness of the importance and use of sports psychologists, whether it's in university running teams or in football teams, academies, sport-wide, it is so important.
Well, we're seeing something special here. We really are, because at this stage in the race, she's on par with those boys before her that we just saw. What do we see? Cousins and Aldridge go head-to-head in that battle. So if she can keep pace with this, we are on for, we might see something inside 5 minutes. And you would expect that, I guess, with her 1,500 meter time already 4:41. She ran that just a few days ago, well, on Wednesday actually. But in these conditions, rain pouring down on her, completely solo. That time she was in a Watford Open race. She had company around her, but she's putting on something on a display here. This is special.
Yeah, really well and truly special. To front run in this manner is something that is so difficult to do, whether you're a youngster or a seasoned professional. And to be running the pace she is just phenomenal.
Well, she's pitter-pattering her way through those puddles down on that bottom bend. Madison Kindler, people, remember the name, because she, in her own right, is rewriting history. 300 meters remaining. Just looking, going through the bell in second place. 277, Freya Klapax of City of Portsmouth as well, and 262, making her trip worthwhile. B. Rawcliffe, the Liverpool Harrier. So there, your top three. Bit of a gap into Millie Hamilton Martin in fourth as well. But enjoy this, soak it up. Mum and Dad, if you're watching at home, welcome. Your daughter is having a blinding run here at Iffley Road, and she's in the footsteps of Roger Bannister as well, and this very surface history was made.
history was made, and it is continuing to be so. She is running absolutely fantastically, so strong as she comes around, entering the home straight, absolutely gliding as she picks up the gears and moves down into the last 100 metres.
Well, there's been no doubt about who was going to win this race. Can she break 5 minutes? That's the time we're looking at. She just edges out, doesn't she? 5:03. Goodness, she would have got third, potentially second in that boys' race previously as well. Great run from her. And you know what? The biggest thing is, I just hope she enjoyed it. I hope she doesn't put too much pressure on herself going forward. She's clearly a super talent, but she's got a big career ahead of her, and negotiating that is going to be the most important thing over the next few years. It's coming across the line then, great running there from Freya Klapats as well, and the Liverpool Harrier, 5:30, great time in her own right. Might have just snuck a PB from B. Rawcliffe there.
Absolutely, and it is fantastic to see these athletes streaming across the line, all of them moving so well. It really has been an impressive spectacle to watch this under-13 girls race. And as you say, it is so important that the development of these young athletes is managed so that we see the longevity of the career that they can have. And as long as the enjoyment remains, that is the most important thing, and we'll get so much out of it if they can continue to love and enjoy the sport that they clearly are doing at the moment.
Great run by all our athletes. Winning time 6. Record confirmation 5:03.
Well, if you enjoy the unpredictability of these mile races, and specifically these junior mile races, we got more to come. The under-15 boys up next, followed by the under-15 girls in the Andrew Green mile, and then we've got that Peter Coe mile, historic, that's been around for many years, rich history, that one. They go off at 3:33, and in the women's Frank Horwill mile, the under-17 BMC championships will go off at 3:41, so just a little while after. But for now, let's turn our attention to these under-15 boys as they huddle, shoulders hunched, just trying to keep warm in these wet conditions. But Rosie, I popped out a little bit earlier. It's not cold out there. It's humid. It's warm, and there's not a breath of wind. So there are some positives to this rain. But just looking ahead to the elites later on, if this track just sort of dries up a bit, that will be a big help.
Yeah, if the track could dry up, that would be absolutely perfect. Really setting the scene for the elite races later on. The drop in the wind has to be the most crucial thing, I think. We don't want a breeze at all if it can possibly be avoided. So hopefully the weather's listening and the breeze stays nice and low. And ideally, as we say, the track dries up a little bit. The rain is definitely easier to contest in comparison to the wind.
Well, this is great for these men to experience, isn't it? You look here, camera in their faces. That's something they're going to have to get familiar with, because they stay at this level throughout the rest of their career. They really are going to have a few cameras and a few paparazzi following them around. So let's have a look at the lineup then. We just had it on screen. Adrian White, Daniel Orbell, Harry Cancel, Oakley Knight, Elliot Langley, Abar, Bracknell AC, Leo Blyton, Bista, Luca Diagiovanni, City of Portsmouth, Hampshire Schools as well. Matthew DeLay, Justin Klapats, also City of Portsmouth, Hampshire Schools, and Marcus Myers of Ealing Southall, Middlesex. We've got Ben Lucas as well from Bracknell AC. He's the tall towering figure in the brightly coloured shorts. And right on the outside, the Jasper Legg, also of Bracknell AC.
Yeah, plenty of these boys looking nervous as they line up now. Bit jumping up and down, bit of fidgeting on the line, but we're getting underway very shortly, and all that nervous energy can go into moving themselves forwards and round this 1609 metre event.
And away we go.
Well, away they go then. We look at no pacemakers in this one, so we haven't got to worry about that. Talk about what sort of speed they're running. This is a championship race, so BMC really wanted to drill that home to these athletes. At this age, you don't need a pacemaker. You don't want a pacemaker. You don't really want to be chasing times. Learn your craft. This is when you get to do it, because believe me, when you're under 20, you'll wish that you could step into a few races without a pacemaker, because it seems like, you know, BMC, they dominate the fixture list, and rightly so. They put on fantastic events, but it is hard to find a meaningful championship-esque styled race to really learn your craft. Ben Lucas then straight to the front. looks confident, bounding along at the moment, looks very, very relaxed, and notoriously an 800-meter runner, so this a little bit of over distance work for him as well, just touch up on that strength. And he was another man, a few of these lads as well, around about that top 20 mark, top 30 mark at those English schools cross-country championships, which at that age, it really is like their mini Olympics, isn't it, Rosie?
It really is. The importance of the English schools and then these track races is just so huge. As a junior, they are incredible developmental opportunities. As we mentioned earlier, there isn't often that much chance to be racing championships in this manner. So to be able to prepare yourself for the English schools events from track events like this, or even for the English schools cross country, to use that to set yourself up and to finish so highly at those events really is coveted. And it is often those athletes in the top 20, top 30 that really produce some special performances as they move through the age groups.
Well, they certainly do. Adrian White never run a mile in his life. I'm sure he has in training, but a race that is the Trafford AC man. He takes to the front, looks to push things on a little bit. 600 meters done. That was what, around about 145, 144. So inside 72nd pace, inside 440 mile tempo. And for these boys, well, 420, very close. That's knocking on the door of that English school standard as well. That's probably a qualification mark they'll be looking at. Can they box that off early doors? They've got their county champs next weekend, and then the races come thick and fast. And it's funny, isn't it, Rosie? You look at these athletes and you sort of go through their profiles. They've already done 5, 6, 7 races this year.
It's amazing as juniors how many races you can pile in, and it just doesn't faze you. As you begin to move towards the senior age groups, that becomes a real focus, and you become very conscious of overfilling your race calendar. You want to be training nicely, uninterrupted, don't want to be tapering down too often. The last thing you want is to be racing more than you're training. But as a junior, it's not so much of a worry, and that motor can just keep going, and you can just tick the races off and add time after time to your power of 10 listing.
Well, you can indeed. Are we starting to see 3 breakaway? Questions being asked of Ben Lucas at this point. I mentioned he's a bit of an 800-meter runner, so he might just be fading as they approach that kilometre mark. Still, Adrian White doing a good job at the front. Let's bring in Daniel Orbell, Aldershot Farnham, a district vest. I don't need to tell you what that looks like. You'll know at home. And Oakley Knipe as well, City of Portsmouth, also a Hampshire schools lad. So him and Orbell will know each other well. They won't know White so well. They'll be thinking, who's this young man at the front pushing things along? But they'll be okay with that. They won't mind sitting where they are. These top 3 just easing away from Lucas in 4th place, who finds himself in a little bit of a difficult position. Here we go then, coming up to the bell.
And it's brilliant to see these athletes having to sit in behind Orbell, using White, just sit on his shoulder, maybe bide his time before he kicks later on. But really interesting to see how just one age group up, that competitiveness turns to tactics rather than just trying to run the other athlete into the ground. And it just becomes about more sitting and waiting and judging your run.
You're bang on there, aren't you? I think they do have to constantly start thinking about how they're going to execute a race at this level. It's not so often that the best man actually wins on the day, and I think the younger you are, that is often the way. But White just stretching things on. It's north v south here at Iffley Road. If you're just joining us, 200 metres remaining in this under 15 boys championship mile race, the Pat Fitzgerald mile. What's that? 405, 407 with 200 metres remaining. Can they dip inside 440? It'd be great if they could, and keep an eye on that 1500 split, you at home.
These athletes really motoring along now, and we can see Orbell really trying to stay on the shoulder, about 420 give or take on the 1500 metre split, and they're powering down now. Orbell looking to start to move round onto the shoulder of White.
Oh, it's a deadie. Orbell's going to just cruelly edge ahead of White. The man from Aldershot Farnham District, they nip inside 440. We spoke about tactics, Rosie, and he's absolutely nailed it. White found himself in the front. There's not much more you can do when you're at the front with sort of 500-600 metres remaining. You just have to press. But Ben Lucas coming across the line there as well, alongside a few of his Bracknell AC teammates as they flock across. And that would have hurt a few of those lads that mile out there today.
Yeah, absolutely. A real lactic builder. If we talk about lactic gathering in your legs, and the mile really is a fantastic event to make that feeling happen. Interesting to see, you mentioned often it's not the best man that wins on the day when tactics come into play more and more. Daniel Orbell, 427, 1500 metre runner last season compared to the 422 of Adrian White. So I'm guessing it looks to be like Daniel Orbell will be smashing that personal best this year, but interesting to see how the times on paper don't necessarily translate after a good winter's training. and after tactics come into play.
Well done from all those lads, and I hope they all congratulate one another, because sport would be nothing without rivals, without teammates, and actually those competitors are in the race. Yes, not just because you wanna beat them, but also they're going to carry you to be a better athlete. They're the ones who are going to keep you accountable later on in your career, and as you go away, you train for that next race as well. So often that is why these athletes have that mutual respect. They understand what the others have gone through, but also they almost thank them, because without them,
thank you very much.
running wouldn't be as fun, and they certainly wouldn't be as good either. So we now
Move on to
so
race in number 13.
rattling through these races in the under 17, the under 15 girls mile race is up next, and this
So,
probably
ladies
one
and
of the
gentlemen,
most
athletes now
stacked
lining
fields
up
of
for
the
race
day.
number 13.
Absolutely, it looks like a
Number
fantastic
247
field
from Barnet.
coming out to play in this under 15 girls mile. It could be a really special race. We mentioned, of course, Olivia Forrest. She's going later on, but her sister Isabel Forrest lines up in this race. Georgia March as well, one to keep an eye on. Kitty Scott, Cara Gorman. There really is some big names.
251.
Sean Evans as well, Phoebe Langlands from Reconsaw Valley. Some really big athletes that could have some fantastic performances. I'm sure plenty of them have wintered well, have enjoyed the cross challenge series, and are looking to get some real speed through their legs, even in these early stages of the season.
Let's see what they can throw up. Again, 5 minutes probably going to be a nice barrier for them to attack. A few of these women well inside 4:14 already this season. We mentioned before the amount of running they've got in their legs. They just transition, don't they, so nicely off of a cross-country season. They attack the mini marathon, which a lot of these athletes competed at. Georgia March especially running very well there, and then they're straight into the track without a week or so's rest.
Absolutely, we talk about finding your track legs and blowing the cobwebs away as you move in towards the track season. It's not so much of an issue for these juniors who can transition so seamlessly from cross country to road to track, and just seem to be able to tick away the races like nothing else.
Well, as they await the starters order, pink seems to be the colour in this one. A lot of pink shoes on display. Talking to shoes, sportshoes.com sponsoring the Bannister Miles down here at Iffley Road. Just like they sponsored a few previous editions, Morton as well. So we thank them for getting involved and making this event what it is. Also, Rosie, I've got to personally thank the race organisers, Tom Renshaw, Tom Barrett, because they've done a fantastic job in bringing some of the very best milers in the world. And these women, as they set off 4 laps of the track, you know what, they might not quite know the history of this event, but they are running around this track. We've got the likes of Hisham El Garouge, Philbert Bai, Noradine Morselli as well, Steve Cram, Eamon Coughlin. All these gentlemen are down here today, and they are watching. Their eyes are on these women lapping up this track this afternoon. So let's hope they could prove something, they could show off a little bit, and hopefully they might meet some of their heroes.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. It's Sean Evans leading the way so far. I'm sure once this race does come to its conclusion, these girls will be looking to find some of those heroes and just bask in the glory of the event it is. And even if they don't understand the magnitude just yet, they will in years to come, and they'll be able to look back at this event and say that they were there. They've been at Iffley Road, and they've been at the venue that Sir Roger Bannister ran that sub 4-minute mile 70 years ago.
Well, absolutely, and it went through that first opening 200 metres, and the way it was so bunched, Rosie, I almost found myself saying, oh, it looks tactical, it looks tactical. It's not tactical at all. I had 35 seconds for that opening 200. That's about 4:22, 4:23, 1,500 metre speed for these women, so they're well inside PB territory, but they are fearless. They're getting after it and not hanging around as Georgia March, fresh off her fantastic cross-country season there, where she got a silver medal at the English Schools Cross-Country Championships, gets to the front and looks to squeeze it along.
She does. Georgia March looking really strong. She's followed closely by the Reconsaw Valley duo of Sean Evans and Phoebe Langland, who will be looking to work together as they would in training, I'm sure. Langland's looking to just slot ahead of Evans currently, and those two will be working together, running in the train that they'll be so familiar with.
Yeah, March would have done her homework coming into this race, and she would have just checked up, looked up these other athletes. That's the beauty. We have the internet these days. You can kind of scout out who you're racing against, and she would have looked through their results and thought, you know what, I do come in here as probable favourite, but not always the easiest thing when you are a favourite. You've got to think about how you negotiate the race, how you attack it. But to me, it looked like she's been told just to sit, wait, relax that first 400. After that first lap, make it a 1,200 metre race, make it a long run for home. We talk about some of the previous mileage. You know, Steve Ovett used to, Hisham El Garouz, the world record holder. That was almost his trademark, wasn't it? And eventually, he almost had to come up with that plan at the 2004 Olympics to win there, and it was that long run for home which counted. So March looking very, very smooth. 800 meters run. What are we, 2:30 around? Will we see a sub 5 minute mile?
Quite possibly. It's definitely on the cards here. Georgia March just looking so strong, going to start bringing in some of that cross-country strength. I'm sure she's got a fantastic CV over the last cross-country season, and even as she's moved into the track, some incredible performances on the books already this year. It really is an exciting future ahead of her.
Yeah, I had her already top running 2:10 over 800 as well, so the speed's in a good place, the strength's in a good place after the cross-country season. Tops the rankings with a 4:30 lifetime best. From, well, just a little over a month ago, actually over 1500. She's comfortable out front at the moment. Now she just needs to compose herself at this stage in the race, just relax, control the controllables at this stage. Focus on your form, focus on what's going through your head as well. You don't want to think too much, you're just gathering, because even though you're out front and you've got a healthy lead, you can't show any sign of weakness to those behind. We've got Langlands in behind her as well, and if Georgia March starts to fade now, those behind go, oh, hold on a minute, there's something to be had here, and they really gain momentum over that final lap. So she just wants to keep that gap how it is.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There's no need to do too much more work for Georgia March in the case of stretching the gap. The gap is very healthy indeed, but the last thing that she wants now is to become complacent. That clock is still going to tick away, and that time is something that she's going to want to chase, I'm sure. So to keep that in her mind and keep powering down, even when it's a long run for home on her own, is something she needs to do now.
Well, someone we haven't mentioned at all is Karis Wright. She sits in third place, right on the shoulder of Phoebe Langlands, and she's on for a massive lifetime best. She's got a personal best at the moment of 5:44. She's going to obliterate that if she keeps up here. These women, what's this going to be? 200 meters remaining, 4:21 the clock. It's going to be awfully tight to be inside 5 minutes, but we might do it, which would indicate Georgia March is negative splitting this mile, and that's very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, it's a very challenging tactic indeed, but what a fantastic run, a masterclass almost from Georgia March if she can manage to get a negative split on the board. It just shows how she wants to stay controlled in those opening stages and then really squeeze the pace, turn the screws, if you will, to wind up as she powers down that home stretch now.
She's pouring on Georgia March here. Second for a lot of times throughout the cross-country season. She won't be second here. 4:56 inside 5 minutes. What a run. Coming in there in second place as well, Karis Wright. Langlands holds on for third. Coe Mem in fourth. Look as they're flocking across. Wow, 4 women inside 5:10. And got a few more out there. Sian Evans going to be just outside her personal best, but held on for 5th place as well. But, well, what a run, and so good to see that the BMC, they recognise these sorts of races for juniors. Obviously, they would have experienced league competitions, national competitions as well. But these women now will probably turn their attention not only to their county champs, but getting ready for the English Schools Athletics Championships in July.
Absolutely. What a fantastic opportunity this has been to see the talent we've got in the junior ranks showcased over the mile distance today. That 1500 metre split as well, going to be so important for so many of these athletes moving forwards. Absolutely brilliant setup for them for the rest of their season. The English Schools Track and Field Championships looming in just a few weeks' time. About 6 weeks away, maybe a little bit more. That's going to be a fantastic setup for some of these athletes now. They can go into a brilliant training block with a lot of them with qualification times ticked off.
Love to see it, and that's a great shot here. Wide shot of Iffley Road. Yes, we've had a bit of rain if you're just joining us. It's coming down again, but that flagpole above the church is not moving a wince, and it's very, very still and humid out there. Let's turn our attention to this boys under 17 championship race. Not a huge field in this one, actually. More of a, you'd probably say more of a local field, in quite a contrast to that women's race just there. But and then we'll finish up the junior races with that women's under 17 mile. And actually, Rosie, throughout the afternoon here, it's been very, very encouraging to see the depth of girls, women's distance running here, because on many occasions we've seen more women take to the track in races than men.
It's absolutely brilliant to see, especially in the juniors, to see that women's sport growing the way that it is. Absolutely fantastic. Of course, a topic that is so often spoken about, the growth of women's football, but the growth of women's sport just in general has been inspiring over recent years, and it is so brilliant to see the youngsters pouring through and enjoying their time in the sport and making the most of it.
I've always said in many ways as well, athletics is a level playing field. You know, if you're a high-class female and a high-class male, you're looking at the same paycheck throughout the season. You're looking at exactly the same prize money, and there is very few sports which actually offer that. But athletics is one. It is a career for women that they should be looking at and they can take forward.
Absolutely, and I think that's so special to be trailblazing in that sense for so many other sports to copy, and hopefully that is the direction that other sports are heading. And it is so encouraging to see that that is a mark being set for young juniors now, to know that that is a career for the female side of the sport is absolutely incredible.
There we go, then these boys having a bit of fun in front of camera, and rightly so. That's who we got here. We got Will Potts, Oxford City man as well. On the inside, looks like that might be Ivor Martin, Winchester, who's 20th at that Southern Cross Country Championships. Harry Khan as well, also of Oxford City. Him and Will Potts hovering around that 4:20 mark. Potts just inside, and Khan just outside. But also Ethan Skipworth, look out for him, second at the Southern Cross Country Championships. He wears bib 182, the towering figure there. What can he do over the track? We haven't seen too much of him this year. I mentioned before, a lot of athletes at this stage, as the way they go, often they've got sort of 5-6 track races under their belt by now. They've had multiple league matches. They've got County Champs next weekend. They've got Watford Opens as well. But do you know what? Skipworth is someone who keeps his powder dry. But off he goes, and he's joined by the two local lads from Oxford City, and they won't need any reminding who Roger Bannister is.
They definitely won't. And what an incredible figure to be able to grow up in this city and have that so local to you. It's a really inspirational story to be able to have that around when you're training, when you're competing. Is something so important for athletes to be able to know that that is there to keep their motivation on track. These athletes looking really strong now as they come round the bottom bend for the first time. You can see that group of three really pulling away nicely and moving down the home straight, looking very controlled and in no rush at all to split away, using each other to work really nicely.
We know what here, perhaps there's a little bit of an experience from Will Potts. He's often competes over the 800 metres, but just sitting there on the shoulder of Skipworth, I'm not sure you want to be doing that. You want to kind of tuck in behind the leader, hang him out there to dry. I know it sounds brutal, but it's probably the best way. You don't want to run too wide. To give you a bit of context, what is it, 7 metres a lap if you're in lane 2. So if you run 2 bends on the edge of lane 1 in lane 2, you're looking at 5, 6, 7 metres further. You wouldn't give someone a 7 metre head start, would you? Absolutely not. But Potts eventually eases to the front, and you know what? He's looking very, very smooth. I've been lucky enough to spend a little bit of time with this man, and he really is a student of the sport.
And what a brilliant position to be in. Currently learning his craft and in such a fantastic setting to do so. Some incredible coaches around in this area, as well as just a fantastic facility in general here at Iffley Road. But to be able to move forward and ease past your competitor in such a manner is something really encouraging for Potts, and it's something that's going to be very difficult for Skipworth to deal with and to comprehend as he moves through. Not let it knock his confidence subconsciously as he comes through now.
Yeah, as I say that, you know, Potts has gone to the front, but he's kind of there, but not doing much, is he? Skipworth was happily at the front, and he thought, you know what, Potts, if you want to lead, I'll let you lead. And now Skipworth, for me, finds himself in a better position on the shoulder of Potts. But Harry Khan doing well in third. He just needs to keep that gap, and if anything, if he can close that over this all-important third lap, get on terms with these two gentlemen, then he's going to be there when he needs to be over that last 400. And hey, anything can happen at that stage. Like I say, a lot of that is just a psychological battle over the last lap. You're talking 60, 70 seconds of pain.
Absolutely, and I think at the moment these two men really pulling away and looking so comfortable, so strong. It's going to be really exciting to see it unfold as we come into the closing stages now. 3 minutes on the clock, so not going to be too much longer left to run now.
Well, this is history in the making. The amount of, these gentlemen, whoever wins this will get a trophy, and it will have a list of winners on it over the last few years. And this Peter Coe Mile, we've seen some fantastic athletes, some superstars take to it and win it and compete in it as well. So Potts and Skiptworth should relish in this moment. As I say that, Potts gets a little bit of a gap at the bell. What is that, 5-6 meters and growing. So we'll keep an eye on that 1500 split, because I think he's going to be awfully close to that, is Potts. He looks like he's running about 4:10 tempo at this stage.
And he looks so smooth. There's no pressure at all as he comes round. He's enjoying the moment, enjoying the atmosphere, and enjoying being the man at the front as William Potts strides down the back straight.
Well, and they say, don't you, Skiptworth looks like he's been hit by the lactic sniper, because he's just really tying up, and Harry Khan's going to be able to go by. And can we get an Oxford City 1-2 here? That would be something here at Iffley Road, their local track. But Will Potts, 2:01 800 meter personal best, showing us a little bit of speed here. Can he break his 1500 PB? Look out for the white line on the track. He's going to be awfully tight. Oh, I make him inside, Rosie. Personal best of 4:19. Looks like he ran 4:17. Oh, let himself enjoy this moment. Not often you'll win a race of this caliber with this crowd as well at this stage. But this is a taste of what's to come if he continues on this trajectory. Will Potts, Oxford City AC, 4:36, takes the Peter Coe Mile.
What a fantastic run that was. Looking cool, calm and collected throughout the entirety of that mile. To be on personal best pace throughout for the 1500 metres, to pass that and even potentially knock off a second or so off his personal best, and to come through that remaining 109 metres looking so strong and looking surprisingly fresh even at the end of that race. Hardly any fatigue showing at all.
I'm sure if you asked him, Potts, how you feeling? Are you fresh? He'd probably say absolutely not, but he did indeed execute very well, and he was right to go to the front when he did. I gave him a little bit of stick on air. I said, oh, maybe that's a little bit too early, but look, these athletes, they know how they feel. They know what they got left in the tank, and he had plenty. Skiptworth, Southern Cross Country silver medalist, will have to wait till next year to claim that title.
He will indeed. So up next, we do move now to the under-17 women's mile. Some big names in this stacks field yet again. We've got Florence East, City of Portsmouth athlete, Violet Rudkin of Reconsaw Valley, Lyra McDonald from Victoria Park Harriers and Tower Hamlets AC, Poppy Taylor. Chloe Jones as well, another one to watch as a part of this lineup. Other athletes in there as well, some really strong names. It could be a very exciting event up next. So we can see the girls now walking down the home straight, ready to embark upon their mile race here at Iffley Road. 1,609 metres awaits them, and it should be really exciting to see what performances lie in store for this event. So some of the names we've mentioned in this race, of course, Violet Rudkin, mentioned her name a few moments ago. 4:32, 1,500 metres last year. 4:35, she opened her season in this year at Watford. Got plenty of other strong performances as well. 2:10 from Florence East over 800 metres in 2023. She opened her season in 2:11 earlier in April. It's going to be really interesting to see how those two athletes fare against each other. Violet as well, also running 2:11 over the 800 metres. So going to be very exciting to see them move up the distance, over double of course for the mile, but both seasoned in the 1,500 metres as well.
Well, they are indeed. And again, championship race. I must just clarify, actually, I think I was getting a little bit far ahead of myself, getting a bit excited. That was the Peter Coe Mile B race. The A race is to come in, well, after this women's race, actually. So after this under-17 women's race. So we enjoyed that one with Potts and Skiptworth. Great battle up front. But that Peter Coe Mile A race will be next after this. So yeah, Rosie, you've introduced some of these athletes. So difficult to pick a favourite, it really is. But just got to mention the UK lead at the moment, 4:12. Lila Belshaw. There's these athletes. That'll be a name familiar to them, but she's not here today. So let's focus on these athletes down in front of us as they get underway here in the Frank Horwill Mile.
As we say, it could be very exciting indeed. Some incredible talent in the under-17 girls. Middle distance running at the moment, and some of those athletes here today makes for a fantastic afternoon. Another brilliant addition to the timetable, of course. And the girls looking very calm down the back straight. No one making too much of a move just yet.
Yeah, and it is the City of Portsmouth runner, Florence East, that identified beforehand. I said, you know what, someone who's ranked 4th in the UK, but more importantly, 6th at that UK cross-country championships, the Inter-County championships at the end of March. It just shows she's in good form. She's already got a track time under her belt as well, and she looks smooth at this stage. Happy to go to the front then. Interesting tactic. We'll see if that pays off. But yeah, just stringing things along as the girls just filing behind. And this is great to see, Rosie, actually. We've got a pack. We haven't had one of these in a little while. Absolutely.
Some of the races have been front runners from the start with just 1 or 2 athletes going with them. But to see a pack built up in the way that it has is going to be a slightly different race unfolding, hopefully. But we can see Rudkin just tucking in on the shoulder of East currently. Those two very evenly matched indeed already this season. So Rudkin will be looking to not let East get too far out of her grip, and hopefully those two will have a fantastic race between them as this mile unfolds.
Yeah, reasonably matched, as I say. We had a pack at 400. That'll be no longer as they just continue to squeeze it up at the front. East looking very, very good. As I said before, she's got that cross-country pedigree. She's got that cross-country strength. Do you know what? If I'm Rudkin now, I just got to relax. She's up on the shoulder. She's hassling. It's almost like she wants a time at the front. And this just shows you, Rosie, there is absolutely no wind here this afternoon. And credit to these athletes because they're showcasing that. But we've got a wet track for them to deal with.
Yeah, definitely not without its adversity here in Oxford, but the lack of wind really is a bonus for these athletes, something that you don't often get to race without. There's usually some sort of breeze in some direction, but you can tell by the way that Rudkin was happy to sit out on the shoulder of East, not tucked too far in behind. It means that there is no wind to fatigue her early on, but it is East. There's not a gap quite between them, but just a metre or so.
Well, for me, East just looking very, very smooth as that gap does open up 5 metres or so. And I'm looking at the upper body movement here. Rudkin already started to kind of rock and roll in the shoulders, asking the questions of herself. You can see her head kind of swaying side to side as well. Whereas East at this stage, goodness me, she looks like she's on a mere tempo run.
She absolutely does look so calm and so within herself, does Florence East at the front. Very minimal movement in the upper body, as you say. It's almost as if she's just relaxed and a nice steady run out in the park. Although it's definitely not that, and the time will show us just how swiftly these girls are moving.
Well, they're operating around about 5-minute mile tempo, perhaps just inside. We saw Georgia March in the under-15 girls race, a very, very impressive negative split. They're going to have to do something similar here if they want to wind up in a quicker time than March. March finished in what was it, 4:56? So what can East do over this last 600 metres? She's got a gap, but you know what? It's not getting any bigger. And can Rudkin just hold that and rally over that last 300 metres?
Be really interesting to see how Rudkin can combat this gap now, because as you say, East looking very, very strong, but not pushing that gap to open up any more. The bell goes. We've got about 400 metres left to run.
Yeah, we'll mention the athlete in third as well as they go through. Coppola Johansson of Epsom and Ewell sits in third for now, and it's almost like an even 10 metres between each runner, isn't it? They're out there, they're on their own, they're in their own heads, they're just battling away. And for me, Florence East, she's almost got to bluff her way down the back straight. Keep that gap. Don't show any signs of weakness. Certainly don't check your shoulder. Keep piling on the pressure. And look, Rudkin, she's going to have her own problems with 200 metres to go. As I say, Coppola Johansson starts to reel her in.
Absolutely. It's almost as if East now has to convince herself she has someone on her shoulder. Pretend they're there. Make yourself run as if you're being chased. And hopefully East can nail down a fantastic time.
Well, she's going to have to go some if she's going to break 5 minutes. So keeping an eye on the time, the 1500 split, that white marker on the track as well. She's got a lifetime best of 4:25 over 1500. That's long gone. But can she get inside 5 minutes? It's a historic barrier for these women, especially at this age as well. And then they can look ahead to that 4:30 mark, perhaps in their future career. Rudkin and Kapala Johansson battling for 2-3 there. But you know what, Florence sees, that's an assured, confident, mature performance. Inside 5 minutes, does enough to win the race. Rudkin, well, I'm quite happy she held on because she did it the hard way, didn't she?
She certainly did, and a fantastic effort to hold on. Kapala Johansson did come faster on that home straight, but Rudkin spotted the move and was able to cover it and better her just slightly as we came across the line. And a fantastic run from both the athletes.
Well, thank you very much, Rosie. And as this race concludes itself, I'm just going to bring in Tom Renshaw behind me, race director. And Tom, you must be awfully proud with what you have done here down at Iffley Road. Firstly, how did it all come about? Because this didn't just happen overnight.
Yeah, of course. It's been a few years to get to this point. I mean, Iffley Festival Miles 15 years ago now was brought back by an Oxford student, Chris McGurk, who met yesterday, and we talked about how the event started. He said back in 2011 there were 30 people down at the track, most of his mates. They had the officials and the times counted, but yeah, 13 years later we've got 4 of the most recent world records here. We've got 25 races on the track, we've got a community mile with 1,500 people, and it's been a good day.
And you've interacted with those world record holders, Tom, but I believe they've been interacting with, passers-by, spectators and athletes as well.
They have, yeah. They've been meeting lots of people, and I mean, Nuruddin Morselli this morning stood down on the track meeting all the kids who were walking in after their community mile and telling them that they could be the next world record holder if they work hard and they do what he did. And man, there were some kids there that were clearly incredibly inspired, and hopefully they come back next year and maybe they'll race on the track and run some times, and in 15 years maybe they're the next Morselli.
Did you learn a thing or two, Tom?
Yeah, I did. I was actually chatting with Nuruddin again about his session that he did a few days before he broke the 1500 world record. He did 6 sixes off 2 minutes. First 5 reps, 121, final rep 118, which, I mean, I did a time trial a few weeks ago and ran 123, and I was pretty delighted, so that was humbling.
But it's funny because we talk about Morselli and that crazy workout you've just mentioned, but then we look at Bannister's training, 359.4 all those years ago on Cinder. Almost polar opposites. We look at his training now and we almost laugh, don't we?
Yeah, I think if he was at Oxford today, we'd probably accuse him of being lazy, to be honest. He wasn't doing much training, but I mean, he's just one of the most talented athletes and one of the most incredible people in history, really. We were talking yesterday about how rare it is that someone kind of achieves what he did in one aspect of life, never mind 2, and he always was quite vocal about how proud he was of everything he'd done, but how in particular his work in neurology was something he was even more proud of than his 4-minute mile, which I think is astounding.
Absolutely, and the future of the Bannister's miles, this won't be the first, it won't be the last one, will it?
I hope not. Hoping we can use this momentum we've got this year to keep going next year. The community mile is here to stay. It was incredibly successful this morning, and hopefully we'll be back next year, and 2029 is the 75th anniversary, which is going to be even bigger, and I think we should aim for a world record at Iffley Road, 6th of May 2029.
And exciting times for Iffley Road. Can we announce the rumours? It might be relayed.
Confirmed. Relayed this summer, dark blue.
Well, you heard it here. Jakob Ingebrigtsen, Jake Wyman, if you're watching this stream, get yourselves over to Iffley Road. But can they hang on 5 years? Can we see a British man take back that mile world record? As we turn our attention to the Peter Coe A race mile for these under-17s. We'll introduce that lineup after they get going. A few nervous little jitters on the line, and away they go then. Alex Hughes in here, Chilton Harris third. There's ESA English Schools Cross Country Championship, shall I say 4:04 is lifetime best, and this is the age, Rosie, where they start to look at that 4-minute barrier over 1500.
Yeah, absolutely, and that 4-minute barrier becomes so important, and one that people start to put a lot of weight behind. It's a real barrier that you look at when you're a senior athlete as well for these men, not just the under-17s, and if we start to creep into their mind as an under-17, even as a bottom age grouper, but definitely one that I know plenty of very, very decent athletes at university level still looking to break it and move down towards 350, and hopefully get some athletes even below that. Plenty of these men I'm sure will look to go below 350, 340 even as they progress through.
Well, absolutely, they're motoring there, they're running wide as well. They have shown that inexperience a little bit, but I mentioned Alex Hughes. There's a few others in this race that we should be looking out for. His teammate from Chiltern, third at the Buckinghamshire Schools Cross Country Championships, Aidan Sullivan as well. Someone who's broken 2 minutes, talk about 4 minutes being a barrier. Charlie Chambers, Southampton, 1:59 for 800, and there's a few others in here who have broken that 2-minute mark. But shout out to Maddox Gillis as well of Reading AC, coached by Ron McKim, 4:22, his lifetime best. He's going to rewrite that this summer, I've got no doubt. And also Ruben Price of Winchester Run Club. We've seen them, they've come over here with a minibus, haven't they? With a strong force of athletes, great to see them. And he's got a lifetime best over 3,000 of 8:43, and that really is top class running at this age domestically.
Yeah, it really is. That ran at the start of April, of course, in Yeovil, that 8:43. An absolutely fantastic performance, and one that will give him so much confidence to pull into the rest of the season. We spoke earlier of the importance of psychology in the sport at the moment and how much of an impact it can have, whether it's on tactics, on breaking barriers and your own performances. So to have that race and that sort of performance in your legs right at the start of the season really can set the stage for some magnificent performances going forwards.
Well, Hughes is happy to be at the front, happy to push things along at this stage. Jonas tipping on his shoulder from Radley. He's got lifetime best of 4:13, looks pretty comfortable as well. So those two are 1-2. Hughes has been here before. He's dominated kind of local cross-country leagues, if you like, over the last 6 to 12 months. So he's be happy at the front, forcing things along. But he's in good company now as we approach the business end of this mile. Let's keep an eye on that K split. These gentlemen, we know they can operate around about that 4-minute 1500 tempo, but the rain is pouring now. This isn't a light drizzle, it's coming down pretty hard.
Yeah, it really is. Definitely not what they would have had in mind, but that breeze has really stayed low. So if they have to deal with a bit of rain, I'm sure they'd take that over some gale force winds right now. And the athletes moving really strongly as if the rain wasn't even there.
Yes, into the front is the man from Southampton who we've already mentioned, Charlie Chambers, 1:59, lifetime best, and he's got a nice healthy lead there. This is a good time to make the move as well. You're asking the questions of these athletes at a crucial time. This is where they almost want that respite. This is where they're just biding their time, and they're going to go again when they get round to 200. It looks like Hughes has almost just switched off through that 200-meter section from a K to 1200, and that's a big gap now. Chambers out front, what's that, 20, 30 metres. As you can see, the camera not even on him at the moment as Hughes gives chase, approaching that last 300 metres.
Absolutely, he's looking so strong. We could see as he hit the bell, he found an extra gear there that perhaps his compatriots couldn't quite access. Looking so strong as he moves around. And that's something that I'm sure he'll look to only improve and work on throughout the rest of the season.
Well, he's just powering away around that top end now. Keep an eye on that 1500 split. Man from St Albans also moving well as he moves into second place. That's Oscar Nagalingham. But into the final 100 in Rosie. Bring him home as a Southampton AC runner storms the victory here at the Bannister Miles.
He really does. He looks so strong. Arms pumping away. But no one can touch him as he comes through. Keep an eye on the clock. He looks fantastic. And it was 4:23. So really strong performance as the rest of the field flood through. Really class race. A masterclass of tactics.
Super work from John Pepin. I do apologise. Got it confused with Chambers. Both very strong middle distance talents going forward. But Pepin, 32nd at those English Schools Cross-Country Championships, but showing he prefers the track. There's no doubt about that. And he joins the history books as the latest winner of the Coe Mile.
So we're looking to do the medal presentation, the U15 boys mile race. Adrian White, please come to the big white tent for the presentation. Adrian White, you finished second, where are you? thank you to our sponsors for today, Sports Shoes, Nike, Blake Morgan, University of Oxford. Couldn't do it without you, it's good for County Council as well. Massive thanks. Just as I say, the rain is stopped for the moment. Thank you to Morton as well, fueling us throughout these many miles today.
So we move back to the women's miles then for the next race. Upcoming is the women's mile C. That goes off in about 4 minutes' time. That'll be followed by the men's mile C. And then we move to the steeple miles, which is a relatively unusual event and one that should be fantastic to spectate. So hopefully we'll see the numbers of spectators rising with fantastic atmosphere here at Iffley Road so far today, and that's only going to increase. The rain definitely not deterring any of the spectators.
Third place, Oakley Knight. In second, travelling into Adrian White. And our winner for the Andy Green Memorial Mile, it's Daniel Horwill. Winning time in that race, 4 minutes 39.09. Congratulations to our podium finishers.
Bone in my body, everywhere is wet. Everywhere. We're going to bring the van in here.
Yeah, we go.
I don't know how
quickly. Just driving him up.
I'll straight away as soon as they're done.
Yeah, so
That's the
I think it's just an ice cream van blocking us. The ice cream van.
Well, here we go then, walking down towards us, this women's C mile race as things really started hopping up here at Iffley Road. We got those steeplechase miles. We haven't even mentioned them yet, Rosie, have we? Those inaugural steeplechase miles, and the very first time World Athletics want to test it out. They've done a few surveys and they looked at fan engagement during the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and well, they said, you know what, we need to shorten this event because fans tend to switch off, and they are for the idea of making it a little bit shorter, making it a little bit more dramatic, to be honest. But more on that to come. We'll focus on this women's C race. You've got a few athletes in here, and again, it's a race that is, it's not a vets only race, but vets themed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic event lining up. Definitely some vets in there, some seniors as well. This is the women's mile C race. So if you get the form guide up, it's going to look very interesting indeed. We've got Claire Elms in there with a very impressive half marathon of 82 minutes, so 1:22:04. That was at Reading in 2022, so just a couple of years old now. A fantastic time. Also scroll down, we've got Lisa Gawthorne with a time of 37:29 in 10K back in 2023. So hopefully some of these athletes will be looking to run just as well, if not better, here today over the mile distance. At this event, some of them look very excited for, lots of eager anticipation ahead of the start.
Yeah, and there's a few Oxford University students in here as well. Mara Dowen and Molly Skill. Can't see Alana Chandler, but she's a no-show. But a few of those who are looking to attack, well, certainly that 5.5 minute barrier, but potentially even that kind of 5 minutes in 10 seconds, 5 minutes in 15 seconds barrier. But yeah, you mentioned Claire Elms. I mean, a V60 to be operating at that sort of tempo is truly something.
It really is very impressive indeed. So some of these women incredibly accomplished in their achievements, and it'll be really interesting to watch how they attack this mile, how they use it tactically, especially look at Claire Elms with her pedigree over the half marathon distance to drop down to not even a 13th of that distance, and see how she'll tackle it today.
Well, we will, and I think just looking at number 232 there, Sarah Ellen from Birchfield and Midland Masters. I'm sure I saw her this morning in the Community Masters. She's doubling back. This is a bit of a training stint for her at this stage, and we've also got a name that is very familiar in the running world, is Judd, and we've got Sally Judd, Jess Judd's mum, also going in this one, the V45. So what can she do? She can get anywhere near her daughter's triumphs, and that would be quite special.
In second place,
It would indeed. Jess Judd, of course, with that very distinctive running style, tall figure that we're so used to seeing, especially on our cross-country start lines over in the Cross Challenge. She's made several appearances this year. She'll be looking, I'm sure, to do some impressive things when the time comes around for her this summer.
Yeah, she will. And we talk about the sport and those supporting figures, how much they can aid an athlete's career, and you are only as good as your support team around you. And I think, you know, Jess Judd, she preaches that. She really does, and they've been there for her through thick and thin. And an athlete's career can be a long one, so you will have ups and downs. There's no doubt about it. But we're almost ready to rock and roll. There is Claire Elms. You mentioned her. And can she break 5 minutes? Can she get inside 5:10? And the pace for this one, however, that we probably should mention, pacer on the outside there, is 82 seconds per lap, which would bring them in around about 5:30 tempo. So let's hope they're a little bit quicker than that as Mara Dowen as they get underway straight to the front here, and she's going to file in behind that pacemaker, and that's aggressive start. And well, they all just have to follow and judge their effort now.
It is indeed very, very fast off the start line, and we can see the pacemaker just checking her shoulder, easing back just a touch. Mara Dowen not afraid to go with the pace here, left the rest of the field in her wake in these very, very early stages.
Well, I think someone needs to remind her it's not an 800 race. She has been training very, very well for the 800, but she's got out pretty hot at this stage. And don't tell me the pacemaker's going to drop out yet. Sort of checking her shoulder as if to say, just relax, I've got this. It's 4 laps of the track. But Mara looking comfortable up front at the moment, and her teammate, university colleague as well, Molly Skill, kind of sitting in a second or third at the moment. She looks to drift herself into third. And well, I'm not quite sure what the pacemaker is doing at the moment. This is a little bit disappointing. You want to be in front. You want that athlete to not even have to think, to worry about what pace they're going. They certainly shouldn't be checking their watch this early on in a 1500 mile race. So unfortunately, we haven't got the clock on screen, but it looks pretty swift enough.
Absolutely. It's a shame to see such uncertainty from the pacemaker at the moment, and potentially she's off the side, maybe looking at asking if Mara Dowen wants to go past her, unsure on the pace. But it looks like she came through a little bit fast there for what we had initially planned.
Well, it's faster than the pace was set, but not faster than her ability, to be honest with you. Like I said, she's been running very well over the shorter distances. She's got good strength in her locker. I think this is a chance for her just to prove it to herself, to really show herself what she can do, what I know and her friends and family know she can do as well. So she's looking smooth at the moment. It would be good if the pacemaker, considering Owen is all on her own out front, does get her to a kilometre or even more at this stage, but she is just weaving all over the place, and it's probably a little bit of a distraction more than anything at this stage in the race as they approach that halfway mark. It looks like Molly Skill is up into second, and we talk about pace. I mean, I think I saw Sally Judd go through in about 1:22 through the 400 split, so she's the only one sticking to that required pace.
So Sally Judd showing us how it's done potentially by the rest of the field, and the pacemaker moving out into lane 2 now, looking like she might stop at 800 metres. And we can see Mara Owen thanking the pacer for her work as she comes through, and she's now on her own for the remainder of this mile.
Well, that just sums her up. She's just having a blast out there. She's having fun. I mean, how often do you see that an athlete give the thumbs up, thank the pacemaker? I'm here moaning about the pacemaker, and Mara there sitting in behind, absolutely loving life. Now, really, she's got to focus. She's got to start to squeeze it. This is the difficult lap before she can open up on that final lap. I say open up, it's just damage limitation at that stage in the race. What's this kilometre split? Because 5 minutes will be about 3:07. 3:06 for the K. She's just outside. Now we look ahead. Can she get inside 5:10 for the mile? And more importantly, break 5 minutes for the 1500 as well.
It'd be fantastic to see. And it is, of course, only a matter of time until that clock will show us. Got just over a lap now until we see that 1500 metre split. Of course, it is the white tape on the bottom bend. We will be taking the bell as they come through. Just under 500 metres to go now.
Well, the Carmarthen Harrier, there's been no doubt about it. The last 3 laps, she's been up at the front. She had the pacemaker for company. She's pulled off, and she just quick glanced at the watch. That's a comfort thing more than anything. I think for a lot of athletes at this level, they're just used to doing that in training, aren't they? Keen into their level. Also, she'll be looking at going, am I slowing? Am I slowing? And she's battling now. She's doing very, very well. She knows this track inside and out, Rosie. The amount of laps she's done round here. She's done a few lactic sessions recently as well. I hope she's reminding herself of those, filling herself with confidence as she goes into that final 250 metres. Look at this. We're definitely going to see inside 5 minutes of 1500. Are we going to see inside 5:10 over on the far side when she approaches the finish line? Molly Skill up in second as well.
She's just looking absolutely fantastic, is Owen, at the front of this race. She's gliding along, enjoying her running. And you mentioned her checking her watch, potentially a comfort thing. I'm sure that will be the case. She comes through keeping half an eye on what she's done and what she needs to do still. And off she goes round. Keep an eye on the clock. We'll be heading through that 1500 metre split. There it is, 4:43 as we come through. And she won't be far off that 5:10 barrier.
Oh, that's a massive lifetime best over 1500. She's going again. She's pouring it on. Here's Mara Owen, Oxford University student. This is her home track. This is her home crowd as well. She takes it just outside 5 minutes, 5:02. There's more in there. A completely solo effort over that remaining 800 metres. She's chuffed, and she does it with a smile on her face like she so often does. Hey, how about this then? Sally Judd coming down the home straight for second. Out kicking Molly Skill here. Oh, well, mother like daughter. What a run from her. Inside 5:25. Molly Skill gets awarded with a lifetime best as well in third. And, well, that is Claire Elms as well. Inside 5:30.
What a fantastic run that was from Mara Owen from the front. Talk about solo effort. But a fantastic performance as well from Sally Judd, really showing us how it's done. A tall figure coming through, looking so strong as she powered down to get underneath that 5:25 barrier.
Well, as this C race, this women's C race comes to its conclusion, filing across the line here. But it was a tough battle out there for a few of them, especially over that last lap. Gaps got big, didn't they? And you got to go deep within yourself.
You most certainly do, and it is very impressive to see athletes managing to do that. It is no mean feat, so to be able to have that ability to dig deeper than anyone else can is something so impressive.
ladies and gentlemen, before the next race, just joining me on the track by the finishing line, just take a look at this young lady. I mean, you picked that from Coe Mem, sorry. Remind us, how many medals did you win? 5 gold medals. How many medals did you have? You lost. And remind us, ladies and round of applause, please, for the great thank you so much. Well done.
That's hard. A lot of people very, very close.
University, 29, Elliot Smith. 31 is Will Atkins from Winchester RC. 32, George Christmas from Cambridge and Coleridge. 34, Henry Evans from Newport. 36, Ben Harrison from Horwill. 35, Robert Glazer from Lyon. 38, Charlie John from Bradford. 46, Joseph Hunt from Tom.
Well, here we go. That men's C mile is up next on the track, and we're looking for a very, very swift 63 seconds per lap. We'll see if any men can live with that. Shane Healy, and that's him, the vet 55. If he's in here, I'm looking for number 26 at the moment. I can't see him, but I was going to say he's the one man in this field who's broken 4 minutes, but not to run here today. So scrap that. But some of the athletes we got: Henry Johnston, Ben Pearce, Elliot Smith, Rasmussen. Rich Slade is also a DNS, but Will Atkins, George Christmas, Henry Evans, Rob Glazers, Ben Harrison as well. I'll continue the rest as this race gets underway, as they await starters' orders, and the pacemaker, rightly so, has to be aggressive. These men are eager to get going, and things just starting to move along here.
Absolutely, the pacemaker getting out fantastically well, keeping himself out of trouble and making sure the athletes have the space to do what they need to do. A bit of jostling going on in the pack to make sure athletes can get the place that they want as they head off. But this race keeping bunched together in the very early stages. No one's too keen to take it on, and the athletes nice and relaxed as they come through.
Predominantly made up of under 20s this race, and it's so good to see them familiarising themselves with the mile. Like I say, for many of them, they actually haven't run this distance. They've got a 1500 metre lifetime best under their belt, almost all of them inside 4 minutes at this stage. But yeah, they haven't experienced the mile and what it's about, so it's a great opportunity to come here, learn the history of the event, brush shoulders with world record holders, Hisham El Garouj, Steve Cram, Noureddin Morselli as well, perhaps learn a thing or two, but also compete themselves, because look, you know, the training's the same, but there are differences on race day. Even just starting on a bend is quite a different feeling to a 1500.
Absolutely, these are subtle differences that do make quite a change in the way that you might attack this race. That 109 metres, we spoke about it earlier on, could change everything. It's a long bit of extra running to add to your race if you're not used to it, shall we say. Now 1500 metres, it does change the dynamics quite a lot. It makes it from a 3-lap race to a 4-lap race. That additional 300 metres of course in the 1500 almost doesn't count in your head from a psychological standpoint, whereas you go to a mile and you've got over 4 laps to do, and suddenly it seems a hell of a lot further.
Does indeed. That's Henry Johnson just drifting himself to the front. PB Racing and Windsor and Eton, his home club, just on the front there. He just wants to probably cut to the inside, and he's just looking as if to say, can we bridge that gap to the pacer? Can we have him? Because that pacemaker's gone in 50 metres or so once he hits the halfway time. So he pulls off to one side. This is great. We've got a race on our hands. This is no time trial here. This is a race by these gentlemen. Bracknell AC's athlete as well in there. That's Charlie Jones of Bracknell AC and Lagan Valley. Actually, he's got some Irish roots in there, but this is bunched.
It really is, and I'm sure we'll start to see it spread out as the gears start turning and the screws get wound up tighter and tighter and the pace begins to squeeze. I'm sure these athletes will start to spread out and gaps will appear, but for now they are bunched together and it is going to become very tactical indeed.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Winchester Run Club. That's Will Atkins just on the outside, trying to make a bit of a move. A man who's been up front for the majority of this race, George Christmas, off the front of it as well, leading. So still Henry Johnston, just where we were a lap ago, trying to get to the inside and not being allowed to do so at all.
Yeah, definitely. There's some athletes in this race that will have run well over a mile by the time they get back, because they are 3 lanes abreast now as they come down the home straight. They are spreading out massively as they come down. No athlete managing to take point and spread out the pack, but no one dropping off the pace just yet.
Well, who's got the kick in their legs at this stage? Charlie Jones. He's got a great 3,000 metre pedigree as well, but what's he got over 800 metres? What's he got over 1,500 metres? Because that's what you're relying on this stage in the race. You've got Jacob Hunt, Joe Hunt as well, the 2 Tonbridge twins, under 20 men. 45 and 46 on their bib as look at this great side-on footage of these lads battling it out over the most important time in the race. 2:50 to go. Will Akins of Winchester Run Club as well, but it's all about Jones from Bracknell AC. 200 metres to go.
Jones looking so in control at the moment. That pack really hasn't strung out in the way that you might expect it to over the last lap. But Jones looking like the favourite now. He's got about a metre or so between him and his chasers, and he's moving really, really strongly, but he's definitely not alone.
Oh, he's not alone at all, isn't he? He's coming under pressure. Is that a brat vest there? But Jones is going to get beat, but watch out on the outside. All the way through. Ben Pearce of Tonbridge is going to take it, dips at the line. Oh, terrific running from him. Timed it to perfection. And do you know what? Where was he with 300 metres to go? He certainly wasn't up with those top places. Jones, he could be proud of himself. That was a valiant effort out there.
It absolutely was. And what a fantastic run from Ben Pearce. A fantastically timed kick. An absolutely spectacular fashion. Looked so strong as he came down the race. Definitely not over and done with in the early stages like we'd seen previously today. And so exciting to see a pack so closely contended.
Well, indeed, it looked like it was Archie Coates who got second on the line. Great running from him. The Wells City man, Dorset Schools as well. But we're going to see more of that, I'm sure. We've seen a few previous races have been runaway victories, haven't they? They've almost been wrapped up within a lap or two, and we like to watch that as well. But there's nothing better than seeing a sprint finish, seeing a home straight where the lead chops and changes 2-3 times in 100 metres.
Absolutely, there's something impressive to watch about front running, and it is absolutely mind-blowing to see, but it's so exciting when you've got a race that is as closely contested as that, and a pack is so tightly wound up.
So we've got a short break now to that women's steeplechase mile, the very first one ever. They will go, and in that men's steeple mile as well. For now, though, we've got some World Athletics speeches. I believe the plaque is going to be unveiled here for Oxford's, I guess, commitment to the sport over the last few years. I say last few years, decades as well. So a slight pause in the programme, and we'll be back. That women's steeple mile off at 4:40.
Okay, Jenna, we're about to do this presentation, so give me a countdown to the stop.
Does he know that Seb Coe video needs to go up as soon as I've introduced him?
Say that again?
There's a video that needs to go on once I introduce him as the player. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, he knows that, yeah.
Good.
Just want to make sure that he was so just saying that the presentation's going on.
Yeah.
So people come on here.
Yeah.
Am I starting on you today?
Not on me, no. Just wide shot and then go in straight into it. Just get me in the background for the video.
Voice of God.
Yeah, yeah.
See, normally I have my sets of the limousine from the trailer. They normally put
He had a certain edge.
Yes.
So, oh, I see. Well, just to mark the day. I think they're going to get the finals over here.
Yeah.
For a photo. I mean, that's not.
It's so small recently.
Huh? You can't say to that guy, but he's quite a little chap for a run.
That was chatty. He was. I just say it as it is, and they surprise you. I mean, he is quite short, but the thing is, they did this program today. Did you see that?
Oh, did they? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. No,
The whole half an hour running straight on, and they put little fellow wins. He goes mad as a little fellow. He'll have a go at anything. They put him next to
John Noakes.
No, not John. They put him next to one of the other guys, and they just sort of walk across the field. They're doing it quite good, doing it properly, and then sort of measure his stride rate.
How much do you want to stride rate? I don't, but I think if I notice it going down, I think my cadence is the same, but the stride length is shorter. You lose your spring, don't you? Yeah. That's what I've noticed.
We never went into that stuff.
I've got it on my watch. If I do a run on my watch, it tells you your average cadence, steps a minute, and your average.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had an amazing day so far here at Iffley Road. Bannister Miles 2024, cracking racing. But before we see our next round of races, we have a very special presentation to come. But before we get to that, we have a great message coming in from World Athletics President Sebastian Coe. You can watch that on the big screen.
I'm really sorry I can't be with you in Oxford to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Sir Roger Bannister's sub 4-minute mile. As President of World Athletics, I'll be on duty at the World Athletics Relays in the Bahamas over the May bank holiday weekend. Yes, somebody has to do that. On May the 6th, 1954, Roger broke through one of the most famous physical and mental barriers of the last century, and that is how people viewed it. And yet, of course, within a few weeks, John Landy took more than a second out of Bannister's record. It shows the indomitable nature of ambition and mankind, and Roger sat in the epicenter of that. A few months later, in 1954, Roger beat Landy in the mile of the century at the Empire Games in Vancouver, British Columbia, both men running under 4 minutes. There's not a middle distance athlete of my generation and many that followed who has not been inspired by Bannister. Due to Sir Roger, the mile became a very British institution that captured the imagination of so much of the global athletics landscape. I'm not sure it would have become that had he not been the first one to break 4 minutes. Britain had had world record holders for the mile before, but the very fact he managed to do it gave people like myself, Steve Cram, Steve Ovett, the massive inspiration to emulate his feat. World Athletics honoured Roger with the heritage plaque, which is being unveiled in Iffley Road, the university track where he famously ran 3:59.4. Next to Roger's honour, I'm delighted that another World Athletics heritage plaque is being unveiled. This plaque celebrates the historic contribution to the development of the sport of athletics made by Oxford University Athletics Club, which was founded in 1860. Congratulations, Sir Roger Bannister. Congratulations, Oxford University. I'm really sorry I can't be with you in Oxford.
Come to my camera. Come to my camera.
Thank you everyone for coming. I'd just like to introduce from World Athletics Chris Turner, who is the Director of World Athletics Heritage. So if you've gone and looked at the museum, this is all of his doing, so please thank him when you speak to him later at the museum. And then also Sylvia Barlag, who is representing World Athletics. Sylvia is a member of the World Athletics Council, and so welcome to both of them.
Thank you. What you've just seen from Seb, he really would love to have been here. He's been to all the other similar celebrations of the other anniversaries of the first sub-4. I want to just quickly introduce what is a World Athletics Heritage Plaque. Effectively, it's a program which began in 2018, and we want to highlight and celebrate some of the great moments in our sports history, some of the great locations, some of the great legends. And basically, since 2018, we have awarded plaques around the world, over 90 plaques. Most recently in Glasgow, Eric Liddell, Chariots of Fire fame. In the last couple of weeks, the London Marathon as well. But it is a global award, and it's awarded for an outstanding contribution to the development and the history of athletics. Without more further ado, we're going to move to the first of the plaques, and this was awarded to Sir Roger Bannister in 2019. And we are now very delighted to say that in the next few weeks a new display will be opened here at Iffley Road, where this plaque and the second one, which we'll announce in a few minutes, will be on permanent display. So please let me welcome Council Member Sylvia Ballag, speaking on behalf of Seb Coe.
I'm delighted to be here on this very special occasion of the 4-minute mile commemoration. As Seth rightly said, Sir Roger Bannister was very special to many of us. He passed away on the 3rd of May of 2018, just the day before the public launch of the World Athletics Heritage Program, which was just introduced by Chris here. The announcement of his death came just now, before the heritage ceremony began. Seth Coe, who was hosting the launch, began by summing up the stature of Bannister's athletic career. He said, on 6 May 1954, Roger made possible the impossible. the world's best runners, such as Pavel Norby, Jack Lovelock, Arne Anderson, Gunder Haag, and Bannister's personal hero, Sidney Woodisson, had been seriously attempting the 4-minute mile for a quarter of a century. It was as much a psychological as a physical career, and Bannister's success allowed mankind to enter a new world filled with possibilities. Bannister's achievement transcended sport beyond athletics. We have all lost a child, and for many of us, a deep close friendship. Those were Seb's words. A year later, at the Heritage Mile Night in Monaco, Seb Coe, in the presence of Sir Roger's daughters, Charlotte and Erin, announced the award of the World Athletics Heritage Plaque to her father, their father, in the posthumous category of legend, also just in like Chris. I'm delighted to be here at Iffley Road to represent Seb, who's traveling today, as he told you, back from this weekend's World Relays in the Bahamas, and to unveil Bannister's plaque at the site of his famous 3:59.4 run into the street. If I can please have the
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlotte Lurk of the Bannister, please come and receive.
To do, as it was introduced, there's the Oxford University Athletics Club, which was founded in 1860, and is one of the, if not the oldest athletics clubs in the world. In the decades of the 1850s and 1860s, when organized athletics competitions began to be developed, they are still enshrouded in myth and conjecture. But what is unarguable is that the Oxford University Athletics Club, I'm not a native speaker, was among a small group of fledgling sports organizations in the UK and the US, which pioneered the development of modern-day athletics. The club helped lay the organizational foundations, formats, and the rules of many of the athletics disciplines upon which today's international sport of athletics was built. The club has made and continues to make an immeasurable contribution to the development of the sport, which at its height at the Olympic Games, which we will have next, and the World Athletics Championships is watched by billions around the world. Some aspects, like running around the track in a clockwise direction, which continued in Oxford into the 1940s, do no longer remain. Yet others, like the steeplechase track event, which was invented here at Oxford University, continue to thrive. After this ceremony, we will witness the latest version, which is the inaugural 1-mile steeplechase. Curious to see. It therefore gives me the greatest of pleasures to announce the award of the World Athletics Heritage Plaque in the category of competition to Oxford University Athletics Club for an outstanding contribution to the worldwide history and development of our sports.
There are two Thomases who have made this event possible, and we want to ask Thomas number 1 or is it 2? I can't remember to come up and take the plaque.
So just on behalf of Oxford University Athletics Club, I'd like to thank World Athletics for presenting this to us today. We're a club that's very proud of its history, and I think you can see that by what we've done today, celebrating one of our greatest alumnus. but also putting on with World Athletics this new steeple race. I know all those high hurdlers out here will curse our previous alumni for setting them at 3'3" because they're up here on me near my rib cage and they're not very fun to go over. But the club is proud to have formed the start of athletics and worked with others to continue to grow it, as we do today by putting on this event. I hope you've been inspired whether you ran this morning at the community mile or have run today or come to spectate, and have been inspired to get involved in athletics and realise how important this sport is to the country, but also to life in general. I'd like to just kind of share a little story about inspiration. This morning I was putting my own number on for the community mile, and a little boy who was probably about 7 or 8 was stood next to his dad, and he said, "Oh, I want to be in number 41, please." And his dad was like, "Why do you want to be number 41? He said, "Well, Bannister ran in 41 in 1954, so I want to race in number 41. And so that's just one example of where events like this can inspire the new generation to go on and be mile world record holders. I'd like to thank the world record holders who have come today. And we have Steve Cram, Nuruddin Morselli, Philip Baye and Hisham El Garouj all here. So I think a big round of applause to them. I'd like to invite all 4 up on stage as well, just to wave to the crowd. And as they're coming up, I'd just like to point out that these people have some of the fastest milers in the world, and yet still have time for everybody. Nuruddin was stood at the finish line. Nuruddin's now to your Nuruddin was stood at the finish line earlier on today, cheering on young athletes as they came across the community mile. And Steve has been taking photos all afternoon with people who want to. And Phil, you've always been around him. I don't know where El Garouj is, but there is
one very bashful person, and we have to ask him on stage. Eamon Coghlan, chairman of the board, multiple mile record
chairman of the board, who world record in the indoor. Well, and Hisham, who is currently walking across the track over there, who will join us shortly. So I'd just like to finish in saying thank you all for coming, and I hope you have a good rest of your afternoon and enjoyed the day. I'd also Hisham's running, who is the current world record holder. Hisham, come on! He wanted to throw there. Please go come in front, mate. Please come in front, mate. All right, so we're running too slow. So, thank you very much for you 4 for coming, because it makes it special to have all of you here, and I'm sure you 4 being here inspires many athletes in the future to get involved in running and try and achieve what you guys have done. So, thank you very much for being here.
Bravo! Can we get photos?
Look forward, guys.
This one, please. Over here, please. Thank you.
So I'd just like to now introduce the Vice Chancellor.
Look at the conclusion of that World Athletics Heritage Award being given for Oxford University Athletics Club's contribution to the sport over the years. Someone who highlighted that so much was Roger Bannister, of course. He's actually on that Olympic support team in the 1948 Olympics in London. He wasn't there competing, he was supporting staff as soon to be president of Oxford University Athletics Club. So he's had a contribution on and off the track. We know that. So have all those men you just saw. How often do you get 5 world record holders on one stage, in one room together as well? And they all, Tom Renshaw, race director, is bang on the money when he says they're very grounded, they're very humble, they're easy to talk to, and they've been so approachable throughout the day. And I think they've had a word of almost everyone here. 2,500 people at Iffley Road this afternoon. I think they've probably had a photo or a little natter with just about everyone, Rosie.
How brilliant is that? And how fantastic it is for the young athletes as well to be able to experience an atmosphere like this and to see that these athletes are just people. It almost puts you in touch with those achievements and be able to think, oh, maybe one day I could do something like that. And who knows who it might inspire to become one of the next world record holders, break the next barrier. It could be absolutely brilliant.
Talking of barriers, we turn our attention in just a few moments' time. This women's steeplechase will take place. Well, they've said they're going to put a pacer out there at 75 seconds per lap. I wouldn't worry about that. The very first mile steeplechase is about to go down. It was something World Athletics looked at lots of championships and looked at fan engagement when the steeplechase was taking place. And unfairly or not, I think when they studied the fans, a few of them sort of switched off and maybe would have preferred the race to be shorter. How can you make it more exciting? And we know World Athletics are being creative. We've seen what they've done to the long jump going forward. And you know what? Speaking to a few people who work at World Athletics during the week, the steeple mile is possibly something which could be here to stay. I think we're going to see a few editions of it throughout 2024 towards the back end of the season. There's rumours it might appear in Switzerland somewhere as well. So I'm not sure if it's going anywhere. It obviously, on the international circuit, Rosie, it might take a time to really embed and for them to get the world rankings points and sorted and all that kind of razzmatazz. They've complicated the sport a little bit there. But yeah, let's see what we make of this. And to both Tom Renshaw and Tom Barrett, World Athletics kind of got in touch and said, you know what, you've kind of got scope to do what you want and put that first barrier. And there were rumours fluttering around that the first barrier they would take on would be this one, just 20 metres after the start. Thankfully, they've actually took that one out and the first barrier will be over on the back straight, but they will have, unlike the 1500 steeplechase, they will have 4 water jumps.
And how lucky we are to be able to witness the first ever steeplechase mile here today. It really does add to the legacy of this event, and what a brilliant event it's been so far. It's only going to get better, of course, this evening. The elite race is going off relatively soon, but interesting to hear about the potential for the steeplechase mile later on in the season and what it could be done with the World Athletics calendar, and see how that could be implemented into championships or diamond leagues potentially in the future, where we see it at the top end of the sport. Could be very interesting indeed. I think that those currently in the sport could have some potential opposition to it, not what they're used to, of course, but the steeplechase does span distances from 1,500, 2,000 and 3,000 metres. So it could be a very interesting addition, and one that athletes may just have to adapt to.
Well, absolutely, you bang on. And looking at someone 325, Bedford and County athlete, Lila Dana Braga, and coached by her father, I believe. She's an accomplished steeplechase. You mentioned the 1500 steeplechase. She's got a 2000 steeplechase under her legs as well. She's hovering on that 5-minute mark for the 1500 steeplechase, which is good enough to get her second place at those English Schools Championships last year. So this won't be too different to what she's used to. And actually, whoever wins this is going to be the very first person to ever win a mile steeplechase. So just like 70 years ago, there is history here today as well.
There absolutely is, and it's going to be very exciting. What an achievement that will be, to have that on your CV. To be able to say, I was the first person to win a steeplechase mile is just phenomenal. But Lila Donna-Braga, like you said, a fantastic steeplechaser. Huge pedigree in that. We tend to say about a second of barrier added to your flat 1500 metre time, which does just about equate for her. But these girls are underway now.
Well, just about equate. Sometimes it's quite a harsh way of looking at it, I think, because that only takes into account the time it almost takes to go over barrier. You've got to allow, and I think this is where a lot of flat 1500 metre runners go wrong, and this is a discussion we'll have. Look, with the mile steeplechase, maybe it will attract a lot of flat 1500 people. They haven't got to change their training too much. They've just got to incorporate a bit of technique work. But something which is often overlooked is that fatigue effect you get after those barriers. Like, yes, time-wise, it might be half a second, 3/4 of a second it takes you to actually get up over, but over the course of a mile, especially at this speed, that fatigue sets in, and it just slows your whole rhythm down.
It absolutely does. I can say it does start to feel like you're running through treacle by the time you've got about 400 metres to go when you're attempting to negotiate the steeplechase. And we can see these athletes cutting in for the first water jump there, and we have got a breakaway athlete who seems to take that water much better than the remaining 3. The other 3 athletes looking like they landed 2-footed in that, which is not the ideal technique adopted by most, of course. Most tend to try and go 1 foot in and straight out of the water.
Yeah, that's Alice Murray-Gawley from Taunton AC, coached down there by Charlotte Fisher. Always done a good job with steeplechasers. And, well, kind of season's best over 5,000, 17:01. So that's the kind of athlete she is over the flat. But she does come into her own when you put these barriers in front of her, and she'll be enjoying it. There's a nice battle there for second, third, and fourth as well. That's exactly what you want to see. So, so far, so good here. I think World Athletics, when they sort of want to put this event on, they want to, we've got 4 in this race, which is great, but you almost want more numbers, don't you, to really see how it's going to fare if you take it to the world-class level. What does this event look like when you've got 12, 13, 14 athletes all attacking a barrier after, just over 100 meters, and especially it's that first water jump after 250 meters at mile speed. What does that look like? As the rain here comes down 600 meters into this mile. Lap 2 as we speak. How's Alice Murray-Gawley going to take that water jump? And you can see actually, Rosie, it's worth picking up. We've got pace lights out for this one.
We do, and those pace lights will be coming into action for the rest of the races that we have got on today. And the rain really starting to come down heavily now for these athletes. It is only going to add an extra dimension to this steeplechase. Those barriers do get slippery. I know you tend to, people will say, well, you get wet anyway in a steeplechase, you're landing in the water, but this really does add something different to it.
This is good running from Murray-Gawley here, the Taunton AC athlete. Slight stutter into that one. The fatigue's going to start to set in. And, well, how do you approach this? When you're used to doing 3,000 meter steeplechases, 2,000 meter steeplechases, I think with the mile, you do approach it as a 2,000 steeplechase race, but you can get to attack that last 800 quicker than you would in a 2K.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that these athletes will definitely be contemplating, and with it being the first ever one, it's something that's incredibly unknown for all of these athletes. And it will come with experience, of course, but I think the sensible thing has to be to attack like a 2,000 and turn on that 1,500 meter speed with about 800 meters to go. I think so, because you've got the worry if you do treat it like a 1,500 flat race, when you're popping, when you're really blowing up to negotiate hurdling these barriers. What are they, 72 centimeters high for these women, hurdling that water jump? It can be awfully difficult. You can see the heavier landing as this race gets to the business end as we approach the final lap now, and a few others in behind as well. As Layla Dunabrega, Victoria Weir just struggling over that hurdle. It is a downpour here at Iffley Road. There's no wind, but it's hammering down. It's virtually a look at the puddles on the track at this stage. It is absolutely tipping it down. But our leader, Alice Murray-Gawley, looking very strong. You can see the fatigue starting to set in, not necessarily on the flat sections of this race, but when she attacks a hurdle, we can see that style starting to become a more up and down jump as opposed to a hurdle in which she's carrying her momentum forwards, which will only add to her fatigue. It becomes a vicious circle in the steeplechase and can be really hard to combat.
Yeah, for me as well, you got to look at the upper body. If they kind of rock and lean back over the jump, you can see here, lean back on that landing, you just lose that momentum going into your next stride. You need to get down as quick as possible. And it's going to be interesting because if this event does stick around, I think we're going to see techniques change. I mean, it's no secret on the Diamond League circuit. There's some questionable techniques, but what the athletes can do, they can run very, very fast and they can cope with the fatigue. But as we start to talk about, I mean, that 4-minute barrier for this steeplechase is already, we're already hearing whispers of it, and the event hasn't really got going yet. And so if it does, you're operating 60-second laps. You've got to be efficient over the hurdles, haven't you? And there's really no shortcuts. Into the final, 120 done, final water jump done then for Murray-Gawley.
And Murray-Gawley is going to be approaching her final barrier soon. Of course, in the steeplechase, it's definitely not over until it's over. And she successfully negotiates that barrier, and she'll be striding home. Keep an eye on the clock. The very first ever steeplechase mile is reaching its conclusion, and it is going to be Alice Murray-Gawley that takes this, arms in the air, 5:25 approximately. So keep an eye on open track for the official result.
World lead, world best, world record holder, personal best, you name it. The letters will be after her name. What a run, 5:24 unofficially. You're dead right. Keep an eye on open track for those live results. And, well, just like that, the rain stops as these ladies come across the line.
You couldn't have timed it better, really, with the weather. It's almost like somebody's flicked a switch.
Oh, bless them. And we got the men's race to look forward to next now. That's due off at 5 o'clock. So there'll be a little short interval now while we just while they go around, adjust the steeple barriers, and make sure everything's in place for those men to take to the track. Looking ahead to that one, Rosie, we've got Will Bannister, one of Britain's best steeplechasers. So good to see a strong domestic name, domestic, even international, the level he's at, come to Iffley Road here today to really give this event a crack.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he'll be looking to really get his hands on this and use it as a really good setup actually for the rest of his season. It's a nice shortened distance in comparison to the 3,000 steeplechase that he'll be looking to contest over some more major championships. It can provide a bit of an opportunity to get his legs moving, get them turning at his race pace while including barriers, which isn't an opportunity that you often get as a steeplechaser. So a really good event for him to come to today.
Absolutely. As you can see, the downpour here at Iffley Road, we're about 45 minutes, we're an hour away from that elite women's mile race, and just over for that men's mile. So we've still got time for the conditions to just settle down. To be honest with you, it hasn't dampened the mood here. We've had festivities all throughout the afternoon, all throughout the morning even, with that community mile. We credit to the organisation here. And it will be here next year as well. This is something, I think, with the addition of the community mile, that was really to kind of, bring in the masses, and that's what this sport is about now, isn't it? How popular has running become? It's become cool, it's become sexy. You know, you think back to sort of 30, 40 years ago, runners, it's probably fair to say they were a little bit weird, weren't they? Kind of oddballs. But as time goes on, it's beginning to get itself back into the mainstream media, and we talk about that. Race directors Tom Barrett, Gerard Martin, and Tom Redshaw on BBC Breakfast this morning, introducing the event, familiarising the public with what was about to take place.
Yeah, and it's so brilliant to see the sport flourishing in such a way. I know so many people all over that are picking up running shoes, whether it's having taken a break from the sport or for the first time, and those that have already been in the sport for several years, enjoying it more than ever, seeing it with more and more media time, more screen time, and better coverage is just brilliant.
It is indeed. Those 4 lads up at the top of the home straight, they're unfortunately just having to soak up these cold, wet conditions at this stage. I think they're going to be cool to their marks. They're going to have a little stride out down the home straight. Let's have a little preview of the field. I mentioned Will Bannister and his credentials. He's a low weight 20 man over the 3,000, the British champion as well. He'll be eyeing, for me, his next thing, in the track season, he'll be eyeing getting a mark locked in for that European Championships in Rome. We expect to see him there, hope to see him there, and then of course he'll probably turn his eyes and his attention to Paris. And at the moment, even before the European Championships, he'll have one eye on that. So he'll be opening up, and this is a lovely kind of season opener for him. Get over these barriers, and in not the best of conditions. And looking at it, Rosie, when we look at the other lads in there, you've got Dan Eckersley, Jamie Gross, Bradley Andrews, and Morgan Andrew as well, Josh Heatherley. But looking at Will Bannister, he won't have too much competition out there today.
No, you've got to say that Will Bannister is the standout performer on that lineup, and he will be looking to grab this race by the scruff of the neck and really take it on. I'm sure it could be a fantastic opportunity, like you say, to prepare himself for getting a European qualifying mark ahead of the championships this summer in Rome.
Yes, and if you are just joining us, you are witnessing history. The very first men's steeplechase mile about to take place. We know World Athletics are getting creative, innovative with the events. We've already seen them look to make changes to the long jump. There's been some backlash with that, hasn't there? But the steeplechase is next on their list. How do they make it more engaging for fans? And shortening the distances is one of the answers they've come up with. Will it attract more athletes to participate? Will it be easier to put on? Because, people say about the steeplechase how perhaps the depth isn't quite there, but for me the opportunities aren't there either. Take the UK for example. There's perhaps outside of a league match where, to be brutally honest, if you are at the highest level, doesn't provide much competition, and outside of a league match, and even these men in this race, they'll completely solo a league match. Often you'll see people 2-foot water jumps, and it's not acceptable in a steeplechase to do that when you are at a decent level. So outside of those opportunities, you've got British champs and you've got a couple BMC races that get put on. Other than that, there are very, very few opportunities for people to trial this event and get into it. And if they do shorten the distance to a mile, perhaps it's more appealing. It's an easy switch, isn't it, for people?
Absolutely, it's a really interesting stance to take, and World Athletics, of course, like you say, getting a bit of stick for the changes they've made in the long jump previously, or the changes they've proposed for the long jump. But credit where credit's due, of course, our sport doesn't evolve without trailblazers and trying to make these judgments and trialling these changes. So it's a fantastic opportunity, and I think with the steeplechase, it really is a discipline of the sport that could do with this innovation, and it's absolutely fantastic to see it coming through. It's very difficult, of course, to get into the steeplechase given the lack of opportunity. So to be able to put an event like this on, hopefully it'll only spark more and more. Because there are countless events you see in league matches, like you say, where it is a solo run and you think, where is the opportunity here? And it's something that Britain could be so strong in when you look at our strength and depth in middle distance running.
You're dead right. You look at all those 1500 metre runners, men and women, of course, the level they're operating at. And it's always the argument is that we hear it all the time, you know, people should transition to the steeplechase. But the problem is that change does not happen overnight. And our athletes who are at the highest level, at the top of their game over the flat 1500, are they willing to really, brutally honestly, you're looking at sacrificing 2 seasons, possibly 3 seasons before you can replicate that same level in the steeplechase. And if you're a 334 1500 metre man and you start knocking around 840 for the steeplechase, that's getting you nowhere. And in that time, you become irrelevant. You're probably losing out on that 1500 development as well. So a lot of athletes just they don't give it enough time to switch, and rightly so. That's the difficulty you have. So really, it needs to start from a younger age. If we're looking at that depth, I think that argument of pulling 1500 metre runners across is getting a little bit tiring. I think we need to look at developing steeplechasers from an early age and making that event something they care about, and perhaps introducing something like this, the mile. It's you've already got that kind of barrier, haven't you? The 4 minutes, the whispers coming around that. You've got the hype, and I think perhaps it's a little bit more relatable to a lot of people.
Absolutely. I think it could be so exciting to see this event evolve and develop in that way. And hopefully we're witnessing the start of something very special with this event.
We sure hope so, as these men, I think the barriers continue to be adjusted. That first barrier will be over on the 300 metre mark just before. And welcome to all those watching, especially World Athletics. I'm sure they've got a keen interest on watching how this one plays out. Seb Coe himself, he's already sent a few messages here to the Iffley Road crowd on the 70th anniversary of that Roger Bannister mile. And I'm sure he's tuning in to see how this event unfolds. And we mentioned in that women's race, we've only got, 5-6 athletes in this men's race this evening. But it is an event they want to see, really. How does it shape up? How does it look when you've got 10, 12, 15, 16 athletes all fighting for positions, moving at 62 second, 61 second 400 metre speed? That would be world-class steeplechasing.
It really would. And you never know what we're going to see. That would be magnificent to see something like that on that scale here today. It would be brilliant to see this event, like we said, evolve over the course of the season, and hopefully we can see by the end of the year some more of these events being put on that gather bigger crowds. Of course, a lack of opportunity, like we mentioned just a few moments ago, could help draw bigger crowds once the event becomes more established. So hopefully when the event starts to draw 14, 15, 16 athletes per race, more and more opportunity will come about because the demand increases, and hopefully that cycle will become prosperous for the sport.
It certainly will. So then, on the inside, we've got Will Battersill, Dan Eckersley, Jamie Gross, Bradley Andrews, Kellick, Morgan Andrew, and Josh Heatherley. Those are the men in this race. One of them is a no-show, actually, so I'll just try and identify that athlete. Jamie Gross there in the centre, Paul Lacey, Eckersley next to him, Will Battersill, 336, Morgan Andrew, and Josh Heatherley on the outside. So it's the man from Jersey, the under-20 athlete, Bradley Andrews Callick, who is not here. It's a shame. It would have been his chance to write himself in the history books and, well, be ranked inside the top 10 in the world at this distance. But here we are then. Rain coming down on these men. They've been standing in it for the last 10, 15 minutes. Not really ideal, but one thing they have got, they've got a great crowd on the infield. To the left, you can't quite see it yet, those at home, but we've got several hundred spectators in the grandstand as well, and a few more on the infield over on the back straight. So tickets for this event sold out. Over 1,500 spectators, and the community mile, also over 1,500 athletes competing in that community mile this morning. to continue on that legacy of the great man, Sir Roger Bannister. So Rosie, I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is here. I know there's a few steeplechase barriers which are quite hard to adjust, to say the least. There's a few nuts and bolts which probably need lubricating out there. I can say that confidently, but yeah, it's a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be too much longer till we get started now. We can see the athletes being sent out for some more strides up and down that home straight. Often the water jump barrier can be quite difficult to adjust, so potentially some issues down there which are out of picture at the moment and out of sight. So who knows what's going on, but hopefully it won't be long till we get underway. Of course, the men's height does increase over the women's.
I have a feeling that might be the problem, that water jump. There's a big crowd over there, like you say, Rosie, forming over the far side. And they really want to give these men, it's always a big cheer, isn't it? It's quite nervous. It's for these men and women to approach that water jump with, you know, 50, 60 or so people huddling around it, waiting for something to happen, albeit for good or worse.
Yes, I have to say, in my experience at the water jump, it does tend to be louder than the home straight at times. When you've got a big race going
Have you
through.
fallen in by any chance?
I haven't. I've had someone next to me do it though, and it's a bit of a shock when you hear a splash and everyone, ooh, ah, and it's reminds you to pick your feet up and make sure you land nicely on the next one.
Yes, it's something that we don't just see at the amateur level as well. We see it at international level. Athletes stacking it, hitting barriers. We've seen some horrible accidents over the years as well. Athletes sort of tripping into a barrier, hitting their head and clattering their knee and stuff. Some serious injuries. I mean, actually, not too long ago, Emma Coe Mem breaking her ankle on the landing of the water jump, and it is, and I think that is one of the things. We talk about the popularity event, the depth in the event. I think you know, the chance of injury, even training. Any steeplechase coach, athlete will tell you, actually training an athlete, getting them over the jumps enough in training is quite the challenge because of the impact. I mean, realistically, a 3,000 meter steeplechase, you're looking at 35 jumps, 7 water jumps. You need to be doing that in training. It's plain and simple. You need to be doing that at least once a week in training because that's your event. Train for your event, but doing it is, you know, talking about it is one thing because the impact it has on the body. You know, doing that many jumps a week on the track as well, the niggles start to show.
Absolutely, it's a huge strain that it puts on the body to be able to take that sheer volume of jumps time and time again, week in, week out, is absolutely huge, and the body has to be so strong to be able to cope with that demand. And in addition to that, it's not always practical for athletes to have these barriers out regularly. A lot of them will train over regular hurdles, which they can set to the correct height, of course, and take up only one lane. But even when you're training in a big group, a lot of training partners and people in the support networks won't be steeplechasers for these athletes, so won't be going over the barriers. So it can be quite a challenging aspect. And not only that, but to have the water jump filled up is quite a challenge. Often you'll see athletes attempting the water jump over a sandpit instead of filling the pit itself because it's cheaper and more accessible. So it can be quite a challenge to get the facilities there and ready to be used once a week or even more, as the sport really should require.
Absolutely, I think you're dead right there. Steeplechase groups in development days doing a great job at building the event as well. But just looking now, Rose, they're going to need to turn the floodlights on here because we are in an absolute fog of cloud. The rain is hammering down. I feel so sorry for these gentlemen out there on the track at the moment. There is a hold up out there, and they must just be adjusting a barrier somewhere on the track. And they're struggling, but yeah, they really could have called. I mean, there are some indoor facilities here. They should have called these men back into the cricket schools or back into the changing rooms, the locker rooms as well, because we've got a gazebo even just on the infield there. Why aren't they in there? Because they've been out there for far too long, in my opinion.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Stripped down to race kit over 10 minutes ago now, and they've had the rain pouring down on their shoulders ever since. They must be starting to get cold. It's not a chilly day today, but when you are soaked to the skin and in a vest and shorts, not doing very much, it's definitely going to be chilly out there for them. And that's not something they need to contest with at the moment. But we can see an official now waving his clipboard, hopefully waving the rest of the field back over. And hopefully it won't be too long till we get underway.
And as he does that, they all come to life. They were huddling under that Sports Shoes banner over on the far side as if that was keeping them dry. But yep, he waves a clipboard and they get back onto that start line where they were 10 minutes or so ago. But that next race off at 5:15. So it shouldn't delay the programme at all. We should be okay there. But it's more just, yeah, looking out for the kind of, I guess the safety's a little bit strong, but I guess the mindset of these and the physical condition of these athletes before they take to this brand new, groundbreaking, inaugural steeplechase mile event as they take to their marks. Evenly spaced out on the start line, so away they go. And I mentioned it before, Will Bannister, you'll be familiar with him at home as well. British champion in the steeplechase, 8:22 man over the 3K. And look, he would have had discussions with Luke Gunn, his coach, of how to approach it, how to attack this distance. He's got pace lights to key off, and look, there's not many events in the world which have pace lights, so that's a massive bonus here at Iffley Road. And it looks like Dan Ecclesey just there sitting in second place as well.
Yeah, absolutely huge to have the wave lights here today. It's an astounding piece of technology that has been rolled out in the sport over the recent years, and it's something to be added to with the new spikes that are being developed, the carbon-plated shoes, of course, and any innovation in fueling as well. Just additional things to help this sport grow and develop athletics-wide, really.
Well, there we go. Look at the different techniques to the water jump as well. Something I think is Morgan Andrew just choosing to jump that fully. That water jump, Dan Ecclesey, he's an
Well, I'm delighted to say I've been joined inside our World Athletics Museum tent with none other than former mile indoor world record holder, Eamon Coughlin. Eamon, congratulations on your huge success as an athlete, but thanks very much for being here today. And we've got some very special spikes behind us as well. Just how great is it to be here at Iffley Road?
Well, thanks, God. It's great to be actually here. It's really an honour to have been invited over. You know, when you're a kid growing up as a young budding athlete, you dream about someday breaking sub 4 minutes for the mile or representing your country, winning a Europeans, winning a World, winning an Olympic Games. And to be here today kind of puts a little bit of, you know, the bumps through you, because it's kind of proof that, hey, I've been part of this heritage all these years. So it's a great, great, great honour.
Well, you are somebody as well that, with the rain today, certainly enjoyed indoor success as well, and 3 world records over the mile indoors. What was the secret recipe for you indoors?
There was no secret recipe. I just loved running those boards. I loved those tight turns. I loved bending on them like a racing car going around a track.
Did they not call you the king of the boards? Was that right?
It was the chairman of the boards.
Chairman of the boards, yeah, even better.
Chairman of the boards. That was the moniker that they gave me all the days. I just loved the tight turns. I always remember Steve Ovett coming over to New York to run his first ever Millrose Games, and at the press conference when he was asked about indoor running, he said, hey, you know, it's like a little bit of a circus out there, really. He said, it's like running around a bathtub, he says, except there's no faucets on the turns. So on the start line of the race the next day, we're on the staggered start on the turn basically, and Steve says, where are we going? I said, no, we're on a staggered start. I said, but it's a really tight turn, mind the faucets, because they're on this track here tonight. Do you know what happened to him? He fell.
Well, that's just how it goes sometimes, isn't it? Rubber the green. We've just had a steeplechase mile as well out on the track, which is incredible, both for the male and females. Do you think that's maybe an event that might take off? It's quite a tasty distance.
Yeah, when I saw it on the programme here today, I said, wow, we haven't had one of those before. It's like long overdue. So for it to commence, you know, with World Athletics, you know, the mile steeplechase here in Iffley Road, the 70th anniversary of Roger Bannister's sub 4 is just fantastic for the sport, and it gives young athletes an opportunity to actually run in an event that maybe they're not good enough in the flat mile, but they're good enough in the steeplechase, and they can move down and be recognised for their talents.
And Irish athletics at the moment is in a pretty good place after the World Relays. They've got some fantastic quarter milers at the moment, and that's really good to see you heading into the Olympics.
Yeah, it's fantastic, you know, and we talk about the Irish quarter milers and we talk about their success yesterday qualifying for the Olympics. It always goes back to one person, Rashida Dadelecki. I've known Rashida since she was 13 years of age. My dear friend who only passed away 2 weeks ago, Johnny Fox, was her coach. He always talked about Rashida as a teenager, and when she went to America, he said to me, Eamon, I've held her back. I'm going to get her ready for America. I don't want to run her into the ground. But wait and you see, by the time she's finished college, she'll be an Olympic champion or she'll be a world champion. And here she's about on the doorstep, and hopefully, with a bit of luck, she can succeed at that level.
Well, I'm not a betting man, but I think she might be in for a chance of an Olympic medal this summer as well. And some of the heritage artefacts that we've got here at the Museum of World Athletics as well. There's some really impressive pieces, isn't there? Some, I think
This is the Wanamaker for its, and these were the spikes I wore when breaking the world record in 1979 over in San Diego. So I just thought, having been invited into the Heritage Club as part of the Milers, it's an honour as a recognised indoor miler to be part of that, and it's only great that that stuff, when I'm long gone, that'll be here.
Well, that's your legacy, isn't it? The multiple world records over the mile. And it's been fantastic talking to you, and thanks very much for stopping by, and hopefully we get to talk more later.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Fantastic. Brilliant. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, we join back, and the conclusion of that inaugural, the very first men's mile steeplechase. Frustratingly, we had that interview with Eamon Coughlin, king of the board, shall we say. So I hope that was insightful for you at home. But, well, Bannister just put on a masterclass, and I was looking at those green lights. There was no clock on screen, but those green lights were set at 64s, and he looked to be well inside those. So we may well have witnessed something inside 4:10 for that first steeplechase mile ever. I wonder what that 1500 split was as well. This is all unofficial. This is me being skeptical. I didn't actually get a clock on it myself, but I was just keying off those green lights, and he was ahead of them. So keep an eye on Open Track for me, won't you? And check those live results. He seemed to enjoy himself out there. He moved very, very well. He hurdled well. And the former Harvard University student is, well, he'll go down as a world record holder, world best, whatever you want to call it, world lead, and the very first to take to the mile steeplechase. So it'll go down in the history books, and, well, whether he'll remain at the top throughout the rest of 2024, we will find out. We will wait and see, and I hope we do see this event again, Rosie, because us here, we were having great fun watching that, and I do think it is thrilling, isn't it? And already you start to look at the comparisons between what Roger Bannister did 70 years ago and what men or women would have to do to break that 4-minute mile barrier over these hurdles.
Absolutely, I think it's so exciting to be able to draw in a new event that has so many parallels to the 4-minute mile 70 years ago, and to be able to create a new barrier to be broken adds so much excitement to athletics, and really could be what the sport needs to just add a new dimension. But we move now. We have the mixed para 1500 metres up next. We've got to get the barriers cleared off the track beforehand, and then they'll be underway hopefully very soon.
I'm sure they will be. 5:15, they're due off, so now basically, but they're not far away. They're going to be onto the track any minute now as they just quickly clear those barriers off, and head over to the Bannister Miles social as well to hear an interview from Will Bannister, because he will be all over it, and I'm sure a lot of press will be as well, as history was made here today. I do apologise, we couldn't cover it in the best way we know how, with a bit of race commentary as well. But look ahead into this para 1500. Kieran O'Hara, Adam Wilson, James McKibben, Toby Markham, Hannah Taunton, Ella Richards as well, and that completes the lineup. What can these athletes do, and what we'll see. But unfortunately, Rosie, conditions here just relentless, and it's just not letting up either.
Yeah, they really are. I think relentless is probably one of the only words we could use to describe it right now. The rain is just coming down. Thankfully, the wind has stayed very, very low. I'm sure that's something the milers will be very grateful of as the evening heads towards its conclusion. Of course, the elite men aiming to go off at about 6 o'clock this evening. But of course, yeah, this rain just not letting up at all. The track is absolutely covered in puddles. So it would be nice to see maybe a slight break in the rain, but nothing seems to be heading our way just yet.
Well, we're just having a look. Actually, these mixed power athletes don't look to be any sign of them at the moment. So whether we're going to have a little rain delay or a pause in the program remains to be seen. But we're set up for it. We've got the grandstand here. Those with umbrellas always come prepared, don't they? And got a massive gazebo where that World Athletics Heritage site is, a museum, and athletes and coaches and friends and family down here at Iffley Road today can go and look over those famous items of clothing, shoes, spikes, equipment, all that kind of thing, and even just the record books as well. So it looks like the para athletes make their way out of the cricket schools where their changing rooms is known, where they can prepare the cool room, if you like. An interesting place, the cool room, Rosie, isn't it? Look, it's quite a quiet place. Not too much chitter chatter goes on in there.
Yeah, it really is an interesting experience being in the cool room. One that you can't replicate very easily elsewhere. I think it's something I've never been able to find anywhere else. You tend to go in, lots of very nervous athletes sitting around, jittering their legs, jumping up and down, trying to get the last bits of warm-up in, some A skips, some B skips perhaps, and often being told off by the officials for doing just that.
Yeah, for moving anywhere other than their chair that they've been told to sit on for the next 20 minutes, and they don't want them going anywhere. Any delay to the event, they want to eliminate.
Yes, of course, you're not allowed to move out of that chair. That is the worst thing you could do in an official's eyes, I'm sure. And of course, following that, you get your spikes checked, numbers checked, and I walked out onto the track, which was a very nervous little journey indeed. For those athletes, of course, often jumping up and down and jittering around to try and keep themselves warm. Being sat in the cool room for 20 minutes prior to your event isn't something that's particularly ideal from a athlete's point of view. Of course, it's a logistical necessity for the officials, but definitely more of a hindrance for the athletes.
It is, and it's tough now for the athletes warming up in these conditions as well. You know, just keeping dry is a big thing before you race, and it's just absolutely pouring here. We're going to have history, a record number of rain on a May day, I think. May bank holiday here, but after these power races, we'll move on to the women's B mile and the men's B mile, and even that is being paced at 60 seconds. So I'm not quite sure they'll have it in them to break 4 minutes, but you never know. But then you've got those 2A races, 5:45 and 6 o'clock will go off at. And Rosie, I'm looking on the infield now as I speak, and I'm just seeing Hisham El Garouj. He's a sought-after man, and rightly so. A few of the lads, Oxford University students, getting some great photos with him. He's full of smiles, he's full of compliments, and he's full of advice as well.
Yeah, and how important that is for the sport, for athletes such as himself to be almost accessible in the sense of that they are here and they're able to do these things and be in touch with the athletes so that they can be inspired in the manner in which they may have been so many years ago.
And while we pause and wait for this power race to get going, we'll throw down to Scott. He's got an interview ready.
Well, I've managed to track down another legend of athletics. He's a very busy man. It's Mr. Filbert Bay. Filbert, you've been signing autographs all afternoon. Great to have you here. How good has it been to be at Iffley Road today?
Well, I think for the second time I've been in Oxford. First time was 1994. I think this time it took me for surprise because that time it was dry, now it's raining. But I think to be here is like my second home. I've got friends, like Roger Bannister himself as my father. Like my father, I met him last time here. And unfortunately, when we met in Monaco, he wasn't there because he passed away. But we celebrate today his 70th year since he broke under 4 minutes. I think for us, Myla, he's our hero and he's our legend and he's everything to us, Myla. And that's why every time you get the invitation to come in to Oxford for this celebration, we're really pleased of us coming here. No hesitation, no excuses. We have to come here and say and celebrate with the family of Roger Bannister. And thank you very much, the family, and thank you very much, the people from Oxford, and thank you everybody in the UK for inviting us here.
Well, it's been great to have you. You're of course a fantastic steeplechaser as well. We've had a mile steeplechase here today. How amazing is that as an event? And would that be something you'd look to get involved in if you were still competing?
Well, you know, talking about a mile or 1,500 meters, this race, which is not very long, which is not very short, but I think is entertaining. It's entertaining in a way it doesn't really bore someone who is watching it because the speed is there, the endurance is there. I think that's why these days 1,500 meters a mile are very fast. And why? Because it's enjoyable. Everybody enjoys. Everybody. It doesn't give you being bored. I mean, everybody wants to watch, wants to see. And I think in future to come, we are looking on breaking 3 minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Break 3 minutes.
I'm telling you, in future, I'm talking about 100 years.
You've heard it here first. Phil McVeigh thinking eventually we will break 3 minutes for the mile. It's been fantastic to have you here this weekend. It's been fantastic talking to you, but we need to head back to the track because we've got another mile underway.
Well, we join this mixed para 1,500 then over on the far side. Kieran O'Hara, Adam Wilson battling hard there in third place as well. We got Ella Richards, also there James McKibben as well. They're a little bit further back, 314 as well. Toby Markham, Newham and Essex Beagles. So we got a nice, we got 3 up here at the front, and we got three kind of in behind as well. So no one's running on their own at this stage. And Adam Wilson just taking a fight his way past there into the lead. And he does that, the man from Yade, Bristol and West as well. Kieran O'Hara just trying to hang tough, but Wilson showing his experience, to be honest with you. You're looking very, very smooth up at the front now. But he's not done yet, James McKibben of North Devon, is he? He'll know Wilson well. They're not too far away in geographical senses, but McKibben just looking to pour it on now. Excuse the pun as the rain continues to come down here at Iffley Road. So here's the sound of the bell then for these gentlemen. We'll try and bring you a clock on the screen at some point throughout the next few races, but watch out for the man in third. Kieran O'Hara of Havering AC looks to swing wide, and the lead is chopped to change. What, 3-4 times over the last 400 metres or so. That's a surge from O'Hara. A gap's come out of nowhere. What's that, 5-10 metres as he continues to hit down the back straight into the final 250, and he'll be confident now he can hold on.
Yeah, he will indeed. Looking really, really strong as we come down that back straight. Heading into the final bend, looking absolutely full of running as he comes down. Really has put distance between himself and the chase too now.
Yeah, and I think Hannah Taunton's got a bit of a pacemaker further back as well. And or is it Ella Richards, sorry, of Torby, moving very, very well. So she's got company. But there's no doubt about this man at the front, O'Hara, as he comes into the home straight. He's going to hear the roar of Iffley Road here, just like 70 years ago when Bannister hit home down this straight. So O'Hara's going to take this mixed para 1,500 metre title here at Iffley Road. Great running from him. In second, it was McKibben and Adam Yates, who made a big surge with sort of 700 metres to go. Holds on for third.
A fantastic conclusion to that lead 3 in that para 1,500 metres. A fantastic move from Kieran O'Hara. What a surge that was. Perfectly timed in the last lap. Looking so strong indeed.
Well, here we go, and that is Ella Richards coming down the home straight. What a fantastic run from her. 3:16 there, just an under 15 athlete already, so accomplished. And yeah, being placed there by potentially coach father, congratulating her at the end of the race. Look, as you can see, the man from City and Stoke, but Ella Richards, great running, and that concludes that para 1,500. So all eyes now on those mile races. We've got the women's B race, men's B race, women's A race, and men's A race.
Really are getting to the business end of the timetable, and it is only going to get more and more exciting as we do move through these final 4 races coming up.
All right, then these women are going to file down the home straight. and get things moving here. It's a moment you've been waiting for. Welcome if you are just joining us as well. We are live at the Iffley Road Stadium. 70 years ago, Bannister did something special, and that was he broke the 4-minute mark, something which was deemed as near impossible. It was compared to landing on the moon, climbing Everest, and still to this day more people have climbed Everest than run a sub 4-minute mile. And discussions will be happening what's harder. There's no doubt in my mind what's harder, Rosie. We might be biased, but a sub 4-minute mile takes years of preparation. Everest, you can almost buy your way up that mountain, can't you? I'm only joking. I'm sure there's a few climbers out there disgusted with what I'm saying. But let's turn our attention to those racing. Laurie Marlowe, someone to mention, Reading AC athlete, having a good, strong season, a good few years back in the sport. Evie Powell as well. Jenny Legate's in there, Cambridge and Coleridge. Sophie Crumley, also of Reading AC. Lucy Stevens, Maddie Hughes. Clara Hatanova, Matilda Laidlaw as well. Sophie Lomas, Lucy Harrison, Clementine Cooper and Charlotte Campbell. The Oxford City runner on the outside. So a few women again. They'll look at this and we expect to see a sub 5-minute clocking, to be honest with you. So a few women will have that in mind. Look, a few 4:30 runners, 40 runners in this one, and a few even quicker as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This really could be a fantastic race to set the tone for what's still to come tonight.
Oh, and is that a false start? It looks that way, doesn't it? So
it does indeed.
False start from those. We've seen a couple of those throughout the afternoon, and what a chances, hey?
Yeah, we mentioned earlier on we've seen 3 now today, and we said earlier how unusual it is to see a false start in a distance race, and we've had 3 in one afternoon now. So spoilt for choice on that one.
No one to be disqualified, I'm sure. I think just a few issues with the starter's gun. I think these athletes now will take to their mark, and it's all synced up these days, isn't it, with the electronic time? And I think sometimes if they see the electronic timing hasn't kicked into gear, they got to pull that race back. So this women's B mile will just have to hold fire. They'll have to wait a couple more minutes before they get going. Someone else worth mentioning, local athlete Evie Powell from Abingdon AC, the under 20. Athlete, you'll see her in the yellow, very, very strong competitor. So away they go then. Pacemaker to the front, and Rosie, we're looking for around about 74 seconds. So inside, 4:50 would be great running from these women. So definitely inside 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be great to see a sub 5-minute clocking, or a comfortable sub 5-minute clocking, we should say. These women well capable of that. And the pacemaker looking very strong as they come out, leading the pack, and plenty of athletes have gone with them. It is a nicely strung out series of athletes down that back straight already. Just 200 metres into this race now.
Well, it's easier said than done in these conditions, isn't it? It does continue to pour down. It doesn't strike you, as conducive conditions by any means. And, when you're warming up in it, must have been horrendous for these women. But they're out there on the track, pounding that tartan surface, quite different to that of what Bannister was running on the cinders back in 1954, which makes that 3:59 even more impressive. We'll get into that in his training and everything like that as we approach that elite men's race later on. But again, Rosie, I don't know why the pace is doing this. We saw this in the women's C mile, but she's got a lap done in lane 2-3. I'm not sure who you're helping there, but it's the youngster Powell who now is at the front after just a lap.
Yeah, so the pacemaker taking us through 400, and I can see her here from our position in the commentary booth, and looks like potentially she may have picked up a slight niggle or an injury. She's holding her foot very gingerly as she moves out across the track. So hopefully she's okay. But the action continues in the women's B race of this mile, and the athletes haven't been guided through. Only 400 metres are left to their own devices now.
Yeah, to be fair to the pacer, she does look a little bit banged up, a little bit hurt at this stage. So it's the 2 local athletes, Charlotte Campbell from Oxford City, just under 15, believe it or not. Look at her, right amongst it in this elite women's B mile. And you've got Evie Powell as well, also of Abingdon. It's a Rugby and Northampton athlete. Lucy Stevens, the under 23, Birmingham University student as well. So much like Bannister, still studying whilst competing, athletics being her outlet from studying at this stage in her career. So we got a lead pack there, 4-5 strong.
Yeah, 5 strong pack leading us down the home straight now. And they are moving very well, we should say. They're tucked in a nice train-like fashion. You might see some of the athletes coming out and trying to make a move from that after conserving some energy, sat in behind using some drafting tactics potentially as they move through.
Well, in Cambridge Coleridge, athlete Jenny Legate goes to the front now, and she's got a personal best of 5:13. She's going to obliterate that if she keeps this rolling. She looks strong up at the front, and this wasn't. If we got the green lights there as well for these women to key off, well, that's just fantastic. I wondered if they were going to hang around after those steeple miles. We could use them in those elite miles towards the end of the evening here, and they are, so she can work off of those. And I was going to say, it didn't look like a move to go to the front just to have kind of clear running or anything like that. This was a decisive surge. She wants to push on and string this field out, and now it's the youngsters up at the front.
Yeah, that group of 5 becomes a group of 3 and 2, almost even 1, 2 and 2 there, as our leader Jenny Legate moves clear of the pack. A gap of potentially 3, 4, 5 metres opening up on the bottom bend, and she'll be rounding down into the home straight very shortly.
Well, Legate 9th at those English Schools cross-country championships in 2024, and those of you who don't know, it's a painful position to finish, isn't it? We know that the top 8 athletes, they go on to represent English schools at the SIAB International, and so she would have just missed out on that. So she's come into this track season with a vengeance. She means business. She wants to have redemption over those athletes who pushed her out of that place, but she's a terrific cross-country runner, 2nd at the South of England cross-country championships. She's strong enough to hold this, to maintain this over the final lap here. So Legate all on her own, but will she be challenged by the Rugby and Northampton athlete closing in? That's Lucy Stevens.
So Stevens looking strong as she comes down there, but it is Jenny Legate still away and clear as she comes through. 200 or so metres to go, and she'll be looking to hold on to that lead, but the gap is starting to close.
Oh yeah, don't hold your breath. Stevens looking good. She's just reeling her in, and you know what? She's got the momentum, hasn't she? She sensed weaknesses. She senses blood from Legate at the moment, but has she gathered herself? Can she go again? What were they through the 1500? Around about 4:35, 4:36. So we're on course for well inside 5 minutes. How close to 4:50 can we get? Jenny Legate backing up her dominant display over the cross country this winter, missing out on that England vest, but she's going to bounce back with a win here in this women's B mile inside 5 minutes, 4:56. That's almost the theme of the afternoon. How many 4:55, 56 mile races have we seen from these women? It doesn't matter what race you've been in. It seems to be one just inside 5 minutes. Clara Atanova just coming across the line there outside 5. What a great run from her. And as they go, this race comes to its climax, and we now turn our attention to that men's mile.
Yeah, the men's B race up next, but what a fantastic race that was to set the tone for the elites coming through this evening. It's going to be a very exciting last couple of races, so if you weren't intending to, do stick around. There's plenty more still to come.
Well, there is indeed. Loughborough University student as well, but I kept an eye on Charlotte Campbell there, the Oxford City athlete. She was awfully close to that 5 minute barrier as well, just in under 15. So, yeah, super running from her so far. So she's got a bright future to look forward to at this stage, and they can look forward to it. I think actually when you're almost deciding, what event do I want to do? Do I, you know, and sometimes you don't have to decide. It's not a conscious decision. It's almost like just trying a little bit of everything and seeing what you're better at, seeing what training you respond to, you react to better, because you know, as we know, that was one of the biggest things Bannister did. His training was unorthodox, but you know what? It worked for him, and finding a kind of program which does work for you, that you can improve on year is the most important thing at their age.
Yeah, it really is, and I think a lot of these athletes will be worrying about what event do I pick, what should I do? Should I do the 1500, should I do the 800, should I go up to the 5k? All these different questions running through their minds, but often the right event for them will present itself eventually once they've found their way and found what training works for them. If the focus resides on what training they enjoy and what they can respond to and adapt to the most effectively, the right event for them will present itself eventually.
We've had 3 issues today on photo finish. So it might be a
to right, this men's B mile, then we look at it and yeah, we see that it's due to be paced through in 60 seconds, which is a mean task, not just for the pacemaker, but for some of these men. It might just be beyond them. Some of them have got personal bests of close to 3:45, so obviously that equates to 60 seconds per lap for a mile, 1,609 meters. We know actually you've got to be inside 60 seconds, but all eyes here for me, Rosie, on Quinn Ingram. He was the first under 20 home at those World Cross Country Championships. He's had a fantastic spring, if you like, 14:25 over 5,000 back in February. He's just having one of the seasons of his life, and I believe he's off to, he's not going to follow in his brother's footsteps, and he's going to go to Birmingham instead of Loughborough over the next few years. So he wears number 23, rocking those Radley colours, which for those of you who don't know, is about 3-4 miles away along the river from Iffley Road here. And a few others in there that we should mention. Ben Reynolds rocking that Wellsfesh. He's a super talent, and studying out at Oregon University as they get underway in this men's B-mile. What's it going to throw up? Pacemaker straight to the front, ease round that first bend. We mentioned that before, how different it is. It's the same but different, isn't it, to 1,500 meter running. Even the fact that they have to attack this bend at the start and kind of file in, and that's not an easy process for some of these men, especially at this speed.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be a lot of argy-bargy, lots of chopping and changing, especially in these very early stages, as the men negotiate that first bend so early on. But as you say, there are so many names in here that are just full of young talent. I look through the start list, see William Rabjohns as well, another absolutely fantastic young athlete. Evan Grime as well, huge name in the junior circuit. Quinn Ingram, of course, one that we've already mentioned, and so many others. It's going to be a fantastic race.
Grime is quite frankly a sickening talent, isn't he? I mean, to run 3:53 for 1,500 as an under 17. I mean, it starts to you start to bring back the memories of Matty Sherlin when he ran 3:44 as an under 17. So Grime, he's decked out in the Adidas singlet towards the rear of the field, and more famously just getting dipped at that mini marathon, wasn't he? So these lads are on the pace lights. They're just dropping off it. The pacemaker, he's about sort of 10 meters ahead of him at the moment. That's Harry Wakefield of Salford Harriers, who's just looking to give chase to keep the pace, and he's checking his shoulder going, where is everybody? Why is no one with me? Can you boys not hang? Johnny White, the City of Portsmouth, doing his best to go with as well, but they're only 600 meters in, and they're already, to be fair, 133, 134 at that 600 meter mark, so we're probably looking more around 410.
Yeah, it looks like it at the moment, unless something dramatic does change, and you never know. These races always play out in some of the most spectacular ways, but the men really starting to string out as they come round, bunched up a little bit more at the back, but we can see a couple of athletes moving into lane 2 to try and find their position where they would sit in this train.
Well, here we go, then. This is the key point of the race. Matt Willis a little bit further back as well. He's been training very, very well. So can he work his way up in this men's B race towards the front of the field? He trains on this track week in, week out. So it's very, very strong. And as you'd expect at this rhythm, at this tempo, we'll keep an eye on that 1 kilometre split. But at the moment, no one can get near Harry Wakefield, the Salford Harrier. I mean, he's got a lifetime best of 4:08. He's going to be attacking that. He is someone who's done a few mile races in his time, albeit still not many. What was that, 2:32, 2:33? So I'll make that a 60-second lap from 600 to 1,000. So it's on. He almost needs company to be able to rally over that final 400. He's going to need to use the crowd coming down the home straight for the penultimate time as well.
Yeah, he really needs any bit of energy he can absorb from any source at this point. He's out on his own. Harry Wakefield running incredibly strongly as he comes down the home straight now, looking full of running, but really needing to take in every bit of momentum from the spectators to push him on through the bell with 400 metres to go. It's about 3:03, 3:04.
Well, look at Will Rabjohns. He's putting his name into the hat now. The Pool AC man, under 20 athlete, given chase. What was he? 7th at the English Schools. At the English Schools Cross Country Championships just a month or so ago. But Harry Wakefield, where he was, 400, 500, 600 metres ago as well. And what's this lap going to be? He was around about 2:33 at the kilometre. Is he maintaining 60s? Is he hanging on in there? Is he going to get inside their personal best of 4:08? It's a fantastic, brave run from here. I feel like he might have company over this last 100 metres though, Rosie.
Yeah, a quick check of his shoulder, maybe starting to show some signs of fatigue. And the rest of the field really working hard to reel him in as he comes round. And he'll be entering the home straight any time now.
Oh, Ben Reynolds, where have you been all race long, sir? But he's going to stream down the home straight. Studied out at Oregon, now based in Cardiff, coached under James Thee. Rocking the Welsh Fest is going to spoil the party here. What a close from him. 4:05. He's chuffed, and you know what? He's got some terrific 800-meter wheels. He's a super talented athlete. He's a little bit hot and cold, if I'm going to be brutally honest. You never quite know what you're going to get. I saw him, he's competing in the Cardiff 5K just last night, was it? Or Saturday night as well. So he's on tired legs, and it showed. But, oh, when you've got it, haven't you? And what a sprint finish.
Absolutely fantastic finish from Reynolds. Incredible to see him race in such a manner, coming off the back of some other brilliant performances as well. And a massive finish as well from William Rabjohns coming through, takes second in the end, just nudged out by Ben Reynolds after a brilliant finish. So exciting. But coming out onto the track now, we do see the women's A race starting to filter through.
Oh, okay. Well, after that excitement, time to turn our attention to this women's A race, and it's just almost been thrown on us quite quickly, hasn't it? Where has the time gone here? But, well, a few names to look out for then. Kai Malanga, top of the screen and top of picture. She's fresh off a season's best over 1500, 409. She's a sub-2 800-meter runner, 159.35. 4:45 indoor mile personal best, fairly modest to what she can do over the 1500. And I'm just looking to see if I can see it. I can, so I can confidently say she's on the start line. We've got Beth Morley out there, quickly becoming one of the best short course cross country runners in the country, or almost on the European circuit, maybe even the world. She's been everywhere. If there's a short course cross country, Alex Shipley as well. Well, she's the local talent, the Oxford University student, the medic, and she's having a fantastic season. Bucks indoor champion over 1500, 417 season's best. Recently sub-16 over 5,000 meters as well.
Yeah, huge talents lining up here today at Iffley Road. You mentioned Bethan Morley in the season she's had. How brilliant it's been to see the short course cross country come into its own throughout this season anyway, but to see talents like Bethan Morley embracing it in such a way is fantastic for the sport and only encourages this growth that we want to see in the mile steeplechase as well. The same sort of developments make the sport more and more exciting.
And someone we haven't mentioned is the under-17 Olivia Forrest. I mean, she has just won everything on the mud that there is to win this season, and we mentioned athletes from Brentwood Beagles throughout the afternoon. She goes in this women's elite mile, and it's a big step up. But let's see how she holds herself. Let's see how she races, and sure she'll be feeling the pressure. Also, Joe Ora on the outside, 274, just next to the pacemaker there. She's great to see her back racing. She's had her fair share of injuries. She's an Australian athlete, come over to Oxford to postgrad, postdoc. So away they go then, Rosie.
Yeah, and the athletes are quickly away. The pacemaker, like in all the other races, getting out very sharply indeed. But you mentioned Olivia Forrest just a few moments ago, and how interesting it's going to be to see her develop throughout her career as well. But this opportunity to race here today is such an interesting one for her to be in a field as stacked as this one with some very accomplished senior athletes.
This is fast. This is a little bit too aggressive for me. I mean, they're looking for 67 at 400 meters. They're going to be close to what, 32, 33? What's that, 32? It's more like 64 for these women. I mean, this is well, not far off British record territory. Laura Muir's British record standing at 4:15. The track record, by the way, 4:27. Sonia O'Sullivan back in 2004. That was the 50th anniversary. We've got some women in this field who can get near that. Megan Davies, someone similar to Alex Shipley, just really over the last sort of 12 to 18 months, her career has taken off. She's a 4:10. 1500 meter runner, and you started to look at it. Is it going to be between her, Morley, Malanga, and Shipley? But up at the front and leading the way, Liga Valverde. She's the Latvian athlete, and 4:19 her best, and over 1500, 2:01 over 800. So I'm not sure she'll stay there. As I say that, Malanga moves straight round after a lap.
Yeah, interesting to see the pacer off the front, and the rest of the athletes choosing not to go with her after she set an absolutely blistering first lap. She came through the finish line in about 67, and just a reminder, that's about 409 meters, not just the 400 split that she's been asked to go through in about 67 seconds, which is absolutely insane.
Well, it's good to know they backed off a little bit, though, after that first 200. This is a tactical affair. I think the women have took one look at these conditions today and said, you know what, Sonia Asali, you keep that track record of 4:27. We're going to battle it out. We're going to have a contest out here over the mile. It's early season for these women as well. I mean, Malanga's already got a 1500 time under her belt. A few of them have competed indoors. Look how bunched that is. Who's going to have the quickest kick? And actually, the longer it stays slow, you start to look at the Latvian Valverde, and you know, she may be able to contest if it's a kind of 600-meter burn-up, whereas, really honest, these women have got more in their tank than a 4:19, 1500. She wouldn't have been able to live with that.
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing how these races start to play to different people's strengths. The longer and longer it starts to be, just starts to wait to turn up the volume.
Well, there we go then. It was about 2:21 at 800, and Lauren Church went to go to the front, and Malanga just said, you know what, I'm not going to let you go to the front. I'm happy to just move things along. She's not really pressing at this stage. This isn't her kick by any means. She's just easing her way out, stretching her legs. You know what, with all these puddles on the inside, I don't blame her. There's going to be a lot of back kick, a lot of water splashing up in athletes' faces if you're tucking it behind. So she's just enjoying herself out front. There's not a breath of wind. It's virtually an indoor race at this stage. Hot, oh, I say hot, humid conditions, let's say that.
Yeah, definitely. I think these are pretty favourable conditions considering what we could have had on the menu today. Wind-wise, the wind is very, very minimal, and that is always a relief for these athletes. The rain has eased off now, but the track, of course, the surface still very wet indeed.
Okay, there 500 metres to go. Who's going to take this women's A race here at the Bannister Miles? Megan Davies swinging right. Helen Hall just dropping off that front group. So we've got Malanga, Church, Morley, Davies and Shipley in that top 5. The clock's not on the screen, so we're going to miss what that lap was, but have no doubt about it, Malanga just squeezing at this stage. She's been at the front and she's confident, isn't she? I mean, I talked about Ben Reynolds being a little bit hot and cold. I feel like Malanga's often like that. Coached by Andy Hobbill now, though, she just seems to have got her just matured over the last 12 months or so.
Yeah, Malanga's racing full of confidence, looking so strong, very within herself. You can see that pace picking up, but just looking absolutely brilliant. Andy Hobbill, of course, starting to gather a huge little plethora of athletes, all of which are starting to really come into their own in this early season. Some of them having some fantastic performances at the Comeback 5000 just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, this is a surprise for me. Megan Davies, the one with one of the best 1500 PBs in the field, just struggling to keep pace at this stage. And she's done a lot of 5Ks over the spring and perhaps just hasn't quite got the wheelhouse this early on in the season. Malanga and Morley, I said Morley's a cross-country short course specialist. She's looking like a mile specialist on this kick finish now. But it's going to be the 800 metre runner who's going to take it. Malanga streaks ahead of Morley, 4:35 on the clock. Not a bad time at all considering the slow start. Had that close to a 62 last lap. Oh goodness, is that Lauren Church in third? Shipley? It was all a blur, Rosie, to be honest. I was so focused on Malanga and Morley going toe to toe.
Yeah, how about that for a close finish? Absolutely brilliant. Malanga and Morley really pushing each other down that home straight. We can see the crowds really have started to gather now on the infield and in the grandstands. The atmosphere down that final 100 metres really is becoming electric.
Oh, what a race then. There you go. That wraps up that women's A mile. We got one race left, and perhaps now a good time to bring in Tom Barrett, race director, to talk us through that elite field, but also 70 years ago, that historic moment. And Tom, you're an Oxford University student yourself. You helped get this event off the ground and grow it to where it is today. What does Bannister mean in these parts of the world?
Man, firstly, how about that race? That was incredible to watch. Very excited for what we got next. We've got all the guys trying to break 4 minutes, and had the chance to speak to a few of them, and most of them have broken 4 already, and yet they want to come here to Iffley Road and they want to do it on the same track that Bannister did. And we've got El Garugia, we've got Phil Baye, we've got Noradine Morselli and Steve Cram, and they've all come from around the world just to be here on the day that Bannister did it 70 years on. And I think that says a bit about what it means to those guys, and they're the greatest people in our sport. And to me as an Oxford student, he's kind of my ultimate hero, the guy that I always try to strive to be like athletically and academically, and obviously quite a long way to go to match him on either of those, but man, excited for this one.
Well, yeah, talk about, one of the histories of Iffley Road. Bannister used to invite, the current crop of milers to Iffley Road to do battle. We saw the 50th anniversary where Mottram came to town and set that track record, and now these athletes are going to have the chance to do exactly the same and put on a show in front of their legends, in front of their heroes.
True, 3:56, 20 years ago today. I think there's a chance it goes. We've got some guys in this field who are definitely capable of doing it.
And the pace lights, just you might have some inside info here, mate. I'm a little bit blind, but what are they going to be set at?
I think we've got 58, so trying to go a little bit under it. That 356 is certainly the target for some of those guys out there today. And I know we've got some Oxford guys in the field who, I think if they break 4 today, they'll probably retire. So
much like Bannister. So what's the mood like on the infield, mate? What's the atmosphere like? Because we probably peaked at the capacity of Iffley Road here.
Yeah, we're very close to capacity. Actually, I'm pretty amazed, and I'm incredibly proud to see so many people there despite the weather. You know, you can't control everything. Trying to organise a race, and the weather's not been great, but that flag is stuck close to the pole. There's no wind. The rain stopped. The lane one's a little bit wet, but it's not too bad, and the guys in the core room are feeling pretty excited.
Fantastic, mate. Well, thank you very much, Tom. We'll let you get on that infield and enjoy the race from there. But we'll talk you through this field and this lineup coming up. As he says, we've got, 5, 6 men who have broken 4 minutes before. Will they do it today on this track? We talk about the track records. Craig Mottram, 3:56. There's only about 6 or 7 men who have actually broken 4 minutes at Iffley Road. Andy Badley, the latest in 2016. So, well, those world records, British records, 3:46, Steve Cram, 3:43, Hisham El Grouge, both of those men in this facility today. And both took part in that community mile earlier on this morning as well. And a few Oxford students had the pleasure of dipping them on the line, outclassing them, shall I say, dare I say it. But yeah, Rosie, do you want to mention a few in this race coming up?
Absolutely, we've got a brilliant lineup. Just looking through this, Tom Dodd, a huge name, of course, to mention, 3:38 in Nashville in 2022. So really has some 1500 metre speed. When you look down at his CV, some very strong 800 metre runners as well. As we look through Terry and Corcoran, 1:46 over the 800 metre distance. And a lot of athletes, of course, going and spending some time over in the States in the university system, the NCAA's, world famous for their athletic performance, of course.
They are indeed, Tina Corcoran. There's a few men who are going to be here from Ole Miss. James Young as well, Shane Bracken, and Ole Miss has just been producing sub-4 milers. Well, probably ever since Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, to be honest with you. They churn out 2 or 3 every single year, and Young, Corcoran and Bracken are no different. We've also got Mike Wilson in here. He ran a 2:22 kilometre just last week out in Milan, so he's in fine form. 3:59, his lifetime best back from 2022. But we talk about running in front of your heroes, and Osama Meslik is a man for me. He set the Italian record indoors over the mile, over the 1500, sorry, and he had the option to open up his season abroad. We know he's Italian. He's a terrific 1500 runner, 3:33 lifetime best, but he chose to come here, to come to Iffley Road. He got wind that El Gourouge was going to be in the facility, was going to watch him, and he said, you know what, that is my childhood hero. I grew up watching this man. He runs a little bit not too dissimilar from him as well. But and so as soon as he heard El Gourouge was here, he was here. He was straight down, wanted to support domestic racing as well, and put himself in the history books.
Yeah, sometimes there are opportunities like that present themselves that you just can't say no to. Some people might question his choice to come to Iffley Road over going to a race abroad. But when you think about the setting, what that means to 5, 10, 15-year-old athletes, the 15-year-old version of yourself, you must just think, can I tick a box? Can I make that dream come true? And today could be that day.
Well, exactly that. You know, I stood in front of El Gourouge earlier, introduced myself. Of course, he had no idea who I was, but it was just a case of ticking the boxes as well.
I want to hear the biggest applause for all.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away from history. Will it repeat itself? Will we see a sub-4 clock? We haven't seen one for 8 years now on this very track. We've got some terrific talent here to do it. The rain has stopped right on cue. It's almost like when Bannister was waiting for the wind to drop. We've been waiting for the rain to stop here all afternoon at Iffley Road. It has done. And now these elite men take to track. And I've got to introduce... I promise you no bias here, but Miles Weatherseed and Alex Gruen, 2 Oxford University students. This means more than ever for them. And they come into it relaxed. They were at a garden party yesterday amongst the alumni, amongst the record holders as well. But it's early season for them. But if they could, you know, repeat Bannister's feat, Mazbak as well, who's here. Muggleston, who's former Oxford University student who also went on to break 4 minutes. That would be quite special. They're both capable. They're both Gruen, a 345 1500 man, and Weathersea, a 342 1500 man. Enough about them. James Young then in 2. Keep an eye on him. Coached by Steve Cram, so he'll be watching on as well. There's Tom Dodd. Shane Bracken as well, wearing 4. He's another Ole Miss man alongside his former teammate Tiernan Crauken, who goes in 5. Joe Tuffin, what a season he's having as well. I mean, one of the most impressive things I've seen him do was go run 14:05 solo at Birmingham in March. In windy, cold conditions there. Mike Wilson, I mentioned him, fresh off a 2:22 kilometre. Coached by Jeff Whiteman, Jack Gunn, part of the Bath Milers. Look out here, Max Wharton in fine form. 3:43 1500 season opener. That's probably one of the best season openers he's ever had. And Ricky Harvey as well. He's been talking about the steeplechase. He's been dabbling in that this year. He's got great strength at the moment. 3:42 his lifetime best. Angus McMillan, phenomenal over the country. But here to roar. Now this is brilliant for these young lads to get this. Miles Widdowseed and Alex Gruen repping their Oxford University colours. And they're going to get some serious support out here. They know what they got to do. And abide their time was my advice to them. They're going to have a whole field ahead of them. You don't want to waste any energy early on. And we talk about pacemakers. I mean, Bannister was it was a bit of a solo effort, wasn't it? Chataway and Brayshaw helping him out. He put his trust in them.
He certainly did, and it's going to be a really exciting race. It is a mile that can only ever live up to its hype. It's going to be a fantastic 4 laps and 9 metres.
You're dead right, 1,609 metres ahead of him. You could hear a pin drop in this facility right now. There's not a breath of wind. It's still, it's humid out there. 13 men are going to take to the track. I haven't mentioned Ben Claridge, the pacemaker. He's one of the best in the business at this. He's a superb athlete in his own right. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we get that clock on screen as well. We do. So Claridge is just going to ease his way round to the front of this field and string things out. And it's a tough position for Meslick to be in for me. Those green lights are going to be, we just spoke to Tom Barrett, race director, around about that 58.5 kind of tempo. But yeah, tough position for Meslick to be in. All eyes on him. Pressure's on him, I'd say, and he's got some great talent behind him who can, if he's not on his day, actually do him over.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's always a very challenging position to step into when you're coming onto a race start line with one with such focus like this one. It's so iconic, but of course that pressure can make diamonds, as they say, and you never know what could come out of it.
Oh, it sure can. So look at that 300-metre split. Well, just over, because that's 1,609-metre start. They're moving very well at the moment. And the crowd, the energy they're giving off. And look at this. This is the sight I love to see over previous editions as well. They flock from one straight to another. They're well inside 60 seconds on lap 1. I had them at sort of 58 high, 59 through the 400-metre split. I know they're going to have to run a little bit further, and it's James Young who is in behind Meslick at the moment. He comes into this in good form. I mentioned Steve Cram's now coaching him. He's working with him. He's 1350 in Armagh. His strength's in a good place. 4th at those British Indoor Championships over 3,000 metres. Seems to be the only man, as well as his Ole Miss teammates, who want to go with Meslick. Little gap back to Bracken. Crauken sitting in 4th as well, and then it starts the bunch.
It's an interesting tactic as well, always not athletes deciding whether to go with the pace or not, and you've got to decide in a mile, have you got long enough to pick the pace back up? Have you got time to repair those mistakes if you sit off the pace too much? Sometimes you see athletes talk about them committing to the pace early on, not letting the damage be done should it go too below pace, and these top 2 really have committed and gone with it.
Well, they have indeed. The 3rd lap is what counts. 3rd lap, let's see what happens. 2:01 for the pack at 800. That is very much doable. I mean, Bannister himself was 3:01 at the 1200 metre mark. He closed in at 59. I expect to see something well inside 60 seconds for the majority of these men in this race over the final lap. What can Meslick and Young do here? Ben Claridge done a phenomenal job leading them out. He's going to get them to a K. Can we see? I mean, track record might be a tall order, but don't put it past Meslick with a 3:33 1500. He's a phenomenal athlete. Checks the wrong side there as James Young swings onto his right-hand side, not his left. So, and you can see, oh God, we got a great race for third as well. Will they find themselves on the heels of Young, though? Wharton looks like he's run wide the whole way. Bless him at this stage, but he's a gutsy performer. And as I say, that swings round to the front. He's had enough.
These two leads away. Maznek and Young looking so strong, really having committed early and gone with the pace. Keep an eye on the clock. 2:58 through 1,200 metres.
Oh, I don't want to say anything just yet, but for me, that 4-minute mark's getting obliterated as Meslek and Young pour it on down the back straight. So does Wharton. He's in fine form. Tiernan Crook and almost polar opposites, towering above him as well. These guys are fighting for their very first sub-4 miles, some of them at least, and Meslek and Young are just kicking for home. We're going to see these boys on the domestic circuit, Meslek on the international circuit throughout the year as well. Young with his coach Steve Cram, British record holder, watching on. What can he produce over this final 150 metres?
Something special is about to happen here at Iffley Road as Meslek and Young round the final bend into the home straight, looking so strong. Meslek's opened up a gap now of just a couple of metres heading down the home straight.
Oh, he's put on a show here at Iffley Road. He gets the crowd going as well. He needs to move. We could see a track record here from Osama Meslek. 3:55. That would do it all right. How many men can we get sub for? 4 minutes on the clock. Oh, Alex Gruen of Oxford's just going to miss it as well. PBs all round. Goodness, I counted 5, maybe even 6. It got set up perfectly. The conditions, like I said, the rain just stopped. Everything just calmed itself down. He was the coolest customer in the building, was Osama Meslek. I certainly wasn't. I do apologise. I got far too excited on the mic there, Rosie.
Excitement is called for. Not often is it that you get to see a race like that. So many athletes under the 4-minute mark. Absolutely phenomenal to witness, and what an honour to be here at Iffley Road to see it happen.
Well, results, of course, unofficial at the moment. We'll wait and see what the official results throw up. But yeah, wow, that was truly something. I think everyone appreciated what they just watched as well. The crowd really got behind everyone out there, and I think that's everything the race organisers could have asked for, to be honest with you.
Yeah, not much could have gone any better in that race. A phenomenal run at this iconic track. What more can you ask for in your athletic career is to run under 4 minutes at Iffley Road. 70 years on from Roger Bannister and his fantastic performance all that time ago.
You've been brilliant, absolutely super.
So we're hearing 4 athletes under that 4-minute mark in one race. 4 athletes, isn't that just spectacular?
Well, the announcer, Donald, is throwing it back to 70 years ago when the crowd waited anxiously, didn't they? And the announcer was, well, it's a world record, it's a British record, and everyone was just waiting what was going to be the first number, and it was a 3, and it just erupted, it roared. And in similar fashion, they did that here when they saw that track record flash up on the clock. We think it's 3:56.1. Cram is straight in there to congratulate James Young as well. Tiernan Crook. Oh, Rosie, that goes down in one of my fondest memories to commentate on. Best races to commentate on for sure.
Absolutely, there is no question about it. How lucky we've been today with some of the performances we've seen across the entire day. Some huge runs, but really to be topped off with so many sub 4-minute miles. What a race to call that was.
Well, and in true Oxford University fashion, there's a big old party tonight. I'll be there, will you? But sure, many of these people in this facility will be as well as the world record holders who are present and have been all weekend long and all afternoon long in quite miserable conditions. I mean, if you've flown over from Algeria and Morocco, you'll be looking at this rain thinking, goodness me. But that's why they've come. They've come to witness moments like that.
Yeah, there's something so special about being able to do it, and to be able to do it at home on British soil. And you don't get much more iconic than this stadium here.
You really don't. Well, that is a conclusion from us here on the mic. The stream will keep running for a little while, but thank you all for tuning in. We've witnessed history here. We hope you enjoyed yourself. I've been Matt Seddon on the mic, joined alongside Rosie. We certainly have. And we will see you next year for the 71st edition. Of course, we've only got 5 years until 3/4 of a century, and that is going to be bigger than ever, I've been assured by the race directors here today. Take care, until next time, bye-bye.
Can we have a round of applause to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Sir Bannister, raising the top and the applause in honor of Sir Bannister.
Are you ready? Are you ready to stop?
For the women's A race, it's the women's mile, and the presentations will be made by none other than Charlotte Bannister, daughter of Sir Roger. Delighted to have the Bannister family supporting us here this evening. And in third place from Reading, Lauren Church. In second place from Leeds City AC, Bethan Morley. And top of the podium with an amazing finish. Let's hear it for Kaiser Malanga. Let's hear it for our podium finishes in the women's mile.
Thank you for doing that.
One here, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I know. Have you tried this? No, I haven't.
Oh my goodness, guys. Inaugural. I don't know, mate. They're so fucking slow. I don't know. Top four rules. Very well done. Well, our final presentation of the day, and what a race this was. We'll get to the winner in just a second, but the prizes to be presented by former world record holder Steve Cram. And in third place, he's just been chundering his guts up because he worked really hard for this one. But in third place, Tiernan Crocken. In second place, all the way from Morpeth, it's James Young. And the man at the top of the tree this evening with a fantastic 3 minutes 56.16 all the way from Leeds City AC, it's Osama Meslek. Let's hear it for our 3 podium finishers. Well, thank you for joining us for the Bannister Miles 2024. If you're out on the road this morning for the Community Mile, thank you for joining us. If you've been here watching this afternoon through the rain and the wet weather, thanks for joining us once again. We look forward to welcoming you for 2025. Until next time, from all of us here at Iffley Road, from the Bannister family who have joined us all this evening, thank you very much for your time. Until next year, good night.